And with that, we should be live. Greetings and welcome. I am Joffrey, and we are, in fact, continuing to try and cover Tento Talks and such. Again, we got lots of catching up to do still. We'll see what we can get done with this video, appropriately called Everything Else We Know, because we will totally be covering everything else we know before the DLC comes out, right? Right? Sure. Cross fingers. This time, all the way back from April 15th. It's so far back. The we can probably skim through a little bit of the earlier stuff because it's just talking about how they're splitting up unit types, infantry and cav.
Yes.
They told us they were going to do this. It's good because it applies to making more diversified armies for combined arms, that sort of thing. Though it is
makes it obvious which is which type. Which right now it's not quite obvious. The hand gunners, are they heavy or light? Who knows?
I think they were heavy. Actually,
they are heavy.
Yeah, yes. Even though they're a ranged unit. Yeah. Well, it's interesting that you hover over and you see unit category. There's base statistics per category. That's interesting. The heavy infantry have no base food storage ability, which is curious. I think that all units had some before.
Yeah.
Secure flanks bonus and stuff as well. I don't think that was explicitly stated before either. So, just more presenting of information. This will be very useful when it comes to, because we'll make our own magical unit types. I think we wanted to make our own unit types that are magical that are listed separately, even if they fill similar functions for the purpose of combined arms.
Yeah, right. Can you? It would be interesting. Can you make your own categories add-on? I don't know if it's exposed for modding. Yeah, not talking about it. It's gonna be interesting.
Well, worst case scenario, ranged mages are artillery like we originally planned. That would be sad.
I mean, that still makes sense if
you
have like actual siege mate.
It would work.
Yeah.
No one would complain. But siege raider military stance. Oh, so you tell your vassal to just go like siege a bunch of stuff? What?
Yeah, siege and not fight.
Oh, so they avoid fights.
Okay. Yeah. Previously you had aggressive, which had they're sieging a lot, but also they're trying to fight, which means they lose and die.
Yeah. There was in EU4 there was an explicit sieging stance, which is kind of like this, except without the added effect that they're trying to avoid field battles. So that's interesting because this will in fact mean that if they're looking for forts and they will, if they see an army, they will run away from the army to try and find a fort.
The question is if they will abandon sieges at any cost.
It said field battle,
which could be annoying.
It said field.
Yeah,
field
so they will probably stay on sieges.
Yeah, they'll fight on the siege.
Yeah,
which is, well, if you put them on this, it makes sense that you'd want them to do it.
I guess, yeah.
Food provinces share food with the market once their stockpile is 75% of the capacity, rather than waiting till it's completely full. That's good because it means that it won't be constantly like on off, which causes the numbers to inflate and deflate a lot and become weird. This prevents stocked granary provinces from hoarding food while nearby market-dependent regions such as Arctic mining locations with no local production silently starve. Yeah. I was dealing with that in Tyrol because there's some mountain places that is just like, well, there's an iron-producing mountain place and it's got no river and it's cold and there's no food there ever. So even though I was paying for food, it would just starve and then suddenly the price would go up and down all the time.
Yeah.
Food maxing will be more efficient, is what I would say, Rye. But you don't need to mute yourself in here. You can talk if you have ideas.
Well, read the next paragraph. I'm not so sure about like this. Oh, they reduce food again. Never mind. Yeah. Never mind. They did some more thing.
Okay. Local food decay modifier. Building.
I think this was added before. like food decay
They,
itself.
they increased food decay, I think. Or yeah, they added food decay, and
Yeah.
now they're making it so that granaries reduce the amount that food decays.
Yes.
They'll build
Which
granaries
they're
more.
already strong in the current patch. You want to build them lots. So this is going to make them even more like these are probably must build.
Yeah, I
I have a
mean,
feeling.
they kind of already were something you'd
Pop,
really, really want.
yeah,
So
for pop growth. Now it's also good for like the food stuff.
food stability on its own, yeah, that's very interesting stuff.
Yeah.
But okay, there's something else interesting. Tribesmen no longer incorrectly contribute to food demand estimates because they do supply their own food. Is the idea? So that is good. Food consumption modifiers such as global peasant food consumption now correctly affects population growth bonuses granted by having high food stockpiles.
Hmm?
Oh, okay, that's a weird. I'm surprised they noticed that even. Such a weird thing. But there we see food decay minus 10%. No kidding, 5% each time. So when you what?
So 10 levels and you have no food decay anymore.
The food just doesn't decay if you have 10 levels. That's a little odd.
Surely that should be an efficiency modifier instead of a cost reduction. Like that's just like a like the whole thing that they're changing lots of values to be efficiency values, and now
because
they
all
made it
food, it's not like you can just have enough granaries that food just stops spoiling.
yeah that and like once it's big and you can't really like you still have pests
Yeah,
like
maybe
rats that eat the grain and stuff. And the bigger it becomes, the harder it gets to manage. Unless I guess you're employing more people as well. They're going to have 1,000 people that are guarding the food. I guess they can all red catch.
I suppose. That is funny now
Wait,
that I
what
think.
would happen if you built over 20 granaries?
Well,
If you can even do that.
Food gain. It's just
That's what
negative
Rise.
food spoiling.
the food just multiplies somehow. I don't know why.
It's a
Suddenly starts running away.
fucking. You're eating moss. You just put moss in the granary and it just grows more moss.
Yeah, you just keep growing. You just it's an investment.
It's a greenhouse granary, new and innovative tech.
But I misunderstood it. Greenhouse is just cobblestone, but it's like all green from the.
Yo, mossy
I mean, surely-
cobblestone.
I mean, like, surely there has to be a maximum modifier, right?
I'm sure it.
No, it's just gonna bottom out at 0. You don't have food decay anymore.
Does it?
Surely, like they're not gonna have it like. Maybe it bottoms out at like 10%, but they don't talk about it.
It doesn't say that. Like, it doesn't say reduces it by 5% up to a cap. Because like, surely it can't be like reducing it over half even. Like, I could see cutting in half food decay, or even like 75%. But 100?
Yeah, because it's per province, right? Like the food stocks.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if you have like, let's say you just have like 50 or 60 granaries in one province, can you then start to like delete or replace all your food RGOs with like spices and stuff?
Oh, yeah, wait. Food decay. I'm looking up the game code. Food decay didn't work. It wasn't just natural spoiling. It was specifically stuff. I don't know if there was a base decay, but like stuff like winter and like desert made it decay more. Or salami. So it's like representing more like on top of stuff.
Oh, okay. So it had a
Special
base rate
circumstances.
of decay, but then it had other stuff.
I'm not sure about that. That's like the code doesn't show this. But what I'm saying is like it's not meant to represent just like it's spoiling. It's meant to be like on top of like a default. This is what you have food in like the perfect scenario. On top of that, whatever decay you have.
That makes
So, like
sense.
if you're in a winter location, you get more decay. That's what decay is meant for, I think.
I understand the premise then. That makes more sense because then the idea if you're in a
So
harsh
then
environment,
reducing the cost.
if the idea is like the harsh conditions / war, those things are causing food decay, then having better storage of the food would in fact remove those.
Global food decay. I found it. It is 0. Is it 5%? 0.005. No, that's 0.05%. It's the default value. So I don't know what the 10% then make it. But so there's a global value. I was wrong.
Armies now consume 10 times as much food as they did in 1.1. This was a
Yeah.
deliberate rescaling to put military food usage on the same order of magnitude as civilian pop consumption. Okay. I guess I need to actually recruit camp followers now. Fuck.
This is not even talking about that necessarily, right? It's talking about the food that they're eating. It doesn't talk about the like logistics itself. But wait, camp followers carry food.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah,
logistics
okay.
unit.
No.
That's the tier 1 logistics
Yeah.
unit.
Okay. I thought that like camp followers were more like for logistics stuff,
And
which it's talking about.
also the fact that armies consume more food, so having an enemy army in your lands is going to deplete your food a lot faster than it otherwise would.
Oh yeah, it says it here. If you look under the picture, non-auxiliary units can only carry approximately half a month for food supplies.
And heavy infantry have a base of none, we noticed, up at the top.
Yes.
So,
You're gonna have lots of auxiliary, which I mean they're not that expensive, but I mean, what is it? In modern military, there's like a, what is it, tooth to gear ratios? There's like a term they use. So like how many combat units versus how many supporting units. There's like something to like 1 to 5 in the modern military. Like one combat unit like has 5 support units. So like, are we gonna have like half or like twice the army size in auxiliary units?
You wouldn't, because over time they get better. The camp followers are trash, but over time they get better at doing their job. So
Yeah, but you also get you get way more pops.
True.
The pops also get more. They scale.
But I imagine that the fact that they get better, combined with the fact that you also are oftentimes going to try and keep your supply, like a lot of the times warfare will, the point of this is that you'll actually want to have some supply units to give your army's food capacity, and even then you still like, because what you're talking about is like you have half your army be logistics units. That's for if you're like you're just off in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, not like no supply route or anything. But realistically, what you always want to do, if possible, is keep a supply route back to your lands open to be collecting food.
Yes. When the game first came out, I was under the assumption that you would use camp followers run supplies.
Yeah, me
like
too.
A separate army. But that doesn't seem to be the case. But maybe
you can do that.
Make that the case. They're talking about further down that they're reducing the distance as well. So
okay,
you need to use.
In that case, it will be probably more common that you'll need to actually you'll both need to have supply collecting units and then actually send them off on supply runs where they might just get jumped. Ooh.
So then you need to create an army that supports them. But then you need to create another logistics unit to support the logistics army that's defending the logistics route.
Food's a pain, man.
Yeah.
Food's a pain.
I wish we just had front lines. That would make that simpler. I love the defender of Victoria 3 system.
Max supporting Victoria 3. Let's go. Add Vicky 3. Vicky 3 is front lines. Oh my
god. It's gonna remain to be interesting to see. I mean, anyway, right now, anyways, once you have professionals, you don't want to go deep into enemy territory. Really, anyways, you want to ideally until you have them wiped, stay near your border so you can replenish.
Yeah.
So this does kind of work still.
It is a huge difference between EU4 and 5 that you can't replenish in enemy territory. Yeah.
Yes.
Non-auxiliary units. Yep, as you were saying. Logistics distance is reduced as well, so yeah. The new logistics distance of 16.
No, I think that's the army. Jaish 16, no?
the maximum logistics distance is base 30, and then the general's admin ability, so it becomes
Yeah.
35, and then I don't know why it's saying like J16.
I think that's the name for the army. I saw something that they have Byzantine localized armies.
Okay.
So I think like the army is called just J16.
So
like
the problem here is that there's that's just the name of the army is Regiment 16.
They might add
but the
localized
problem
armies for some people now.
some people already did also actually, but the problem here is that there's 37 distance, and the nearest thing is 37.5. So you can't get supplies from there. Some wagons for this march.
Do the units increase the distance?
No, just it's just showing the base, the base value plus the administrative ability.
So it's saying you need some wagons to march through this area in the image description.
That's not talking about supply distance. That's talking about carrying food.
Oh, it's about
having supply units.
I thought for a second, which I think this would be I guess it wouldn't allow for raiding, but like if the auxiliary increased the supply distance. So like if an army without auxiliary had like very low, but you could add auxiliary and then it would increase the distance, Then, like I said, then you don't have that raiding mechanic. Which,
I could see that.
Yeah. I don't know.
Right. The thing that people really, the two things that people don't like about the Vic 3 armies is typically the fact that it's so automated, and that you don't really control it much, and the fact there's some instability with it, very wonkiness in related to front lines, and often just it's hard to make them feel realistic a lot of the time.
That's fair. If I was to play it to EU5, it would be small, a lot smaller front lines probably, but like they did more of the combining because it's obviously global warfare, and there's issues with it. I'm not saying it isn't, but like for a lot, sometimes I just want it. So I don't know.
Attrition pathfinding now scales its penalty by the movement cost of each tile. So armies routing. See, I say tile all the time. They're validating it. So armies routing through slow terrain, mountains, marshes, dense forest pay a steeper attrition price that reflects the real difficulty of feeding troops on those routes. Routes, not routes. Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting. So the idea being, like if a location gives you attrition, the attrition cost of moving through the tile, not just the monthly tick, gets larger the more slow the terrain is.
This makes sense if you're trying to go through the Alps into Rome.
Yeah. With elephants.
Yes.
Friendly units allowed aboard.
That's the reference.
I remember hearing about that. City walls. People were talking about this, but I didn't really look into it. That cities and megalopolises can make these things. Local crown power down. See, this is good. This is good. This is validating the idea of making our holds give negative local crown power. More sources of local crown power down. Yes. Interesting. But the idea that a walled city, like it gives it a market attraction if it's a market center. That's fun. But it's like how the Theodosian walls give, like you can't see the location. So that's interesting. And I think it was that they said the garrison size always applies, but the minimum fort level is a very intriguing modifier that I think I would love to make use of for things. Maybe even like it could possibly even be a thing where holds. We could
they have it by default. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
We could make it so that if once you reach a certain tier of underground location, it just has a minimum fort level of 1. And garrison and stuff. Just cause I don't know how that would apply to paying for forts, but that's something to experiment with, I suppose. But this sort of modifier is
pretty good building. Inherently, also it allows you to. I'm having a game, like I'm playing a single player campaign right now where I have lots of coastline in Denmark that are exposed with like lots of cities that I don't want to fall. But building a fort everywhere is tedious, and there's not gonna be like land armies walking through it. So like the minimum fort level on a like coastal city somewhere where they're not gonna send lots of people. They're just gonna send like an auxiliary troop to annoy me. This is great for that.
I don't know how, because it's still expensive. Market like it costs 200 gold to make the thing.
Yes, the question
but
is how does it account to fort limit? Is the question.
I'm
think
willing
it
to
talks
bet
about
that
this.
burgers will make these sometimes, or just like pop people, because like you don't make forts normally, but I suspect that your estates will make these sometimes.
They cost half the fort limit. It says it here. So like you can make a lot more of them without having like a proper fort line, which you would have on your border.
So that's the premise. Okay.
That's the point. Yeah.
Is that you can make these and they don't, because they don't give a
This-
zone of control or anything, but they still protect the city, which
Yep.
is still very good because the city. This first of all means if someone is on the city and you attack them there, you are getting the defensive battle, and just it protects your cities, which are usually your main source of attack space. So what's holding your country back?
That's not the reason for me. For me, the reason is it's the province capital, likely, most likely.
Oh,
And
that's a
so
good point too.
if they can't take the province capital and get the entire province,
Yeah.
win like one thing, and then I need to go back and re-siege it, which is stupid.
So you
And
can.
this probably stacks with the fortress church. Also cool.
Yeah, you could. I mean, well, you can also, and if you really want to load up something with fortifications, you can also build a castle, and then you'll have just all of those soldier pops. You'll have those multiple thousands of garrison size. So like it's actually a serious thing to siege, even though the fort level is still going to be just the actual castle's fort, but the garrison gets added, and the fort.
I see there's a green tick on it in the requirements. I hope or assume that this has not special building Theodosian walls, because otherwise, if you could add this on top of the Theodosian walls,
yes, does not have Theodosian walls. Because you can already make the Theodosian walls a fucking tier 2. You could make 2 stacks of that fucker.
This is a good building. People were saying that this should be something that cities automatically have, but
I don't think so.
Before this was announced. But so like the idea that cities have walls normally and you don't really have castles, but this is good enough, I think.
Yeah, I don't think that cities should have them innately. I like the idea of the holds, like we're talking about. Maybe once you make a still don't know. We'll have to flesh out for sure what our various tiers of underground stuff is. They're probably, since the megalopolis is going to be a thing, need to make more than we were even planning on. But the main thing is, I think that at least for the surface ones, I like this, and I also like that the megalopolis doesn't get one innately. I don't think.
Oh wait, you can't even build. But you can't build it in the megalopolis. Look at the screenshot.
Because it just says city.
Yeah. So maybe they do.
Surely that's outdated.
Because
we haven't seen we haven't seen any of these. None of these screenshots that have been posted since megalopolises were announced had the symbol for the megalopolis.
That's fair.
You know what? You know what would be so base? What if they made a trigger? If they actually, like, remember we were talking about that the idea of them making a trigger that was just like, is a city. What if they did that, and then this symbol means like it needs to be a city, and then that also applies to a megalopolis.
Oh, you mean that they combined it? But no, this goes against the UI design, to be honest.
True, but it'd be so nice because if they did that, then all we would need to do is change what the trigger does for us.
Yes, I do want there to be a trigger, but
need to compact stuff.
No. Just double check that megalopolis does not give you fort limit. And that would be weird if the megalopolis, maybe they have like their own separate wall building, which is better. Fort level 2 or
highly doubt it, because we've seen other screenshots of various buildings since, and they didn't have it.
I'm thinking like they get like a level 1 Theodosian wall, you know. Well, then that would water down the Theodosian walls. I don't know. Just there's 3 at game start. I don't know what the China one would have. Byzantium has the Theodosian walls, and what's the other one? Is it Alexandria? Is it right?
Yeah.
That one didn't have famous walls, so it would make sense for it to only have city walls. I don't know. It says here, wait, in the text it says to cities and megalopolises in the first line of the city walls.
Yeah. Okay. So even though it doesn't show it in the UI,
yeah.
I would like I would the best case scenario, there's a trigger that modders could just dig into and just be like, all right, adjust it. It then applies to these things, and it would still show up in the UI, but I don't think so. Because that would be the
Yep.
ultimate thing, is if we could load this up and it just like you see all our own icons as well for the different underground tiers. But
Yes.
not hopeful. We shall see soon, TM. Land combat war score. Yeah.
That's good.
Winning a battle in a coalition war now awards you the war score you'd expect. The score is based solely on what fraction of the losing side's total army capacity you destroyed, rather than being diluted by every regiment on both sides of the entire war. Previously, the same decisive engagement in a 6-nation coalition war was worth 3 times less than the same fight in a 1v1. Okay, I didn't even know that, but that I'm glad that that's changed. And occupation war score is worth a lot more. Okay.
Yeah, occupation good. Especially with the food limits now. You don't need to occupy like all of France.
Only need to occupy 50% of a country to reach 99 war score.
This is counting out
Interesting.
taking war score from the war goal as well, probably.
Yeah,
So
I would assume so.
yeah, I would hope so.
That's a fair point. AI will actually retreat more often. They don't all act like bogomils.
Yes.
And now, when an AI unit is outnumbered, it will only accept battle in a terrain where its unit mix performs well. So it won't charge uphill into mountains when it's going to lose. Oh no, it will. It will no longer charge uphill into mountains just because the odds look acceptable on paper. Okay, so they won't take unfavorable battles all the time, just because they can theoretically
What does
win.
it mean? Outnumbered. That's what I'm lacking to understand.
I think what that means is they'll be more careful when in the war their numbers are worse. It's like they've got less troops than you in the war.
So they're not reckless. They're less reckless. Yes.
If they're losing the war, they're going to be careful. They're not going to just be like, well,
yeah,
I can win this battle, presumably, so I'm going to take it. They'll be careful, which is good.
But like France might still send their stacks into me because they've got so many.
Yeah, because their side will be so many, they'll still be reckless. Because they can take it.
Yes,
if they think they'll win the fight, then they'll take it anyway. Losses are acceptable.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
It'd be hilarious if everything is
like more like a player.
Don't retreat. Maybe. Auxiliary unit category is saying food storage none. So I guess it's separate. It's not, there's no base food storage for them, and it's just each individual unit has its own number. Separate. Yeah. But damage taken in unit weight is fun. They weigh more. So it's harder to take them on boats.
I don't like that they don't count anymore if they didn't buff combined arms, because this just is a further nerf to combined arms if they add another percentage. Like right now you can get 6 different modifiers, 6 different types, so you get, what is it, 6?
With them
I don't know the maths.
With them splitting up more of the unit types, that'll more than make up for it.
No, it doesn't, because my army stack right now has the maximum combined arms bonus, and I will just lose because there's one less type to include, so you get one less multiple of the modifier, unless they increase the modifier again.
But they're adding more unit types, like they're splitting up more of the categories.
Light and heavy already counted separately. They weren't a separate type, but they counted separately already. Unless they're adding more than light, heavy cav and infantry, which I have not seen.
Yeah, you're
It's
right.
still only light and. So it's the same reason for why naval combined arms is ass. Because you had four, now you have 3 types naval, so you get barely any bonus. So it's not worth focusing on it. You should rather just stack heavies. This is what I'm like. Maybe they have increased it, but I don't think they're saying this.
Do we even really understand how good the bonus from combined arms is? What it actually does?
I mean, I would consider it similar. I don't know how good it is, but I would consider it similar to a combat efficiency bonus.
Hello, board.
I would think so. So if that's the case, it's just a nerf to command arms, which I don't like because I'm using it heavily.
I personally agree logic-wise that auxiliary units should not count to combined arms since they're not fighting.
In what we had as ideas for some of our mod units, like wizard wagons or whatever, it would have made sense. I don't know how auxiliary in this is like. These are just making the camp.
But the Wagenberg unique check thing, it turned out to not actually be an auxiliary unit anyway. So
yeah, but I mean I don't know how we are going to make the wizard wagons if we're even making them. But I think they still work as an auxiliary because they're more like healers and whatever. But yeah, maybe there's some other, but at Ace, or there should be some other thing how the auxiliary buffs people. They don't actually fight, and now they don't even buff an unit and army anymore by being there.
that's
but
fair.
Use it for food. So
I think you have swayed me.
I understand that they're not combined arms in that sense, but they are providing something to the army. Otherwise, if you had food, like if you're defending in your own lands, why would you have combined arms? Why would you have auxiliary if you're defending in your own lands? You don't need it. You have food from the local provinces. But it's something where it remains to be seen, I think.
Fort assault. When you order your army to assault a fort, the defending garrison now takes significantly more strength casualties and morale damage per assault phase. Previously, assaults were largely a desperation move or a breach exploitation tool. The garrison's losses from a failed or partial assault were so low that the attacker bled far more than the defender, even in favorable circumstances. The new values mean a garrison under sustained assault pressure will degrade meaningfully even before a breach opens, making assault a genuine tactical option rather than a last resort. Breaching a wall first and then assaulting remains the optimal sequence, but even unbreached assaults now critically threaten low morale or understrength garrisons. Attacker losses are unchanged. Ordering your men over the walls is still costly. If you are simply more likely to actually break the garrison before your own army's bled out. Well, we'll have to see that to properly understand what that means in practice.
Yeah, I've heard before that, like, oh yeah, the actual meta is to just assault forts. But whenever I was looking at it, it was not worth it because you lose too many men, and if it's like 500, like even the default 500 men, you're not whittling that down with assaults easily.
In EU4 it was. You would assault in EU4.
Yeah, but in EU5 you. Oh, so that's EU5 players that are saying, oh, you want to assault forts because that's what you did in EU4. Okay.
Probably.
Yeah. But like, it wasn't viable to do it, other than the scenario where you don't have any people in the fort.
Very quickly, with the way that EU4 scaling works, is that you very quickly, within the first century of the game, you reach a point where the forts, even once they get upgraded, simply have nowhere near enough defenders to make it disadvantageous to assault them. Unless you're playing Anbanar and you're assaulting a troll fort.
Yeah.
Because if you're assaulting a troll fort in Anbanar, you're going to get stack wiped by the defenders because they have a bonus to their garrison's power, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
All right. Commanders in combat. Generals and admirals now bring more than just their pips to the battlefield. Commander combat bonus. A flat modifier to the dice roll that reflects a commander's personal fighting style and experience. Traits of strategist grant 2 dice. So the more skilled they are, the more dice you get to roll? What?
No, the more dice bonus you get. So like
Oh.
terrain
Oh.
type, you get a +2 from having a great commander.
+5 shock.
With mountains defend.
+5 shock general, how I missed you.
I guess it's kind of that, yeah.
Bold fighter +1 on the flip side. Yeah, that's literally the thing. Where you can
Yeah.
get a bold fighter as your ruler in EU4, and then it would mean that all of your generals would have +1 shock.
I unfortunately don't like that. Maybe they will break it up, but the fact that it's only like +1, +2, maybe -1 if it's a Craven person or somebody. I wish it was more granular in that sense.
More granular than 1, 2.
Or 2, yeah. But it works for now, probably.
Yeah, people who are bad at combat will subtract from the roll as well, which is interesting. Don't think that's going to come up very often, except for when you have a ruler general, because this will make this is going to make the subject of having your ruler be a general more interesting, because oftentimes it's just the obvious answer. Make your ruler the commander of your armies and navies. Hiccups bad. Hiccups bad. But if you have someone who maybe even has a little less stats than your ruler, but they have a trait that is fantastic, I'd take that shit.
I think the idea behind this is to make it more obvious that you want this guy ruling the army, rather than just having pips like the stats,
but it also,
ability score, and a trait that just gives like 10% naval damage.
So this will oftentimes mean that you'll want to make use of the characters that a general. It's like, whoa, General's Academy graduate character, because those guys will probably more often start with traits that are good for combat. Otherwise, you would have to just like, if you want to try and make your ruler good as a general, you got to stick them on command of an army, because the longer they are in command of an army or navy, the better chance of them just randomly picking up a trait, whether they're in combat or not.
I was about to say something. These modifiers are not split up. I don't know if you can get both types, but imagine you get a passive, like you get a trait if you have your ruler on like controlling an army or a fleet. I wonder if you can get both an admiral and a ruler.
I think you can only have one combat trait. Thoughts on the new flamethrower unit? If there's a foot flamethrower unit, I don't know about it. I assume you mean the boat. I assume the boat. Mags, is there a foot flamethrower unit?
I'm not fully sure. We will have to see.
If there's a medieval 2 Total War ass Greek fire thrower unit,
I'm actually not fully sure. Like, now that they mention it, I have a picture in my head, but I'm not sure if I'm conflating something. Okay. So I will actually have to see. How can I scare you the best?
Hiccups. Where the heck? You sent it in. Where did you send it? Where did you send it, Neuro? Neuro talking about sending the flamethrower unit. Where do you post it? Oh my god. They actually Byzantine Chirosiphons. Chirosiphonis. Yeah, I've seen that name before.
Oh.
Wow.
Wait, Neuro is Starsky? Oh.
Yeah. It really annoys me that the name is different on YouTube and Discord, but yes, they are the same person. They have an actual foot flamethrower unit.
So
and then Latin legionaries. Jesus. Oh boy. I don't know how you'd get the legionaries before they become irrelevant, but that's funny.
It is really useful for us though that they added foot flamethrowers because this means there's gonna be like a flame fighting effect,
What
which we can probably use.
if they're in one of these yeah, you say biz exclusive sadly. Oh, it's no sad. We the modders are like, wait, what does this mean? How do they work? Where can we see their code? Surely
And
they
they're probably
posted their
heavy
code.
infantry.
That's fair. Probably just heavy infantry. Fire mages soon? Question mark. Yeah, exactly.
We, little does he know, we do have siege mages already, or war mages. I think I call them war mages.
Yeah, but you can't even
They
recruit them.
exist.
You can't recruit them though, because you need the
Can
building.
you? Oh, you
But you
need you need magic score, which you don't
Yeah.
get. There's no
The
way.
only way you could get the mage unit in Kyangul right now is if you pushed your societal value. I don't even know if you can push it enough to get it.
Oh, yeah. With a good enough like cabinet, you might be able to get it with cabinet efficiency, honestly. And like a 100 person. I don't know.
Okay. Ah! Why am I hiccups? I haven't eaten. I've literally not eaten a single thing today. Why do I have hiccups? What is going on?
Ali's still there?
The hiccups are still here, yes. Oh, Charlie's
No,
not still
no,
here.
not the hiccups.
Charlie's not here.
Okay, I was gonna tell her to scare you.
Yeah, just DM Charlie, be like, scare him, scare. She could scare me so bad right now. If she was still here. It's very sad.
Yeah.
People coming in while I'm complaining about hiccups that won't go away. No. Alright. Fort defense were miscalculated. Armies reduced to 0 strength and enemy territory no longer sit indefinitely. Good. No ghost stacks. Naval combat. Frustrating skirmish loop. Even a vastly outnumbered fleet could cycle indefinitely. Yeah, that's okay. They made it 3 changes to break this pattern. Okay. Naval battles now last a minimum of 3 days before either side can disengage. Okay. So the battle will actually happen. They'll take damage. Raise the morale threshold to cause a retreating fleet to scatter back to a friendly port. That's simply bumping into adjacent sea zone. That's good. That's good. But the problem also was that units would like retreat to the port and then immediately go out again. They literally did not give the AI logic to withdraw from a losing fight as the AI. Well, that sucks. Geez, it's a good thing they fixed that. Naval vessels no longer suffer attrition while in port during winter, ending the frustrating pattern of losing sailors to cold while safely harbored. That defeats the whole purpose. But that's why they added the. That's what the protected harbor's for.
Yeah. I have a déjà vu. I've heard this before. This exact complaint. I don't know if it was you or somebody else, but somebody, when I was looking at this, has complained about this.
While safely harbored, you can't be safely harbored on a sheer cliff. I've played Greenland before, and I like the fact that when I'm playing Greenland, I have to think, well, fuck. I can't just build a navy easily and dock it here, because every winter my navy gets fucking wrecked by the storm. And that makes sense.
It should be based on a certain harbor capacity cutoff, 50% or higher.
Because the protected harbor protected harbor reduces naval attrition in the dock, which is good. But yes. I also think that, as you're saying, there should be a scaling modifier of reduced local naval attrition from just harbor capacity. The natural harbor suitability.
Yes.
So the protected harbor gives you a flat number just for that, and then also just having harbor suitability. That would make sense to me, because that accounts for like storms and stuff too. Because that's what the protected harbor is for. It helps you protect from storms and all that as well.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. Like the normal attrition during winter, I don't know if protected harbor is necessary for that. Like I think if you have a good enough harbor,
yeah.
I think that's fine by me.
But
like then if they could make it so that like you have disaster storms, tornadoes. I don't even know what tornadoes actually do.
Well, here's
I've
the
not seen them
thing.
in action.
Here's the thing, Nur. I think that what this means is it's just a lot of people who never play past the Renaissance. So they never get far enough into the game to actually like have protected harbors all over the place, so they don't even realize what they do. They never even realize that the protected harbors point is
I
to
didn't
reduce
know.
naval
I
strength.
didn't know. I didn't know they did that. I thought it was just another way to increase harbor capacity.
But the only reason you'd realistically even consider the fact that that is one of the modifiers on that building is if you're playing like Norway or Greenland. It's not usually that relevant.
Yeah.
So this is just people who are playing like in Scandinavia and then being pissed because their ships are taking damage and it's like, well, be in a good harbor. You haven't made it to the mid game? No. Age of Reformation. Age of Reformation is in fact the mid game boss that people can't beat. It's the gatekeeper to the late game. Minor changes.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Powerful nobles now give levy efficiency instead of counter espionage. What? But they did before. What changed? When did they change it? When did powerful nobles stop giving levy combat efficiency?
Did they?
They used to.
I wasn't aware.
They used to do that. So when I didn't know
They
they
probably
changed it.
removed this. They probably removed this because they weren't scared of having too much levy combat efficiency for stuff. We could just go back and look at it, but maybe they already changed it back. This is such an old Tinto talk that maybe this is when you remembering that they had it. And then they're changing it back.
It's not. It's not that old, but that's funny to think about.
Yeah, this makes like my current strategy of mine pretty good.
Free subjects aristocracy.
Yes, because powerful nobles should honestly give peasant disenfranchisement, like the negative peasant enfranchisement, but it doesn't. So what I do is I make the nobles super powerful, but go full free subjects and don't enfranchise them. Then I tax the burghers and the peasants.
See the problem with the thing that is difficult about doing aristocracy / free subjects is that the nobles get super mad. Because the nobles are because it means that there's a lot more nobles and they're a lot more powerful, but which also then makes them more unhappy because they're powerful and powerful estates are unhappy.
Yeah, but but it doesn't matter because I don't want to tax them. So they can be they're not gonna. I give them privileges. So like normally when I go free subjects, the problem is that I can't get the nobles to like be like super decent because I don't want to give them privileges because that will make them powerful. But if I say I don't care about that, I give them aristocracy privileges and like the court cost privileges, then it's fine. I go aristocracy maxing.
So they're stuck at like 50% loyalty but not being taxed.
I know. I like in my currently a Holstein game going on. I'm taxing them. I'm not max taxing them. It's not my strategy. My tax base is in the burghers and peasants. The fact that I can tax the nobles is a nice bonus, but it's not the main idea of this. The idea is that I want to keep the nobles happy, and having lots of nobles around is good because this means they're creating demand for the economy. And actually, there's like I had some sort of bonus for having like a certain, was it combat efficiency as well? For like having more peasants or like more nobles around?
Discipline.
Discipline. Yeah.
The higher
ratios of nobles.
Of nobles of your primary culture. So the more nobles you have, the more primary and accepted culture, the more discipline you get. Yeah.
So that was another nice modifier on top of this. Like I think this is going to be even stronger because free subject gives you combat efficiency for levies, and powerful nobles does like.
Yeah, honestly, that would be enough to make me think about because if you take mill focus age 1, you get levy combat bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
This is making me really want to play Kiev, because that is exactly how I would play. Actually, wait, no, as Kiev, I probably would do serfdom though instead. The Rus aren't exactly known for their freedom.
It's like a
for
France.
subjects.
It's like a France playthrough.
Yeah, the like Russian states are is very much the aristocracy and serfdom. So you just put all the tax base in the nobles' hands.
Yeah.
So then you don't. But then you get levy reinforcement. That's the difference. Because you get levies come back sooner that way though, but they're less
But that-
strong.
You don't. You don't want that. You want the levies to not die and win the battles rather than your levies to die and you losing the battles and like you getting them back. That's not. You want to win rather than lose less.
Yeah, it's true. Also, I still remember when playing as the Byzantines, I learned that when professionals die, it still kills pops. I was like, what? I've been scammed! Because I thought professionals dying doesn't actually kill pops. I was like, no!
Yeah, I have not noticed it, but it's
It
because
does.
they're so yeah.
Because it's a lot less dudes usually than levies. But,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's actually something to consider that that's the reason you can't build armories in places that aren't your primary or accepted culture, because the pops
Otherwise
it
you could kill
recruits
them, yeah.
and die are of the local culture, the local soldiers.
Why is there no privilege to
So-
allow them to be armory recruited? So
So-
meaning you can build armories in their cultures.
Hilariously, what ends up happening, it's a feedback loop of you you employ pops in the armories, then you recruit manpower into soldiers. The soldiers then die, and then it means that you lose manpower from that as you're reinforcing. But then also it kills the soldier pops, and then when the soldier pops die, it means you get less manpower. And then they need to start trying to pop promote. But you know what this is also going to do? In this next version at
Yeah.
post DLC, pop promotion is going to hit the floor. So what's going to happen is if you're a serfdom maxer like me, what's going to happen is you're going to get your professional soldiers killed, and your nobles are like, no, we can't just let them become soldiers. Social mobility is
Yeah.
cringe. So then you're going to have no manpower so quick. Because all your soldier
be
pops will
rough.
die.
There's gonna be a viable thing for defensive. It's probably synergizing where you build castles that can then reinforce repopulate your
Yeah.
manpower. You know.
So you build castles and city walls. You build castles and city
Yes.
walls in a place with your armories. So then you change your economic law so that they de-employ the castles and employ the armories. Get in there, go, go, go.
Well, can you not close theoretically you could close the
Actually, yeah, you could do that.
The armories.
You could just close the buildings you want to close, yeah.
temporarily until the manpower is back and then you can unclose them. I don't know if that's gonna work, but like it's actually this could be a consequence that makes professional armies weaker as well, because even in like free subjects countries, the pop promotion, I forgot about this honestly, but that's gonna be quite rough.
Free
Yeah.
subjects, because it's a counterbalance. That's the interesting thing. Free subjects will make professionals better though than the alternative, because in a free subjects country you'll get the more pop promotion, so you'll replenish those lost soldier pops quicker. But in
I'm
a
happy
serfdom,
because
and then but then also conversely, free subjects is where the levies are stronger. But then in serfdom you get levies back sooner.
yeah.
So it's like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I'm happy because it's for me it seems free subjects even more of a choice. I've been always free subjecting, so I'm happy.
Yeah, I like this a lot because it's so tempting early game. I can like this more and more makes it a case of like, as the game goes on, you want to become free subjects, and I think that's very interesting because still to me, I look at this and think, despite this, I want to be serfdom early game because I love the bonuses it gives you and can tolerate the negatives. But as the game goes on, I will very much struggle to keep serfdom because, especially in a multiplayer game, if you're imagining big wars between players, you got to keep the military-industrial complex going. And you need, among other things, you need both that pop promotion and you need that production efficiency on your weapons. You gotta pump out more dudes.
Yeah.
Get those peasants out of the fields and into the armory. But anyway, powerful nobles. That's the levy combat efficiency on that is gonna make it actually a little more tempting to keep them relevant. At least at the beginning. I'm not gonna be quite as incentivized to disenfranchise them immediately, as I often do.
I would do it the other way around.
Go on.
I would, in the beginning, disenfranchise them because you're not in a place where necessarily you're max taxing the burghers anyways, and the burghers having some power is not that bad. But so that you can remove the bad privileges that they are likely to start with. But then once they have no bad privileges anymore, then you can enfranchise them and make them strong.
Just give them the things that you want and let them be strong that
Yes.
way. Yeah.
Because the burghers rarely start with anything bad. Maybe like one privileges, but the nobles, everyone in Germany starts with the fourth one, which gives decentralization, which if you don't want that, it's bad. It gives a server, they establish the land rights, which is serfdom maxing, which you might probably don't want either. So there's an argument like to keep them, try and weaken them in the beginning, which you can easily do by giving the burghers more power.
And
then once the burghers become too
plutocracy.
powerful, and then once the burghers become too powerful, you push aristocracy to weaken them and max tax them more.
But I didn't know that this is how this works. I find that interesting that satisfaction is what scales the bonus for them being powerful. I did not know that. I thought it was the amount of power that they have. So
It is amount of power, no?
No, well, it's once they have 25% power, that's what makes them powerful. And then once they are powerful, the bonuses pop up, bonuses and penalties.
Oh.
But their satisfaction, it says up to 30% efficiency and full satisfaction. So if they're at 100% satisfaction, that's when you get the 30% bonus. It's not from making them much stronger. So if you keep them, dancing around a bit above 25, that's the optimal place. You want them to be strong but not overbearing. So
But the tax scales, no, this looks like this tax also scales with the satisfaction?
probably not. I would assume not, but I don't know.
Because that's like I always assume that it's directly to their how much stronger they are over the minimum of 25. They lose your tax.
Just realized, we said we were going to try and do this faster, but we're an hour in now, and we haven't finished the first one. Holy shit.
Yeah, okay.
Recruitment methods, less manpower. When choosing how to recruit units, players can opt for rush training because... I didn't know it used the same amount of manpower.
So far there was no reason.
I had not even noticed. Oh no! Okay, well, now it's actually has a use. Jeez, I didn't know. I was playing myself whenever I used it. Maintenance uses efficiency modifiers. Oh. Army maintenance efficiency, professional armies H2 20%. Efficiency.
Oh no.
Why? What?
I like its cost reductions. I liked it. It was very good to get more and more of it.
Quality reduces the efficiency.
Quantity maxing. Yeah. Quantity maxing was very strong.
Well, no. Quality reduces your efficiency.
Yes, but I was saying quantity maxing was very strong.
Well, it's probably still going to be because it'll increase your efficiency.
But it's an efficiency modifier, so now it doesn't stack as much anymore with the other things. So now it's less like the whole thing with efficiency is that the initial one is good, but the more you get, it becomes less impactful. So I don't know. Might make quality viable, which is, I guess, fair.
I would like that because I stubbornly use it anyway.
Yeah,
I like
the cost reduction because I buy so many high quality in the sense of so I buy so many big stacks that I won't need the reduced cost.
I typically use quality because you can get the army equipment standards thing that makes you have more discipline, but you produce less weaponry, which is sad.
Oh, it's like a reform?
Yeah, it's a government reform in H4, I think,
Yeah.
for having lots of
In
professional
H4, because we've played so far into that so often. Hmm? Do you understand what I was saying?
No,
You're
I'm
making these
just
noises.
being grumpy.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, anyway.
Huh?
Huh?
I mean, efficiency modifiers are good in the end. Like,
Huh?
it's better for balance.
Huh?
Huh? The first thing I say on this stream is just huh?
Huh?
Oh. Huh?
Mercenaries 20% more expensive to hire and bribe. Mercenaries were proving too accessible as a military solution, particularly for countries looking to bypass the manpower and recruitment costs of a standing army. We've increased all hire premiums and bribe costs by roughly 20 to 25%. The leader hire fee, the
Alright,
per unit hire premium, and the bribe cost have all gone up. This makes mercenaries a meaningful financial commitment rather than an easy substitute, and reinforces that maintaining a professional standing army or cultivating good diplomatic relations so you don't need to bribe foreign troops should be rewarded.
Yes. Finally, enough to Astros.
Is he merc maxing?
That's the only
Yeah.
reason why he has been succeeding. He's like, he
His
starts
weird-
as like a fuck off country, just loan maxes, merc maxes, and then fucking starts going from there. He was also allying France, so like there's still a Diplo game is still there. But Mercs is the only reason how he even can get there because
Because he plays a
this is army.
fuck ass country.
Yeah.
I like we're calling a Brabant a fuck ass country.
Well, that's different. But like Arborea and Athens, and he likes to play this Chinese like Dailing or whatever they're called.
Save
That's
as
where his girlfriend is from.
template. Managing armies just got more convenient. You can make a army a template and then recruit more of them. This is very good. Please, thank you. I didn't know I wanted this, but I really want it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's not about recruiting more of them. It's about saving the composition, which it was
yeah.
obvious that this was going to happen. Because they like added compositions for naval, which is only one option. So it was obvious that it needed to happen. But yeah, it's good.
Mercs
Really
really-
desperate.
cracked. They just like the cost efficiency of it.
We need to
Like
make
I want the like cost of it already does, but I want to make it so if you like actually invest a lot in weaponry, it is going to make professionals just cheap, like cheaper than it already is. Just to balance it out a little bit.
I don't understand this unit upgrade path thing.
when you open the unit detailed panel for a unit type. Yeah. Predecessors appear on the left and the current units highlighted in the center. The successors continue on the right.
I also apologize if I'm a little distracted because I am currently riding a forklift in a video game.
Are you certified for that forklift?
Unfortunately, I'm not. It's pretty obvious. I've ran over a couple things.
Military ledger pages. Okay, whatever. Bug fixes for military. Levies are raised correctly and display accurate power figures. Transport cost. Prediction widget shows correctly terrain and river crossing bonuses for the defender. The raise all levies dialog no longer breaks when switching between army and navy tabs. The deserters event no longer displays a confusing negative string. Recruit to army no longer accidentally assigns a join to unit objective to unrelated armies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah. There was a bug where, I mean, I don't know if they especially do has this, but where you recruit troops anywhere and they try to join with another army somewhere else. And if there was a boat nearby, they would just go on that boat and starve. It's very annoying.
Here's the big yes, yes. Here's the big the Latin culture movement thing.
Yes.
System represent
This one,
cultural and religious change from grassroots rather than top down. We too are Latin.
I was thinking, do we have something in Kirangul where we would like not revive an ancient religion in that sense, maybe, but like do use a movement to like represent cultural change? Because if the Banneric Empire was still existing, then there would be like a make them Banneric, aka German speaking, kinda. But like theoretically, we could have some like this might be a mechanic that we implement for somebody where they are all about assimilating other races, and then you get a like we were talking about this like way before about hybrid cultures.
Where you'd have a culture that like where you'd have a culture that in its like ethnicity would have
Is
multiple
human, but no, where it's the it's the subject culture. So like you're an elven country, you take over and assimilate some humans, and then they are elven culturally but ethnically humans. So like if you have
How
a
would that relate to
multicultural
this?
well, the point is like this would we were talking about like assimilation, like in that sense, what this would be is instead of assimilating them and making them elven, because that's the way it works.
This is too large a scale for something like that. This
It's
is way too large a scale thing.
Is it?
This is like a specific event that
Yeah, it's a
causes
specific this would be. It's not an event. This is a movement.
Yeah, but the movement,
Like this.
how would you even? How and why? Like,
Well,
that sounds so complicated
would
for
be-
so little gain.
I don't know if there's a tag that would have it. That would make sense. But if there's a tag that, rather than assimilating them into their own race and culture, makes them subject cultural races. Like I don't know if the Centauris are like that. Maybe with the Farians, but like where they make other races instead of genociding them effectively, they would let them be subject. What is this thing in Victorious where you have like subjects, cultures, whatever? That's the, and that could be something where like you have obviously there's a culture and there's that ethnicity race that is leading this, but
So what this feels more to me like what you could do with it is something. I mean, like I could see some potential, maybe, if we wanted to make new like a new culture pop up. Presumably, like if we wanted to do half races, as Nuru was saying, if we wanted to do that, for an example, I could see the point of there being a movement that would spread at some point in time that would cause like pops.
yeah,
It'd be like
it works. Yeah,
it'd be like pops of these two different culture heritages will sometimes flip to this new culture.
That's actually fair. Yeah.
Or something like this is making me think maybe maybe to remove like change the Banneric and Concordian cultures. This could be the reason to change the way we do the Banneric stuff, where Concordian doesn't exist. Maybe. Because it could be that Concordian shows up by a movement. Could be.
Could be. I was thinking something different, where it's like you have an empire, and where it has subjects that makes them essentially speak their language and follow their culture, but doesn't change their race.
But you'd need to do that. Like you'd need to make specific situations for that every time.
Yeah, it would be content for a tag, similar to like the situation which is content for Greek, for Byzantium. So it would be the content for this multicultural tag. If we have one. That's why I'm saying I don't know where it would apply. I don't know if we have one, but surely there's space and room for one that like unites lots of different races against like something.
That would need to be in a place that both has lots of races and those races are already not hybridized. Because like most of the races in Vestrin, for example, are already hybridized.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm thinking about it, I don't know, the Artemisiata probably has other things going on, but this could be something that, like, where Artemisiata is like, there's lots of races on there, right? There's the dwarves, there's dragon people, there's probably other things. But I don't know. It's in the end, you're right. It's like it's not like there's a situation like this where there is this kind of vibe going on where there's like some sort of noble culture coming up to save some natives or something. I don't know.
It's
This would
like,
also be a thing for colonialism potentially, but yeah.
I could
Wait.
yeah, I'm thinking about like, because the Benaric cultures, or like the Hargals cultures across Vestron, there's no like,
Yes.
it's not like they all descend from like, it's not like Rome where there was like this empire, and then because of that empire,
Yeah.
all of these people
There's
speak
no
that
Roman
language.
revival that we have. The Roman Empire was Aurians, which there's no revival of them in that sense.
Their culture
It's not
still
going to be the
exists.
Marvrites. We too are Aurian.
Yeah, exactly.
They paint themselves gold.
God damn.
They gold face.
No.
I mean, for Marvrites and the Aurians, that might Argians, that might actually work because they have tone that they could do that.
The ironically enough, the closest thing would be the Greek would be the Greek revival. But there's not a lot of people that would speak that language. Because
Yeah.
the culture group is essentially extinct. But like the idea would be you'd get pops with that language to create the Greek culture again, which, you know, there are some, but this the idea behind this is that you're like um
This is more that you have conquered them and now you're integrating the peasants again and you're trying to make it Latin. I don't know if you can call this colonialism, but my thought was very much colonialism in the sense that you're taking over a people and then making them part of your culture. Without
It's literally Caesar's Legion from New Vegas. Like that is the one thing that comes to mind. Like they just stole the Roman culture. Like they stole a lot of Roman culture. They had like some changes to it, and they just like took over. Like they changed like tribal cultures in the region into like a more Roman one.
that's not what this is though, because that's what Rome,
yeah.
but I mean Caesar's Legion is literally like Caesar. It's doing what Caesar did. This is a bunch of people who used to be subjects of the Roman Empire, and they still have the linguistic influence of it. And then
Well,
Rome coming back, they are then having the Latin language becoming more proliferated. Proliferated? I don't know. It's around
Yeah.
more. They then, as Romance speaking people who are descendants of
well,
Roman citizens, then just start to adopt those customs in whatever amounts of pops it ends up flipping.
there were actually some Spanish speakers in the Legion.
Yeah, no shit. No one speaks Latin in the Legion, in Caesar's Legion.
Well,
Caesar's the only one who
they
even knows
they
about
borrow
Rome.
the well, that's sort of the point there, but
Yeah, so
they
it's
all
not.
they
It's not
all
relevant.
have they adopted some Latin like
We're getting off
words into
track
their
about Caesar's
vocabulary.
Legion for no
Yeah,
reason
I-
right now.
Yeah.
I think there's no.
There is no
Yeah.
point to this.
That is fair.
We'll have
No,
to see how
I-
it works and if we can apply
You
it
got-
ourselves.
You
see.
almost summoned an autistic rant, which would have been really bad.
Movements are fully scriptable occurrences because yeah, this is the thing they're doing for the Reformation as well. And yes, as
Yeah.
Nura was saying, yeah, they're like diseases where they spread from pops, but yeah, based on the disease spread framework, it's a very 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 interesting concept. Represents radical ideas spreading through the population with human contact. So, for example, trade routes, marching armies, or simply being adjacent. And there's the Latin revival. Fate of the Phoenix, we've reworked the Hellenism rework to spread through Christians to spread very slowly through Christians that the player has chosen to trigger it, and you've added a Latin movement which occurs when Byzantium holds a lot of highly satisfied Italian cities. So take Italian stuff and make the Italians happy.
Yeah, but this actually does make them Latin, as you can see.
Yeah.
Like the Latin culture, which I didn't know this was here, but yeah, this is what I've had in the video as well. But it confirms that there is going to be a Latin culture.
Culture, Latin. Triggers required to start. Has the DLC. Culture is not active. And then either pops need to belong to Byzantium or Rome, and the language needs to be Romance. Romance specifically, not the Greeks. The Greek pops will not flip to it. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It makes sense. It's interesting because
Be
it's
Romanian.
the Greeks. It's the actually yes, the Romanians would do it. Holy shit.
Yeah, simply be
And
Romanian.
then it's different pubs. Italians are
Yeah, flip to a Romanian first thing. That's Byzantium.
Holy, wait a second. So, actually, I do know how to make this concept work for the So I forgot the Georgian culture. The Georgian culture guys who are around Xantor's capital. Those guys are in the same language family as the Greeks, that are basically dead. So there will be pockets of that language family that will be around, even though the culture group is basically gone. And
But why would they be revived?
because, and this is the key point, it would be revived because there's two guys who would actually even consider doing it. The guy who's in Xantor's former capital right now, or he will be, right? He's not, like, right now he's not, I haven't added him, but the guy who's going to be there at game start, his goal is to replace Xantor because he thinks it didn't work. And he wants to replace it with something new. Perhaps that something new is the revival of the old Greek Theocarpan realm that existed in old times. So that could be, that would be so. That's basically restoring Macedonians.
Honestly, they should let you do that, really.
Socialism for
1984.
Vicky mod. Socialism for Vicky mod. Yes, that would be funny.
I didn't want to say this, but I mean, surely there is going to be an off chance for some of the dwarves to spread some of their ideology.
I don't know what it would do. I don't know what it would cause, but that's a very interesting idea.
I mean, the Age of Revolutions exists, you know?
Oh
And the
no.
reason why it exists is because the dwarves are spreading their ideologies.
Yes.
7.
Could be used to show guerrilla warfare in a modern-esque mod. Why would you, how would you do that? With a
Well, the idea is that these pubs are part of that guerrilla movement and are supporting it, and so it
And it
kind
would
of
have
creates
effects
unrest,
on
which
the-
then makes rebels pub.
I guess.
You could show it to model support for a guerrilla movement. Like, imagine you had the Irish Republican movement, and then this creates like the effect. I think there's an impact. Yeah, you can make pop satisfaction and unrest. You just create plus 100% unrest for the Irish Republican movement existing for pop static, like locations where it exists.
This system though is it's the fact that it's like it spreads it has a system for spreading differently through pops where the burgers it spreads super high, but all other social class well actually no burgers it's super high, nobles and clergy are unaffected, laborers and peasants barely moves at all, and slaves it does not at all, and then you have the Italian language that's triple speed, and Gallo or no that's yeah. No, this isn't plus. This is not plus 200, so that's double. And then it's 50% more for the northern Italians, the Gallo Italics. The French, it does not spread to it very well, but it still can. And the Iberians aren't listed here, so that's just a flat 100%.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
And then religion, so Christianity and Hellenism. So all the Christian religions plus Hellenism, because, well, yeah.
It would be interesting that if you flip Hellenism, it would limit this effect. Because you're Hellenic and they consider that whole Roman business to be heretic.
Oh, I
Oh,
see
he's
why. Sorry.
Yeah.
I saw why Nur was saying or Stursky was saying like colonial cultures, because yeah, like you get Dutch culture is going to spread by a movement, Austrian culture is going to spread by a movement, and potential ones. I don't know, they're not. I can't tell whether this is them saying it is in fact going to be this way or this is an idea.
In the future.
Okay.
The first 3 words of that paragraph.
In the future we'll use it. Okay, yep. Dumb. Anyway, moving on. Holy shit.
Boy,
Oh,
dum
shit.
dum.
Oh, let me. See.
Surely this one can be skipped through faster. Surely. Ooh. I like this. I like this one.
I mean, we're looking at 105 right now, right?
Yes, 105.
Oh, Hill's proximity.
So
Why am I?
this is such an amazing way to resolve the thing that was really annoying me about how you'd have certain countries and cultures that's like, well, these people get this bonus in this terrain. Why don't I? It's like, the capital. That makes so much sense. That's such an obvious answer. The capital giving a minor
Right?
bonus.
I don't know if I like this.
What?
Like, I like the idea, but the fact that it's based on the capital makes whatchamacall his name?
It
If I can correct
validates
Mr. Prax.
the mountain capitals. And you don't
No,
like that.
it invalidates the Prax mountain, the Penman mountain capital, because they have, other than that, they have like so much farmland. Oh, and do I guess?
Well, why would... Okay,
I
but
guess
if
they
you
don't
have
need it for the farmland.
Yeah, exactly. But this...
But I assume that if you have a farmland capital...
Mountain. Well, also farmland does
if
give
you
a
have a
small
farmland
proc
capital...
penalty.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, wait, is it a penalty reduction?
Hills
It's a
proximity.
proximity impact. Oh, and Flatlands doesn't have a proximity impact, so
Yeah.
you don't get a buff from it.
But farmlands
Ah.
does. Farmlands vegetation does, but that's not a topography, so it probably wouldn't affect that.
But the way it talks about this here, flatlands and wetlands, wherever you say this word, more comfortable. It would be interesting to see if like flatlands realistically should not have an impact if you have a capital there. You shouldn't get a buff, you shouldn't get a penalty. But I think it might give you a buff if you have it in flatlands, which would invalidate mountain capitals if you have lots of flatlands, in my opinion.
If this does, in fact, like, if there is a bonus, like, yeah, for it being in flatlands, and it's actually, like, has an effect, then, yeah, his capital being in a mountain would be a little stinky.
It would be good to move it there later on once he has all of procs, because then
Yeah.
he has the actual mountains that he needs to get.
Because you could
Procs
make use
there,
of the
but,
mountains.
like-
You could actually get proximity to spread
Yeah.
up the mountains. But early...
Similarly
it
for
wouldn't be
Khalees.
good.
It's a similar thing where they are in the mountains. Another thing, which is, I don't know how you else would represent this. Like, I don't have a better solution per se, but another problem is that proximity is not uniform in most places. Topography is not uniform in most places.
Yeah.
If you're in a rough terrain, you have hills, mountains, plateaus interspersed, and this you get just because your capital is on a hill, on a mountain, or like your capital is on a plateau in between hills, which would make sense historically. But you have lots of more hills and mountains around, you don't get a benefit, which this whole idea like doesn't make sense. Maybe it should have been like a category, and then you get a buff on the category. Like you're a Highlander, and you get Highland buffs.
It's a fair
You're
point.
like specifically more mountain.
That's a fair point because yeah, this is specifically for hills, and that would.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like as it's mentioning down there, I'm seeing at the bottom of the screen, it's talking about yeah, like Savoy, the Swiss, Albania. Albania's capital is not in the mountains though.
Yes. No, they're also giving on top of this they're giving traditions. So this is just a minor. They're also giving more advances, as you can see if you continue on. So like this might work well with the addition of advances, but
Yeah, I can't. Finally, the Swiss will get one. It's like, oh wow.
it's a similar problem to what it's in CK3 has a similar issue where you have that like you can specialize on one terrain type in CK3 with a tradition.
Yeah.
And it's similarly the problem that very rarely you have only one terrain type. In real life, you would not specify as harshly between like you wouldn't get no you wouldn't get no advantage in a mountain if you're like a hill dweller.
Hills
You would get less
yeah,
of an advantage in a mountain, but you wouldn't get no benefit.
Yeah, yeah, right.
No, it's just my cat was catting around, and I forgot that I was unmuted.
I like what you're
I
saying,
mean,
Max,
this
about
is-
the idea that yeah, if your capital, and I mean, we could change this stuff. It wouldn't be that hard, all things considered, to
Yeah.
change it once we get our hands on that code of just like if your capital, if your capital's in hills, bigger bonus to hills, small bonus to mountains and plateaus,
Yeah,
vice versa.
it's better than nothing.
Oh, much better.
Let's put it this
Yeah,
way.
yeah. This is, and then you combine this with the Swiss actually getting a bonus, for example.
Yeah.
Mind you, not all the Swiss will have their capitals in mountains either. So then it goes on from there.
This is like the whole
Oh,
problem
yeah,
that like then you need to like do I need to move my capital in mountains, hills, or farmlands, flatlands? Will I have what will I have more of in my realm?
mountains and hills, Highland tradition. Yeah.
Is this specifically for Scotland or is this like a general one?
Yeah, that is. This is Scotland. It's talking about the glens and lowland armies and
Oh,
stuff.
like the clans, yeah. Traditionally, this is good. I don't know why what the text is meant to.
That feels like a joke of some sort.
Yeah. Not sure. Oh, because it's Highland tradition, I guess. I don't know.
I guess. Cabinet changes. So this is going to be like cabinet. There's like because right now there's like one trait in the game that affects how good a dude is in the cabinet, and that's if they're a specific kind of
Religious figure.
yeah the kind of religious
Yeah.
adept administrator makes them better. So
Yep.
you'll actually have to think about like personalities when it comes to cabinet trait. That's interesting stuff. They'll gain traits over the course of their service, reflecting the nature of the country they're working for. Reflecting the nature of the country they work for? Huh? Does that mean that the kinds of personality, like cabinet traits that your cabinet dudes will get depends on things about your country?
Surely not.
When you hire an advisor, they'll already start with one, but anyone else you appoint is an empty canvas. Okay. This makes characters feel more grounded in the world rather than interchangeable stat blocks. Yes, this combined with the general thing is really good for that, and actually making characters feel lived in. Since their history of service leaves a visible imprint on who they have become.
This is also useful for us because previously there was not a great way to implement traits as they are all category locked and as such are limited when they are active. This is one of the most important ones that we can have a trait that is active for when they are cabinet members.
Yeah.
Because this plus ruler traits means we can cover most use cases, and then there's general traits for like if they want an elite army. I still wish there was a A general trait, as in an all-rounder trait which is not category locked in that sense.
Ruler trait, general trait, admiral trait, and now cabinet trait.
Yeah.
But there is no.
Yeah, but I wish there was
trait.
a more all-round one for like majors, because it would be annoying if we need to make 4 different traits for all different use cases for a mage. Maybe you can just make a cabinet trait and it affects everything else. Who knows? But yeah, the system was quite limited. This is an improvement.
Yes. Also
There's
added so
room.
that you can make a condensed view of the UI. That's nice. Yeah, that will definitely help. Cabinet actions have been holy shit. Wow, okay. Assimilate and convert actions now reduce migration attraction in the target area, reflecting the real disruption that forced cultural and religious change causes to a population movement. The appease estate action has been made smarter. It will now automatically stop once an estate says, "Oh no!" It stops when the estate's satisfaction reaches 50%. No, no. Yeah. I like how it's like it's been made smarter so you don't accidentally overuse it. And it's like, no, we were doing that on purpose.
That makes sense in a sense.
It's good that they're doing
It
this.
still
It's just...
increases the max tax on them and then lets you keep going, you know? Like, because if you have max tax automatically increase,
That's true.
it still does that, so like it's gonna end once you max tax them.
Several one-time use restrictions have been tightened. Huh? Boost colonial charter can no longer be applied to the same province twice, and promote culture
Yeah.
similarly limited to a single use per location.
Wait, promote culture? That's surely assimilate.
No, promote culture is the thing that they're adding where you can use cabinet members to attempt to increase culture's opinion of you.
Oh,
So this
no.
is saying you can't just put 3 cabinet members perpetually on improving the same culture's opinion at you forever.
I'm pretty sure that this is for assimilating. Because this is exactly the exploit that you used to do with assimilating, which they want to patch. That you put 3 cabinet members to assimilate the same province and get plus 300 people assimilating.
It's called assimilate to culture. The assimilate culture thing is called assimilate to culture.
I don't know if it is called that. I'm pretty sure it might be called promote culture. I will let you know in like 1 second. Because assimilate area is the one for the area, and I'm pretty sure the other one is not just called assimilate province or location.
Just called assimilate culture.
I don't.
You shall see how right I am shortly.
How much money do you want to wager before I have opened the game?
I'm unemployed. I'm not betting.
Me too. Me too.
That is entirely different and not fair.
If you're so confident, that you're right, you know.
This is the JJJ. We're all unemployed, okay? So.
Well, I'll be getting summer work at any rate by the end of the month, for what that's worth.
No, I shall not take your money. It is fine.
Because you lost.
No, I will. The game is still loading.
Okay.
I'm in fact very confident that I'm correct.
Foster new culture could previously be triggered again after a save and load, even if it had already been used. Assimilate area automation incorrectly picked non-primary cultures as targets. You'd assimilate areas too.
Well, thank fuck you're not getting any of my money.
That's right. That's right. I was correct.
There is no promote cult. Like, this is not a thing. This is like something new. You're right.
Yep.
I do still think that they mean assimilate to culture, but well, like that will be affected by this as well. But yeah. Okay. What?
Going to finish up work for the last day of spring semester. Oh my gosh. No! your school shit. Don't saying I'm more. I don't like being called more important than your school.
I mean, it's true. You're just like the EU5 grind. It never ends.
Oh my goodness. One of the most powerful tools available to a determined monarch is the perform reduction? Perform reduction? A deliberate act of dismantling an estate's physical infrastructure to curtail its growing influence. Huh. When an estate has accumulated enough buildings to become a dominant force in your realm, you can order the destruction of their property, stripping away the economic base that fuels their power. This action scales with the size of your realm, demolishing anywhere from 2 to 20 buildings depending on how many locations you rule, though cathedrals are always spared. Even a king must tread carefully around the church. That's funny. The estate will not suffer this quietly. The blow to their satisfaction is severe, equivalent to half their total contentment. So this is a tool of last resort rather than a routine governance. The crown's own power level matters here too. A strong monarch can soften the political fallout through sheer authority, while a weak ruler will find the estates far more embittered by the same action. There's also a direct financial sting. You forfeit wealth equal to twice the estate's tax base. Oh! Wow! As destroying productive property costs the whole country, not just the estate. We deliberately excluded this action from AI and automation logic. It is drastic and irreversible, and we do not want players making this choice consistently. This would also be good for the socialists.
This feels very exploitable. I
We
wonder
need
how
to,
much the money scales that you get from this. But
We need
the
to,
way estate satisfaction works, this is not a permanent thing. If they're already at 0, who cares?
They're already pissed off because you're revoking privileges from them. Or you do
Yes,
this
might as
and
well
then
take
revoke
some
the
money from
privilege.
them. What I'm thinking
Yeah.
is this might be giving any mid-game, giving you similar amounts to like dissolving monasteries as a Protestant. Where you get like $1,000 by pressing the button.
I don't know why this. I
This
thought
is-
it said that this was going to cost you money, but it says you're gaining money.
No, it's reducing wealth. So destroying this harms the wealth of a province, which is not necessarily a bad thing because this means you have to pay less for like upkeep and stuff. I'm still here, yeah?
Hmm.
Yes, I'm still here. Hello?
Yeah, you're still here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Your stream buffered for a second and I was very worried that I had disconnected.
Revolts. Okay.
Um,
Revolts and civil
yeah.
wars have been one of the biggest focusing this cycle. Okay. Meaningful changes, gameplay, AI, performance. The headline and gameplay changes that Civil War subjects now automatically call their overlord into the conflict. Oh.
You know, Eden had
What?
Seville as a fiefdom and then they rebelled and he lost the fiefdom and they became a normal vassal.
This they made that change initially so that Civil War subjects don't immediately call in their overlord, because the point was that because like one of the major things that was for Owain Glyndwyr's revolt. So yet again they're gonna break Owain Glyndwyr because he's gonna revolt, and then he's instantly gonna get murdered by the English, which is where they made that change to begin with. Yeah, exactly. This made what makes playing Welsh Wales impossible. That was the point, is that they did this because he would get murdered. So the idea was, well, the Overlord doesn't immediately get called into civil war. So if a vassal's having a civil war, they can switch sides and quickly win the revolt.
That is a fair point. But it was too annoying that your vassals would just lose like rebellions constantly.
Overlords.
I think it's more of a player thing than anything, just like making the player experience better. But it is going to make like very particular things like Wales more annoying. But it's more realistic that England would just smash you.
Isn't that what happened historically?
Yeah.
Historically,
I-
what happened was, if I remember, I think what happened was that he won and then they killed him afterwards. Like, need to manually join the rebellion based on what side I wanted to win, since the revolters still stayed a vassal. Yeah. Maybe they'll add something
But
specifically
you
for
you
away.
couldn't.
But
That's the problem, though, Neuro. You couldn't join. I was playing. I had Denmark rebel. Like I had them as a fiefdom. I was king of Denmark and Dura Folstein. They had a nobles uprising. I could not help them. They lost, and it became a normal vassal, and I was no longer the king of Denmark. That you weren't able to join, which is a problem because then you don't lose the vassal, but the vassal like they are in the fiefdom with you, and you can't help yourself. Doesn't make sense.
disloyal subjects now join civil wars on the attacking side, because vassals never joined civil
Yeah.
wars previously, but now specifically the disloyal ones will join on the attacker side.
Wait, your vassals join on yours? Don't join on your side if they're
No,
loyal?
that's never been a thing.
Huh.
The vassals never join in a civil war, because who do they
Interesting.
join? Whose side do they pick? Is the thing.
No, well, they're loyal, so they pick your side.
They won't.
Because they're loyal to you. Yeah, but they're loyal to you.
They won't join.
So that's why they
won't
pick your
join
side.
you, because it's a the state is at war with itself, and they're a separate thing. So which liege do they pledge loyalty to?
I guess it's an
the
argument, but
point.
then why do this loyals? They might actually be like helping the actual leech, because who's the actual leech? Like, who is the civil? Like, that's the same argument goes in the other way, no?
Well, the point
The
is that
disloyal
if
vassals
they're
might-
disloyal, they just actively have a vendetta against the guy who's in charge. Meanwhile, if they're loyal, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to actively back them up no matter what. They still have they have the excuse to not get involved in the civil war. But since they don't like you, it means they actively want to get rid of you.
Gonna say that there should be a hyper loyalty, where if they are like 80 plus, they
I
will
could see
join you on
that.
your side.
Like if they're loyal up to a certain
Or maybe
point, then they join.
there should be like a neutral loyalty level, which technically 50 to 80 is already kind of neutral loyalty, because they wouldn't leave an independent faction in that. So maybe that's like a room to improvement and like the loyalty system to make it less binary. And then but yeah, it is fun. Can you punish your disloyal vassal afterwards?
They joined the war against you, so yeah. You would.
Well, if you have a civil war,
Well, you'd have to separate
usually you
peace.
don't really do anything. Yeah. Okay. Because isn't there like strategies to have your like vassals revolt to annex them and stuff like that?
Some
Like there's
people like
shenanigans
doing
like that.
Curtis likes
So
doing
this-
that all the time, but I don't see
Yeah.
like it. That is a
This
wild
you
strategy. I
get
don't like.
land for really cheap.
You get the land for really cheap,
So-
but now you have to integrate it.
Yeah. If you have like a really unwieldy vassal and you're doing core
I have a-
returns like Curtis was, then it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, but he did that
I
on
have a specific-
purpose. He did that on purpose. He made that large vassal for the purpose of then attacking
Yeah, to
his
take-
own vassal. But why didn't he just take
Because
the
he-
land? Why did he make that vassal?
Because it's
instead of just taking
cheaper.
the land?
It's cheaper to get him to return cores to your vassal than due to disloyal vassal CB, take it yourself because he's already Greek culture and they're already converting it all to Greek culture because they're both Greek culture, and you usually get it from converting religion and culture. So he just got the best of both worlds.
That's
You
the
just,
worst
like,
of both
directly
worlds.
integrate.
Because then he wasted his
I
time.
don't-
Because then you waste your time with the war to take the land, give it to the vassal. The land's already Greek, so he could have just integrated it to begin with his dudes if he was
The
going to
vassal
integrate
is
it.
also too big.
So why did he make the vassal then?
For the
Because
for
it's
core
funny.
return.
Well, why didn't he just take the land to begin with? Because he made the vassal. He could have just taken the land for himself. That he conquered all that. But then he released it as a subject. He could have just taken that land himself and integrated it for cheaper. And he wouldn't have had to lose his stability declaring war on his own vassal multiple times.
That is true, but
Integrating
yeah.
vassals keeps the control. It keeps them. When you annex a vassal,
He
diplomatically.
wasn't annexing them in any
Okay.
time. They're too
I'm
big for
sort of
that.
the one that introduced the idea to him, so I am the one who, led him to believe these really foolish ideas. So I have to apologize, but
It's a choice, but it's a haggard one.
I can see it if he wants to keep the Byzantines, but he full annexed them every time, right? Because if
he
he
has
wants
them
to keep
still
the
in
Byzantines,
Anatolia. He's using them to
Yeah,
convert.
okay.
He's
Yeah.
like using them as like a separate government, pretty much.
that's the thing. If you want to keep them around, imagine the Byzantines, Geoffrey. You want to keep have Constantinople for yourself, but you also want to release the Byzantines. Either you don't take Constantinople and release them and then don't give them, but if he had taken Constantinople, but he wants to do both. So what he does is he declares war on Byzantines, takes all the Greek land, and leaves them on Anatolia. This keeps the Byzantines alive, and he gets to have the land. You can't take Constantinople from them, because that's the capital. You can't take the capital away. I'm pretty sure. And all the other ones would also create like massive disloyalty, and like it's limited. You can take like a single location away, but you can't take many. I had a similar thought for.
You might also not have the like revoke land option from land that's far away from you. I don't know. But anyway, this is even more.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, you can make your vassals move their capital. That's interesting. But, yeah, you can. The rebel
I have
suppression
not seen
during
that, but that's good.
subtitles can mark specific rebellions for preferential attention from their armies. Okay, for your automatic suppression stuff, yeah. When multiple revolts are brewing at the same time, they can coalesce into a single larger uprising rather than popping independently, making a badly managed region genuinely dangerous rather than a string of trivial skirmishes. Jeez! Oh no! Oh me, oh my!
Historical.
This makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
This is what happened
This-
historically.
I wonder if this will
And then lots of
cause
different-
that large, like, if this large revolt happens, does it just make one new tag, or does it actually split them up based on the different cultures?
That would be interesting to see.
Yeah,
I mean, not
exactly.
even
The
cultures.
rebel
Like you have
infighting after.
nobles.
You need.
You have nobles. You have the Greek nationalists. You have the Turkish nationalists, and you're
This is
like
a
French
lot.
Crusader state.
This is a lot better than what it was before. I'm gonna be honest. Most revolts were just like weak enough that you could smash them, and even if they weren't that weak, most of the time you could just murk it out. This time, like if you manage something poorly, you actually have a pretty decent threat.
So this would mean that presumably the Aragonese, the Catalans, and the Basques could all team up against the Castilians if they were angry.
Yeah.
It's unlikely because they're like kindred and stuff, right?
Yeah, it's not likely that they would make a large scale revolt, because usually the way it works is Castile just nibbles away at them and integrates the land. But
you could have all the Occitans revolting against France.
they
That would
actually
be
don't like the
amazing.
French all that much. Yeah, they only have so much positive opinion, but since they already control most of that land, it's not really feasible. But the point is, there's a lot of ways that this could happen. There's interesting things could happen here. At a basic situation, it means that the Italians will all revolt against you together if you take the Po Valley. This is very good. Or, heaven forbid, we talk about Kiangol, and all of the Pracs will be mad at you. They won't individually make their own movements anymore.
The French will finally die. They're gonna go into the H area. They're gonna get German revolts, and then the entire H area is just gonna jump on them.
No. Don't think so. That's still
That's
not gonna
not
happen.
quite enough, dudes. It's
Yeah.
a similar
I mean-
situation to it's a similar situation to what we're talking about with Spain, where they'll just they take the land and then they integrate it, and it's not enough.
They would need to take all of the Rhineland in one like group and not have it integrated to have that happen. Which
Now,
then they
long-term-
get a coalition anyways.
But
Oh, well, I want the
the low
Germans to hate the
capacity-
French more.
well, it's not going to
Yes.
happen. It's not. The Germans are just never going to be able to beat back the French. There's a lot of changes that need to be done to the HRE to make that even remotely feasible.
Oh, yeah. Well,
And revolts aren't going
I
to be
know,
what
but
changes
American
that.
dream.
Diplo spending? Wait,
Diplo
gives
capacity.
Diplo rep?
It always has given Diplo rep.
Has it?
Pretty sure.
I was not aware. Yeah, maybe it would make sense. I just didn't realize.
But
Yeah.
the fact that it just actively tells you because it always affected speed of annexation and like a lot of the stuff like some of the stuff it always did do, most of the stuff it did, but now it's just explicitly stating it and they've adjusted it a bit. Yeah, it's good.
I probably did all of that.
The changes also makes the cost of large alliance blocks and league members more legible from a balance perspective, since the engine now directly. Okay. Also, trust reducing the cost and it's just showing that. Yes, very nice.
I don't understand what the rework did.
Honestly, at this point, I think we're at a point we can finally announce Kyongle coin. Yeah, that's right.
Like, what is how is this different, Jeffrey? Oh, is it because it's it's more transparent maybe, but like, it's scaling on economic base, and then it gets plus for great power.
I don't,
And-
it doesn't really, yeah, I think it's just the transparency. I don't like,
Honestly, this
actually,
kind of
opinion
feels
and
like
trust, I don't know if opinion and trust affected it before, but
the description text above this, like the net result of the system where diplomatic capacity will have more like budget, predictable, auditable, something players can plan around than rather than react to. This feels like fucking AI slop. Like, is this? Have they actually done any changes, or is this fucking just like fluff? Because like, they're not talking specifically what they changed. This is just like typical AI waffling. It says that this opens door for future modifiers. Sure.
I think it just waffles around a little bit, like with the talking about the budget, predictable and audible, but the rest of it makes sense. It's just they've made it more transparent, so you can understand what you're looking at more and predict it, and plan accordingly.
Oh, okay. So sorry. I think I've really understand. What it did is they removed it from the slider. Slider capacity spending has no longer an impact on capacity. So now it's more a direct budget. That's I think the change that they did. It's no longer based on spending. Before it was Diplo spend. So whenever you were low on Diplo capa,
Yeah,
you had to
Diplo
increase
spending, they
spend.
removed it. Yeah. Oh.
This is the change. This is the change.
Diplo capacity just from base kingdom advances, great power, reforms, and Diplo skill. That's interesting stuff. You have to be careful with that limit then, because yeah, if you're gonna get a ruler who has bad Diplo skill, you're just gonna lose a lot of that, and you have to account for that.
This Diplo skill was already a thing, but the thing is you could just
Well,
spend
what I'm saying
more
is
and
that
then
that's
it
the
would fix it.
most that's the most variable thing, because the rest of this is stuff that's static. But the ruler's ability, that's something that's going to change. So that's the thing you need to account for.
I'm not sure if I like this because I mean, unless is there a way to have a cabinet member influence. Before, the fact that you had a shitty ruler that was worse as it, and you dipped down, then you could increase spending. Now you don't have a way to increase it anymore. So if you get a worse, I don't like that like you get a worse ruler. So you always basically the 42% plus from having the ruler, which is pretty impactful. That's like a
Yeah.
really strong one. You need to have that as a buffer, because otherwise, if you get a shitty ruler, you will need to then cancel Diplo capacity stuff, which
With this,
oftentimes you can't afford.
with this situation here as France, their ruler's skill, if you had one with, even 30 as opposed to 40, they'd be in trouble. They'd need to get rid of their alliance with Castile.
What I'm trying to say is, what's the point? I guess the point is that if you have a good ruler, you can go over it, and then even if you at some point be over the limit, it's not that bad. But what I'm saying is, this means that you can basically ignore the diplomatic ability, but you need to uncalculate it for you, so that you know which is the safe value, the minimum that you will always have. Because otherwise, you will potentially just dip below and then you will need to like.
Yeah.
You can't fix it by just more spending. This is like the previous system, which had basically just spending on top of this. You could fix it with spending, which
The thing that's good about this is that it means you won't be able to load up on vassals that you can just have more of by spending more on Diplo spending to increase your capacity for them.
yeah, that's fair. But yeah, again, I wonder if there's another way to increase this. Fix the fact that your ruler is shit at this. It would make sense if there was a cabinet action that increases.
I would agree. I would like that, because that could help you in some dire situations where you can't afford to get rid of one, but you really
Your
need
ruler's
that capacity for a time, because your ruler's bad. You really need it for something. Yeah.
Maybe
AI,
there's something where if you have a bad, go ahead, it's fine.
AI disposition, just if you have spy network, you can see some specific information about what they want. That's nice. And you can see the map modes for it as well, it seems. You can see what Castile wants, and Castile seems to really, really, really want everything in Iberia except for Portugal, except that they kind of want a little bit of Portugal because it's kind of near their capital, which is funny. That's interesting that they specifically want that because it's near their capital. The rest of it is probably artificially driven. I don't know what else would make them want to like own all of Aragon and Navarre and Granada. Granada and Morocco's land there because it's next to them and heathens, but I don't know. But yes, Starsky. This being able to see AI objectives is very nice for sure. I'm sure you can influence it with opinion.
I find it interesting that it's behind a map, behind spy network, which means that you will very rarely actually use this. But it's cool, and it's like if it was exposed to everyone, it might be overpowered. So like I'm fine with it. It's just I find it interesting.
And there's personalities for every country. That's fundamentally impacts what they decide to do. Aggressive, expansionist, defensive, and cautious. Opportunistic, isolationist, and friendly. And each one adjusts a broad set of behavioral modifiers organized into 3 layers. Huh. Aggressive country will declare wars more readily, tolerate high war exhaustion and stability hits. I wonder, like, does this just get randomly chosen if it's not predefined?
It was saying here that it's by default, countries are assigned historically appropriate personalities based on their documented ambitions and political character. The last sentence. So familiar powers should feel roughly as you'd expect them to. Sweden is aggressive. The Golden Horde is aggressive as well.
Can't tell what all the colors mean, but yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Scotland and Portugal are isolationist, I would assume.
Probably. The Pope and Burgundy have the same one, whatever that is. And then there's just a
Yeah.
lot of neutral. What is the neutral one?
Already cautious or opportunistic. Oh, that's also the yellow one. I mean, the yellow one is expansionistic. That's a yellow one.
Yeah,
That makes
that
sense
would
with
make
France,
sense.
England, Castile, Hungary, Brandenburg,
Brandenburg.
and Denmark.
I don't
The
even
gray
know
one
if
might just be friendly.
I don't even know if Brandenburg's gonna get the opportunity to be expansionist.
No, they
Give them
have
some
triple
time.
London.
They'll sort it out.
Uh,
You think it's random every new leader? No, I don't think that'd be the case in Norway
No, no.
because oh, you
This
can
is
have them
country
keep it throughout the
personality.
game as well. I don't.
oh, yeah, it's the picture below this talks about the personality if it changes or not.
If you want less predictable
what-
neighbors, there are game rules that change the random assigned personalities at game start, random per age rerolls, and random at the start of every age as for political map shifts. Random per roller
this is-
rerolls.
This is how for like alt history stuff. Like you can
Yeah.
do they follow historical or not? Kind of that with the
I-
personalities.
I would 100%. I see, like they've got random per ruler. Neither of these options block achievements. Yeah, I'd 100% do random per ruler. I like that. I like
I mean,
the
ours
idea.
would be in Kiangol. It would be random per ruler by default, probably.
Yeah.
That would just fit the vibe of Kiangol.
Does it take into account ruler's personality? Personalities are visible through AI. It might just be completely random.
Events and scripted effects can also change personality mid-game via set_personality. So as modders, we can make a country's we can make events change the personality for AI. So like if Tarkov like does something, then we can decide to change his personality afterwards.
He just becomes wholesome. Yeah. He means he has because what happens in the old lore is when he wins because he wins shocking well he wins
There was
and,
no canon.
and, in the old lore he won canonically and he met Joffrey and then he chilled out and ended up being like, wait a second, always trying to have me kill all these people. I like these people though.
Yeah.
Because it's basically that particular incarnation of him is he's a guy that's really, he was nihilistic. He had a nihilistic upbringing and didn't really care. And so when he was summoned to do it, he was like, fine, I'll do it, whatever. But then he meets Joffrey, and Joffrey gives him a big pat on the shoulder and talks about life and shit. And then he's like, oh no, I'm the baddie? Mom made me do what? Okay. This is good for socialism. Dear God. All of the social, yes, the event where the country's personality changes to the socialist personality.
Which one? Which one of those 7 would it be?
Well, obviously aggressive. Aggressive expansionist. There we go.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, probably, like, I don't think it would be aggressive because that would tolerate stability hits and stuff, which doesn't feel like. But we could probably make our own. This seems like a moddable thing. So we can make a Tarkov specific one.
His own Tarkov personality. The personality just fucking God personality. It's just, I will take everything, please. But there should 100% be a personality. If we can make our own ones, make a personality specifically for any of the like invasions, where it's like event fires, a stack appears underneath a faction. It's like, they're going to kill all of you. Personality type.
There's
Months
also
between wars, none.
it could be represented by making them aggressive, but the Raikumi could also have their own like race unique ones where just all of them are a similar personality. because of their like different outlook on life. Although those
Yeah.
might just be aggressive, so who knows?
That's true. But yeah, the Raikumi 100% would be more, yeah, if possible, they would definitely be more likely to be aggressive. If there's a way that we could trigger like the chance of certain personalities, Raikumi would just be like, it's gotta be aggressive or expansionist because it's like you gotta it's the do something dumb before you die grind set.
Yeah. I think it's either aggressive or a unique one where it's even
Yeah.
like expanded on that.
Because
But,
for
like,
those who see this
some-
and don't know the lore, that specific race in our mod is they live very short lives, but they're very intent on doing something noteworthy. They really don't care if they win or lose. They just want to do something big, and that usually ends up being coups, conquests, sometimes climbing big mountains or slaying big beasts. But it means that their countries often are very unstable and they declare wars they really shouldn't just for the sake of being known. So then it gets written down in the history books. Even if they did a phenomenally stupid war and lost it, it's, hey, you're remembered for it. You had balls. The race of Sun Tzu. Yes, I'm
it's not even okay.
mustache,
Yeah.
yes. But yes.
The win wars chance Nora was asking is how likely they
Oh.
attack to declare wars that are more risky. 50-50, maybe even if there's a 40% chance of them winning. That's I'm pretty sure what that means.
Yeah,
So like
yeah.
the Raccoon would have like minus 20%. They would just declare them even if they are losing. Likely. But yeah.
I think the win war chance threshold, yeah, it's them when they're looking at a war, they're like, what are the odds of this?
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe those guys should just have a win war chance of yes.
Okay, don't want them
That's
to
just
be
what they
literally
think.
incompetent, but it would be
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, you can't have a BS, but like also if you consider the AI is worse than a player, so even if they think they might
Actually,
win.
I am forgetting, like we're talking about like personalities. We don't necessarily need to change these because ruler traits are a thing, and like you can
Yeah.
have cultures affect that on their own, just always have universal modifiers on that, and you can just have like Tarkov, for example. He exists, therefore the country is like this because he's in charge of it.
Yeah.
So
Well, it
Raikumi
depends
is
on
in
if
charge
the-
of a country, therefore.
It depends if you can make their personality based on anything or if it's based on randomly. It is right now it seems like these would be randomly per ruler, meaning the ruler's personality has no impact.
Well, personality,
Anyway,
like ruler traits have effects like this. And so,
Yes.
so
Yeah, but they don't. What I'm saying is they don't impact the country personality. But yeah,
would innovation be supported amongst that race, or is it only alpha male-esque achievements? It's not that they don't support innovation because scientific accomplishments when they happen is something that's memorable and it's like you did a good, but it's not easy is the thing. People think of like what they try and think of what they can accomplish in their lifetime because they live short lives. That like we're talking average of 25 years. What are you going to do in that average of 25 years? You got like a decade of adulthood.
25 years. That's but that's not natural lifespan, is it? That's because they kill themselves. No.
I forget.
Like,
I
they
keep
were like,
forgetting what their actual like average lifespan is. The point is that it's shorter. It's in the late 20s to low 30s kind of thing. It was somewhere in there. But yeah, they do not live very long at all.
We had it as 10 years shorter than humans.
10?
Yes, that's what I have in the code here, which I did after you told me. But then 10 years shorter than humans, but they kill themselves in war. This would be the natural lifespan.
It is their natural lifespan is supposed to be short, and it causes them to get killed as well. The elves are the
we can change
opposite.
this.
The elves are the opposite, where they have well, not literally the opposite, but the elves have super long lifespans, but their lifestyle also ends up getting them killed.
Yes.
But yeah, as you're saying,
I-
bored about innovation. Yeah, they like innovation is something they support, but it's not the easy solution to fame. It takes time, and many of them wouldn't live to see such accomplishments. Everyone's immortal in your world. Well, there you go. Sorry, you were trying to say something.
I'm
Ryan?
gonna have to go for now. I'll maybe if you guys are still at this in like 2 hours or something, I might be back.
Oh no. We still got so much to cover.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
we have this one halfway done, and I
Yeah.
have 3 more tabs open. So
Fuck.
let's get going.
Okay. Okay. Uh, briefly then, Starsky, the elves don't outpop everyone. They don't get a bonus to their population growth, because even though they live longer, they both don't. They both have the whole. No, they don't have the whole like elves don't have kids problem. Their problem is that they get killed. They do stupid shit and die. So there's going to be events that kill off elf characters. Skip to 107. Oh my goodness.
You probably must have a population negative growth just to represent them not growing. AKA, the more people dying, then
If anything, elves could
Being
have a
born.
negative population growth
Yeah,
modifier.
I think that was what Nuro was saying. They get a debuff to stop them from having more people.
Well. He was thinking that we were gonna give them like that they'd have more pops because they live so long, but they don't. If anything, it's worse because they die so often.
Yeah.
But as for characters, there'd be events that cause characters to die. So very rare that an elf would
Yes.
live to be the multiple centuries old they can.
The 107 has something interesting about that. We'll get to that when we get to it.
Okay. Just stuff about peace deals. Yeah, you can unconditionally surrender it. Yeah. Enforce peace. Of course, acceptance both for the asking party and the defending party rather than unilateral action. Annex all revolters treaty
Subjects.
lets your stuff.
Oh, subjects of subjects can now fight for their independence. Neutral strategy has been nerfed.
The strategy of, I think that was the thing that Nito did, where he'd sell his subjects to subjects.
I think so. Although I'm not sure if that was to keep them from rebelling. I'm not sure.
Can
He
fight
did it
for
also
their
for money.
independence through war, meaning that a great power's reach is no longer automatically guaranteed by simply by keeping a buffer layer of intermediate subjects. Rebellious sub-subjects can cut their chains without first having to go through their immediate overlord. This creates more dynamic and fragile subject hierarchies, where overextended empires that rely on indirect control may find their periphery holdings peeling away when war weakens the chain of authority. So, yeah, because they can fight independence against just their direct lord. They don't need to fight you if you're the multiple tiers above.
I hope so. The way it reads, it might also be that they fight independence against you. Which would be worse, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think what this is saying, Nito, is that subjects of subjects don't fight the lord. They don't fight the highest tier leader.
Yeah.
So because before you would get called in to any wars, like any wars that target your subject that isn't a civil war, like revolts you get called into even. And I had this huge problem constantly I had this huge problem during our multiplayer where I was Byzantium, where my vassal had a vassal in Italy, and that vassal kept on declaring independence
Oh,
wars
yeah.
against my subject, and I didn't want them.
Yeah.
So now what will happen is the independence war will just be targeting their direct liege, and the person multiple tiers above has no involvement.
I do hope that your vassal can't lose much land from this.
Yes, in French,
This would be
fucking French. Sorry,
this would be very annoying. If this is a thing, and then your vassal can lose land, this would be very annoying.
It probably
Actually,
would.
have like a
Yeah.
yeah.
If
So
your
then
vassal
you don't
has a
want to do
subject,
this at all.
if your vassal has a subject, that subject then declares an independence war
weakness.
against your subject. You can't
Yeah.
get involved in that, and then your vassal loses the war. At which point it loses its own subject and land, probably, as well as other things.
Yeah. This would be very potentially very annoying. And multiplayer opens the shenanigans for this, where I can steal Nido's vassal's land without Nido being able to interfere. And then I can sell it back to him.
Well, if you join an independence faction.
Yes.
Though realistically, what would happen?
He would just reconquer it from me. Like, because it's land close to him. His vessels would have
I mean,
force and
like
clear.
realistically, if you join an independence faction of that sort, then he would just attack you.
Yeah.
It happened to you in the MP and cut you off from India, so it could still happen. It could happen already. Huh? I don't know. Weird. Whatever. Oh, colonial nations acquired through war demand will now be downgraded to a vassal if their territory is not overseas relative to their new over. Good. Good. Yeah. Taken together, it's a period of tightening, expanding, and in some cases fundamentally rethinking how wars begin, escalate, and conclude. Papal authority. Fuck. I don't care. I really don't think I care about papal authority, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, this is just like the Holy Roman Empire authority. I don't.
The meter starts at 60 at game start, now you're triumphant and crumbling, and then you just... There's thresholds of high or low papal authority, and it ticks up based on cardinal network, peace amongst all members. Actually, that is interesting. Never mind, I do think this is interesting. If the Pope loses Rome, which almost all exclusively happens, thanks to Naples being strong, that plus Catholics fighting each other will start to erode the papal authority. Also, these doctrines. I don't know what the cardinal stuff does, but that's interesting.
Yeah.
There's stuff that will cause the papal authority to go down.
I saw the cardinal stuff, and I was like, this is an incentive for the Pope to actually give out cardinals. Which is good, I guess.
Trust is being reworked to bring it into line with more of the EU4 model. Aww.
What does this mean?
Diplomatic reliability, a more tangible and consequential force in how other nations perceive and interact with you. Trust now functions as a continuous value that directly influences acceptance across all categories. When trust is above 50, it acts as a positive modifier to acceptance, and when it falls below 50, it becomes a drag, making even routine requests harder to push through. This creates a natural and intuitive gradient. A country that trusts you will be easier to negotiate with across the board, while a country that has reason to distrust you will resist your overtures, even when the underlying deal would otherwise be attractive. So, and things trend towards a baseline of 50. Meaning that both goodwill and bad blood eventually fade over time if no future signals reinforce them.
Yeah, this is good. I didn't know how trust actually worked before. I learned the double profess method, but I actually it wasn't really transparent to me. So this is good. So now it's more transparent, I guess, and it's like a easier to understand mechanic. I don't know how it decayed before. It was decaying, but I don't know how.
Profess trust. Huh.
What does it do?
So your diplomatic
wait, this
reputation
is-
increases the baseline,
Oh.
and then profess
profess
trust
trust does.
increases your current mutual trust of each other.
But like not an instant action, but rather a improve relations action as well, which is interesting.
It probably
Seems
increases
like a
the
monthly
equilibrium.
pick.
I bet that it increases the equilibrium, and then that equilibrium point goes down.
Maybe.
Territorial connectivity for subjects? What? Territory connectivity measures how well your subjects' lands are physically linked to your own heartland. Oh no. Oh no. No!
Well,
A subject
playing
that
all
shares a
together.
well. I mean, this is a good thing, but fuck! A subject that shares a well-controlled land border scores highest, while one reachable only by sea earns a reduced score, and a fully isolated subject scores nothing at all. Higher connectivity translates directly into greater loyalty. A well-connected vassal feels governed. A distant one feels abandoned. Rebel-held provinces along the border are not just a local problem. They degrade the connected score for any territory that relies on that choke point, making rebellions self-reinforcing in an isolated regions. You can inspect each subject's connectivity score and its loyalty contribution with the managed subject span.
Is now subject proximity.
Average control at direct border.
Oh no. Does this
Oh!
transfer if you have layered vessels? Doesn't seem to be the case.
If you have vassals on the other side of a vassal with you, they're not connected to you.
Yeah. So they will be disloyal, meaning
You
bigger
don't
vessels
share
are
a mutual
actually
border.
the the Leonese vessel shape is actually useful now.
All right, Nito, you see an
It's a long-
exploit. Like what you're gonna say. The exploit is, Nito, is that you're gonna have a single location that is next to like a ton of different vassals. But the problem with that is that is just going to be a single location with very low control.
No. The what you do is you give the vessels a location in your heartland that is surrounded by high control land. So that they border you, even though they are like on America.
I doubt that would work because they're probably going to make it
No,
tied
you
to
can't
their
give
capital.
them land. You also can't really give them land.
All right, let's
I
hear
mean,
let's
it's
hear
not
the exploit. Nito. I mean, like we're speculating, but let's hear what it is. Let's hear what it is. Or go on then. What is it? This is the most like Nitoism thing that exists. The saying, yes, I know something. Full stop. Making bigger subjects and giving them smaller subjects.
Because they get more loyalty.
So the idea is that if you give, so you instead of making lots of small vassals, you make a bigger vassal, and then that bigger vassal has smaller vassals underneath them, and then you just
Especially if
hope
you
that
make
that
their
vassal
shape.
doesn't revolt, I guess.
So Livonian order, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think just making hexagon vessels in the sense that you have one vessel in the middle that's yours, and then he's surrounded by smaller vessels that are directly bordering him would also work. But
No, because you need them to border you. You the hierarchy needs
No, but
them
no.
to be.
no, I'm saying those are his vessels. You just need to figure out how to make them strong enough. Like the central one needs to be not too weak so that the vessels don't revolt, but I don't think you need to have a big vessel. It just needs to be like a moderately sized vessel, surrounded by small ones. Like a 3-province vessel in the middle, surrounded by OPMs. I don't care. I wouldn't do this. I'm
Why
still
would-
using centralization and
But
not
if
doing
they're
vessels. But
surrounded, then they're not bordering you.
no, the point is that they are. It's what Nito's strategy is saying, but without a big vessel. Like they are vessels of the middle vessel.
Yeah, but if there's a vassal
So-
that's surrounded by other vassals, then they're not touching you.
Oh, you're right. I'm stupid.
That's what I keep trying to say.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the other vessels. You could keep one layer opening. It could be like a half circle. You know that you could do that, but I like this. This is a good way of nerfing the vessel spam. Like I said, I'm not impacted because I play centralization out of spite, anyways. Doesn't make centralization better. It just nerfs decentralization, which is all right. Also, incentivizes you to keep annexing your vessels as you keep going, because like you take land, you give it to a vessel because that's still probably pretty good, but then you want to annex them so that the next vessel, the next 2 provinces over,
So
can be bordering you.
the problem becomes how far away it is from you.
Because you can't actually control it.
Yeah, because the further away you get, the more that you keep it like on an industrial scale annexing all of these vassals, the less control you have at the border, and then the less loyalty those vassals that are at the border will have to you.
And that's fair. This might be very annoying. Let's look at what subject loyalty, how that's changing.
Durham
Okay.
has plus 17 from territory connectivity, which that's interesting.
So it's just
because
above?
Durham's really far north. Durham's really far north in
Yes.
England, so that's interesting. Surprising.
Is it just a buff then? Like, or is it removing, like, it's plus 17 from that? Is there another, like, base value that it's by replacing? Or is it just on top? Just, if it's on top of this fits like a buff to it. Where it just makes vessels that are near you more loyal rather than making vessels that are not near you more disloyal.
Yeah, this does.
I thought it was the latter.
This is looking like an overall buff, especially with the talk
Yeah.
with trust increasing their loyalty.
Which is good, because this means that you can still have vessels while being centralized. This doesn't nerf decentralization in that sense, but it allows you to still have vessels if they're right near you,
Yes.
which is good. Also, how do state banks work? What do you think?
They always have a capital.
Yeah, that's fair.
They do have a capital. So
And so I guess if that capital is in your land, then you get good buff. Technically, then are they bordering you?
I
They
would
don't.
hope
They
so.
don't own that tile. So is the border the tile itself, or is the border the tile surrounding that capital tile? This is. It doesn't matter, but yeah, this might fix that as well, because I keep having state banks that are then eternally disloyal because I am centralized and I can't be asked to diplo spend for them. Now they might actually be loyal.
wait a second.
But
2080. Oh, that's probably still. Hold on.
shall I compare
If-
how it is right now in vanilla?
Yeah, if they weren't spending 15's a lot. 15 loyalty from Diplo spending is a lot.
That's like max.
If they weren't spending that loyalty and they didn't get the bonus from territorial connectivity, they would be disloyal.
I feel like there might be some sort of base value that's replacing.
Yeah, they must have changed something fundamental about this. It's half? Yeah, it's 30 at max, I think.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay.
That does sound right. Nito was
Yes.
saying,
I do be saying stuff.
yeah. Subject, culture, meta changes. Yeah. All right. So you were telling me about this. Yeah. Both of you guys were, I think. Yeah, you and Nito, that is.
I don't remember this, so I don't know.
Ah. Subjects now suffer penalties to cultural assimilation and religious conversion speed, reflecting the reduced administrative capacity and political autonomy that comes with being under an overlord's authority, which is a fancy way of saying they have come up with reasons why they can make this weaker, which is a good thing. Because it definitely should. Additionally, an overlord must wait 10 years after a subject is created before they can enforce their own culture or religion on it, preventing the exploitation of rapidly cycling through freshly created subjects to turbocharge conversion. This addresses a prominent metagame strategy where players would establish many small subjects specifically to leverage their combined assimilation output, effectively outsourcing cultural and religious homogenization at an unrealistic pace. The 10-year waiting period introduces a meaningful commitment cost. You cannot simply puppet a region, drain its conversion capacity, and immediately pivot to the next target. The speed penalty ensures that even long-standing subjects contribute less to assimilation than an equivalent directly controlled province would, making direct administration genuinely more efficient for cultural integration. Together, these changes push players towards a more deliberate and historically grounded approach. Either invest in properly governing a region yourself, or accept lower cultural integration as the price for delegating authority to a subject. This discourages a playstyle that feels more like micromanaging a conversion factory than building an empire, without removing the legitimate strategic value of having subjects at all. I don't think it's a bug where they don't actually convert at all, Nito. I think it's a decision on their part because it is not worth it for them, as opposed to doing something else like fixing their stability from you having forced them to convert their culture or religion.
That could be the case. It was annoying if you. Hopefully, this is not happening now. What used to happen if you have a vassal that's more than one province, you force convert them. They are not able to. This needs to be changed. It's not gonna be changed, but they need to do this. Where you have like a 3 province vassal, you force convert them culture, and then the like time limit until they can undo this change runs out without them having converted much, and then they just slip back.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, a
this
funny
can't
thing
be the
happened.
case with the 10-year limit. This can't happen.
With
Now they need to
Tyrol,
be forced to stay.
with
Yes.
while playing as Tyrol, I created a vassal of Augsburg, which was Swabian, just Augsburg, the city itself, and then I ended up
Yeah.
giving it some lower Bavaria, some Danube Bavarian land, and they then had they almost converted it. They almost ended up converting it to Danube, like all of it to Swabian, and then after a while
Yeah.
they decided, no, we're changing to Danube Bavarian culture, and then they started converting it all back.
They might have gotten a ruler that's Danube Bavarian, which had
Probably.
influenced it.
Yeah. It was. I don't think it was a fief. So, but annexation costs have been reworked in 1.2 to better reflect the complexity of integrating a subject state. The old system charged a flat rate per location, which made annexing large subjects prohibitively expensive, regardless of how well integrated they already were. The new formula uses a flat base cost plus lower per location rate, significantly reducing the penalty for annexing sprawling but loyal subjects. Crucially, both the cost and the speed of annexation now scale with subject loyalty. The more loyal your subject, the cheaper and faster the process becomes. This creates a natural reward loop. Investing in your subjects through policies and privileges pay off directly when you decide to integrate them. Conversely, trying to force annex a resentful subject remains costly and slow, reflecting the real administrative friction of absorbing unwilling territory. The combined effect is that patient overlords who cultivate loyalty will find annexation a smooth and affordable transition, while impatient rulers who neglect their subjects will face a significantly steeper bill.
Yeah.
You still get the cultural tradition, much smaller.
What is
Loyalty.
the location lower per location rate? What does that mean? Is it referring to the universe is much smaller?
So the amount of tiles. It's like how much each tile costs. So there's a
Yes.
flat cost.
So-
There did not used to be a flat cost. It was just the amount of locations and the rank of those.
Oh,
So now
that's
there's
what
a
I said.
flat
Okay, yes,
cost.
this makes sense.
So there is a
Yep.
flat cost, which means that it's less good to do lots of smaller vassals and integrate them because they all have a flat cost floor now. That you can see 6 rural settlements is only 60. A larger a single province, that's like 6. So like that's like the size of a typical like shitter vassal that you would create for the culture conversion meta.
Yes.
Uh,
Trying to find an example how to release Iron Window right now, but none of none of my vessels are loyal enough in any of the countries I'm trying out. But yes, this makes sense now. So like the war, it doesn't as much increase the more you have, but small ones are still expensive. I was hoping that it would be like a more of a curve where at a certain level the base cost still gets outpaced by the 6 rural settlements. So like
well, yeah, that's the point. The point is
you
that
still
the,
can't annex France probably
the
as,
base
as England if you have all of France.
the base cost is quadrupled. However, the amount that each individual location after that is a lot less. I don't know how much this changes. They're not being specific.
Yeah, but apart from like making it so that it's overall cheaper and the base cost is still there for like to make small ones, it doesn't make really large vessels cheaper than just large vessels, because at that point the 200 base cost is not going to be much impact. It's 20 rural location. That's not much in the grand scale of things.
Nito, yeah, it could never go below 50, but I don't remember there being a thing that where you'd look at it and it would say base cost number. I think that it was always telling you specifically it would be like this many, of this location, and it would still cost that much, but I don't think it ever said base cost, insert number, like 50. Correct me if
I
I'm
thought
wrong.
that was why, but maybe I'm wrong. It feels like it was that there's something that was the case, but
I just don't remember seeing a base cost on the annexation
But
thing. But,
sure. So because I was checking it, the Durham thing, it is the distance to like being close to you is just above.
okay.
There's no other, like, it doesn't remove anything.
Well then.
This combined with the annexing means that you can still do the meta spread and then you just annex all the people that are close to you, rather than doing anything else, which you wanted to do anyways. Like it's good.
Yeah.
It's a good
It
change.
just means you can't really you just can't use your vassals to culturally convert stuff for you, really. Which that's fine.
Yeah.
Just means that if I want to do that, I'll be if I want to blob, I'll need to deal with the consequences of it differently.
It was 20 per rural settlement and 40 for a city. Can't tell you the price of a town. Right.
So
now.
it's half.
For the cost. It's half. Yes.
Woo!
But for larger vessels, but for like small vessels, like I have the vessel of Parma in the MP, not in the session anymore, but like in the original session. That one is like 3 provinces, 1 city, 2 rural settlements, minus 10%. It's 72 costs. Now it's going to be 200 220, 240 cost rather than 72 cost. So it's like almost tripled in cost. So this is a significant, like OPM vessels are literally like
Yeah.
not valuable anymore.
It's quadrupled the baseline. If it was, I don't know. I don't
I
quite
guess,
understand.
kinda.
Like I don't quite understand what Nito's going on about, but
Yeah, I don't know if there was a base cost. Like I'm not sure about that. I don't have a small enough vessels to check this. Oh, I can wait.
and then yeah, you can move subject capital, yeah, Liberty Desire, yeah, UI improvements. Holding control while clicking in advance in the tree will now immediately insert it along with any missing prerequisites to your research queue directly after your current project. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. You can adjust things slightly in the tree, I guess, in a sense.
Oh, so you can move it to the front. Yeah. That's good. This at least means that you don't never need to remove everything again. You can just shift the priority on things.
Rival and diplomacy panel now features a power balance pie chart. So you can sort it. Yeah, perhaps this menu will look a little better.
This is showing the same thing that you already had available, but you could never find easily.
Rivers are now
like where you compare
overlaid.
them.
Rivers are overlaid on various other map modes that are relevant to it, like proximity and control and stuff.
So good.
I like that. Wow, crazy. We're getting so much done. HRE.
Yes.
Jeez.
I think
UI
this can
overhaul
be
of the
skipped a
HRE.
bit.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Demand unlawful territory. You get to see stuff. Yeah, different options. Imperial Armory, a new building that the Emperor can construct in any HRE member's territory, not just their own, when the military contribution law is voted and approved for. Mechanically, it has two forms. The foreign variant, built in another member's location, employs soldiers who funnel manpower back to the Emperor at a rate of 0.5% of the location's capacity. The own variant, built in the Emperor's own territory, provides a local manpower pool and grants the Emperor the ability to recruit units directly at that location. Lovely stuff. I like this idea a lot.
Yes. I still wish there was a region if there was an interregnum.
Yeah.
But that's still not fixed.
We can deal with that though. On our for our yes, we will have the marshal status. But you were laughing.
I'm laughing because I remembered the text collector.
The tax collector,
the postmaster general.
The postmaster general of the Concord, yes. When location changes hands, the building automatically converts between these two forms. Okay. And there's higher tier armories, which increase.
Does this mean that they actually have two building forms in the capital, which they change in the code, which they change with effect?
Probably.
Rather than implementing a system where a building has two different effects depending on if it's owned by the Emperor or not.
I suspect this means they changed the building by effect.
Yes, it would be very haggard.
Yes.
And the other option would be cooler because this would allow more flexibility. If you can make an effect that, like, if this is the case, this effect. If not, then this, which already should be the case, no? For like if capital.
Foreign armory becomes an owned armory if member acquires location. The Emperor built it. The owned armory becomes the foreign type armory if the location leaves the HRE ownership entirely. Wow. So it becomes a fucking foreign building type too? That's different?
If the location leaves the HRE entirely, the building converts to an ordinary local building. So it just becomes a normal armory, I guess.
Special statuses and opinions. Granting, requesting, rescinding statuses. Legatus natus? What the hell is that? I know what primus Germanae is, but not legatus natus.
It's the wait, this is also something papal.
Previously costless interaction with no relational consequences. The legatus natus and primus Germanae bestowals specifically now generate positive opinion towards the emperor, matching the behavior of the bestow electorate. Action.
It translates to the born legate. Namely, a bishop holding this rank as a privilege of his see, i.e., archbishops. He would act as the pope's representative in his province. I don't know why this would be specifically an HRE privilege.
That's weird.
Maybe this is a new feature for like
Hmm.
Catholicism. There's somebody where the pope can make like a archbishop or like a bishop, like a primatus.
Having these supported, like sorting the different statuses is amazing, though. I will say. I assume that the that you get these two here that are on, that they're zero. That's the primus Germanae and the legatus natus.
Yes, the primus Germanae is hovered over the orange. Is the orange one?
Yeah.
Just scroll up.
Yeah, they did.
And the blue one.
That's probably the legatus natus. And then you have the just normal churches.
I guess. Yes. And then you have the non-normal members. You have the peasant republic, which get their own icon. Free cities, and then the electors and archbishops.
The candidate evaluation loop now only fully scores the top 25 candidates by great power score. Weaker powers are filtered out before the AI runs its full decision model. This is meaningful because large late-game HREs can accumulate many dozens of members, and previously every single member was evaluated in full every time an election fired. Whew.
What happens if the top 25 are ineligible? Or does it not count them?
I would certainly bloody hope that that's not possible, but
It should be if you have enough republics in the HRE.
well, then they wouldn't be valid, I guess, and would just
And they wouldn't be counted? Okay.
yeah.
So like it's checking can be electorate.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
what it
the
would
top
be.
25.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. If for the same reason that it would not check a republic, it would not check someone who is not valid. Like
Okay.
they have no heir.
Okay.
Imperial Band CB now allows a separate piece. You can target locations and provinces that only partially overlap with the HRE. Geography.
Diplo rep knows. Diplo red scales way more for being elected emperor, which is interesting.
And opinions.
As a
Half
player, you
of
can
it, I
exploit
guess.
this more.
Yeah.
No, opinion, but opinion is also more. So like the way to do it
Opinion's
is
a full
actually by
half of it,
diplomacy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Diplomacy is more important than anything else. Seemingly.
Yes.
Your reputation
can
and
stay
their
small.
opinion of you. Yeah. Several exploits have been closed for demand on lawful territory. The action can no longer be used against countries currently at war. Cooldown bug allowed it to be used more frequently than intended.
They fixed the imperial ban. This is great.
Yeah.
You could do as imperial ban on subject of like say Flanders of Britain, but that you couldn't piece out for Flanders lands. And similar issues like that, like subjects broke the imperial ban CB completely, which is it's good that they fixed this. I may or may not have been personally affected by it, hence why I'm so excited.
The Emperor now only defends independent free cities through the HRE's defensive obligation. Subject free cities are treated like ordinary members with no special protection clause. This resolves an edge case where the Emperor was being pulled into wars on behalf of free city subjects of other members. That makes sense. Oh my gosh, that's So
Wait.
so so you attack the free city subject of someone else, and then the
No, but-
emperor defends them.
Can free cities be subject?
Yeah, they could in EU4 as well.
So I know there's the Hansa ones, which I mean this means that Hamburg is not protected by the emperor anymore.
Guess not.
Which would be crazy.
I guess not.
But I thought this was referring to the direct ownership of imperial cities under the emperor, meaning as the emperor you get ownership of the free cities. But then I don't know how other people would get ownership of a free city as a subject. So I'm not sure. But this could cause some issues if there's like free. I mean, I guess it's not a big deal because it just means that there's one less free city. Who cares? But yeah.
Subjugating the emperor no longer triggers erroneous coalition wars. Okay. When the emperor accepts a call to arms through the mechanism, the emperor's own allies are now automatically called in alongside the HRE.
Interregnum.
Imperial authority.
Imperial authority. No... Yeah,
Go
you
on.
read. No, you read. You read.
Imperial authority now correctly drains during an interregnum. The monthly Imperial authority lost during a period without an emperor is -1 per month, compounding further for extended interregnum. Previously, the interregnum was mechanically toothless, leaving the empire leaderless, had no imperial
This is not what I
cost.
thought it was going to be.
You thought it was going to be that they fixed it, but it's
Yeah.
Previously, the interregnum was mechanically toothless. So this is them saying the interregnum was fine because the empire was toothless, but it had no authority cost. But they have not fixed the problem that yes, it makes the empire toothless, and this is a bad thing because it means that people can walk all over it.
Yeah, they didn't fix this. And I don't know if they made the AI more incentivized to actually elect an emperor. This should be just a thing where there's a ticking modifier, and at a certain point, people are more willing to flip just to make it happen. But that's probably also not happening. There's no the AI needs to do like Diplo to make people flip. I don't think they naturally would flip. It would be an eternal deadlock if everything is frozen in place, I think. Which is probably part of the reason why it goes on so long. Realistically, there would be a council and they would be discussing and trying to find a solution, which they are not in game. Which is probably the problem. Also, the scale of this time that the game just goes way faster than real life would. France wouldn't have. Normally, France they get the notice that the emperor is dead, and at that point, a new emperor would have been elected. Probably it takes like 20 days to get to France. Yeah.
Military contribution policy now grants scaling maximum manpower rather than monthly manpower. Heretic Prince now has unique titles for Lutheran, Calvinist, Hussite, and Catholic heretic rulers.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Heretic Prince. So, like a special status?
Yeah, maybe. I know that there's
this is an event. I'm dumb. A heretic prince is unique.
Yeah.
There's a unique.
A
heretic prince is now changed to a Lutheran prince, a Calvinist prince, a Hussite prince,
yes.
and then all of the other Catholic heresies. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I like that. All right. And then the reworks to the patriarchate. Swiss Confederation. There's no way that they're doing anything that actually helps this.
Where have you this? Oh, you're looking at the Patriarchate?
No, I'm looking at the Swiss Confederation past it because already the Patriarchate stuff. We already talked about that. Really.
Surely this is new stuff, but yeah, sure we can skip.
That doesn't. Even if it is new, it wouldn't be really that important, honestly.
It's not interesting.
But the Swiss Confederation is that's a specific, interesting case.
Yes.
Assuming they actually changed anything. Duchy rank and
Duchies
above are now
don't
significantly less likely to join. Yeah, also added a hard cap. Any country owning more than 80 locations is forced to leave.
How many do you need to form Switzerland?
You form it through you either form it through the IO not existing and you owning the land, or by being in the IO and its leader and you consolidate it through diplomacy.
Yes. That's why
Geography
I'm
now
wondering.
mentioned. The voting rules have been tightened so only members can vote for the ruler. A change that sounds obvious but was previously unguarded. Finally fix a serious bug where the direct vote mechanism was triggered. So they didn't actually make it any better. They just made it so it can
Function.
in fact it has less people that can join. It's so haggard.
Oh,
I love the
there's
Swiss.
gonna be
but it's so
something
haggard.
interesting for you.
The Jurchen
Further down.
confederations?
No, one more.
Closely related. Environment leader, tribal cohesion, resistance to new ways, event no more tribal yeah, whatever. High kingship. The high kingship of
Yes.
Ireland has seen rework. Most deliberate. There are changes are to the two core CBs. Overthrow CB now carries a custom war goal that makes conquest harder. Wresting the high kingship from a rival should be a political act of dominance, not a straightforward land grab. And previous war goal was making it too easy to convert military victory directly into territorial consolidation. The subjugation CB similarly now makes conquest more expensive. Yeah. On the stability side, we fixed an election bug that allowed the High King to be elected within the first year of the situation, a window that was too short for the political landscape to have settled into anything meaningful. Yeah. We also fixed the IO failing to disband when only a single member remained, which was leaving a one-member confederation limping along indefinitely in a state that should have triggered a clean conclusion. Finally, we fixed prevent the High Kingship member from forming Ireland. Sole remaining member.
This is not what I was expecting when I looked at this. I thought the power struggle and was, oh, surely they're gonna fix that. They actually vote for each other, but nope. So that still probably is gonna happen. The problem you are having.
Does this mean that if there's only one member left in the IO, that one member ends it removes the High Kingship and then just forms Ire?
I think so. I'm not sure what the requirements are for it to end.
Well, owning all of Ireland, but the thought is like does this mean that Ireland will form if the High Kingship consolidates, regardless of them owning all of Ireland? That's the question that I am having.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Ilkhanate changes. Situation properly disbands with no possible claimants remain. Yeah, makes sense. Could have persisted indefinitely as a hollow shell with no legitimate successor. Yeah, because the point is that this thing is supposed to fall apart really early if no one actually tries to fix it. Yeah, the situation should have a clean end when the succession question is fully exhausted. Fixed a bug where the IO leader could still attempt to claim leadership. Yeah. Middle Kingdom stuff. Yeah, don't care. Success. Yeah. Tatar yoke. Yeah. 100 Years War. More 100 Years War rebalancing. What did they change this time? Productive stretch for the 100 Years War. We'll see. The biggest new addition is the Crown and Ruler action, which gives either side a way to break a mutual union when relations have soured. This adds a meaningful diplomatic escape valve that was previously missing and felt quite frustrating in playtesting. Huh? You can break a mutual union when relations have soured. So, huh? But doesn't that mean you could
I don't
surely it's
understand.
tied? Surely it's tied by like it. Okay, this means like a personal union can just be ended if they hate each other.
Yes. But like this, I don't think this means you can restart the 100 Years' War after one side has won.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like it is connected to the 100 Years' War, but also tightened the Betrayer Alliance action considerably. Yes, please stop the English vassals from leaving. Now it requires the war to have been running for at least a year before a subject can flip sides, which stops early game opportunism, and we've blocked it entirely if your own lands are the war goal. You shouldn't be able to betray your way out of a war. You're already the prize. If your own lands. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. We caught and fixed inverted AI option bugging where the English subjects were actually being nudged towards flipping rather than away from it. A subtle but nasty issue that was quietly on my. Yeah, no wonder. So there was a bonus they gave. They were trying to make it so the English vassals would be less likely to flip, but instead they made it more likely. So that's why every English vassal would constantly stop. Because what's supposed to happen is the French are the ones who have the vassals that are hesitant to join France, and they flip. So you have things like Brittany and Flanders and Burgundy just being like, we'll join England, fuck you, France. But then instead it's every single English subject constantly swapping sides. This will mean England will actually sometimes win. Wow. Crazy. We will return to the previous status quo, where sometimes England would win.
That is pretty nice.
Oh, hi, Nemcraft.
Hello.
On the French side, we corrected a CB misconfiguration that was preventing France from actually taking English land through the 100 Years' War. Which is rather embarrassing, given that the whole point of the situation. Wow. The starting conditions got some rebalancing as well. Normandy starting loyalty to the Overlord bonus was reduced significantly. The old value made the duchy far too stable at the start of the situation and removed a lot of the interesting tension that around managing to flip French subjects. Okay, so now it will actually be Normandy will not always be a free French loyalist, which they always were. So now
They keep in mind they would be even more with the update because they would get like plus 17 loyalty because they're near high control French land.
that's true. Jeez, because they're right next to the capital too. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
It was kind of insane to me how in EU4 it's somehow easier to win the 100 Years' War, even though that's supposed to be when England was at its weakest.
No, as a player you could still win it quite handily, no?
Yeah.
Because you just let them come onto England and you kill them. It's just the AI can't do it. Which is, being addressed hopefully.
We also pulled Douai from English cores at the situation start and cleaned up the associating Artois events, which were misfiring as a result. Rounding out the content work, the Influence French subject event received a full description rewrite to better communicate what's actually happening narratively, and the loyalty penalty was substantially increased. Okay. The old value was so mild it barely registered as a consequence. Finally, the DHE life cycle.
Just like, the end of the 100 Years' War happened twice. That like we have never seen that before.
It always was happening since the last patch, which was kind of funny, but weird. So theoretically, what's going to be happening now, England's vassals are not going to betray England unless they really have a reason to. France will actually sometimes lose their Normandy, which they didn't previously. It is shifting things severely more in favor of England again, which is required because that was the whole point. Is that this is the part of time where France's vassals were oftentimes supportive of England's claim more than anything.
This is supposed to be, again, when France was like incredibly weak and the vassals sometimes had more power than the king did.
I remain somewhat skeptically, simply due to the fact that now, if England is actually winning against France fucking Holland isn't safe anymore.
Well,
Well, remember, Holland was like an
counterpoint.
ally of England.
Counterpoint.
Well, in this
if
game,
England's
they always
actually,
conquered.
Counterpoint, if England's actually putting up a fight against France, then that means that the two of them are going to be more engaged with each other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I guess.
see,
If it-
I think
yeah.
this is better for Joffrey's right. This is much better for anyone that's not France, because now France can't just eat the entire Holy Roman Empire.
Yes, this has that effect. But because the air conquered there, because Amsterdam and like those areas are so near France, they always want to so near England, they always want to conquer it, which is not what they. Maybe they should need to make him like historical friends or something. I don't know how they would do that. But it's always been an issue. And if they are strong again, then it's been less of an issue because they kept losing.
There's just so many different IOs and situations that they're
It's
doing
just
adjustments
they're
to,
just
but it's-
fixing.
It's mostly just like a little bit of fixes,
Bug
nothing
fixing.
like the previous one. Nemcraft, what's that
there anything
noise? What's that? Oh, was that not Nemcraft? No, that was Svesif.
Pretty sure it was Nemcraft. No, that was Nemcraft.
Okay.
It was a Nemcraft noise. Let me look through the dev comments if there's anything interesting.
This is
Max, what does that mean?
this is
Don't know. It's a typical noise that I'm not surprised to hear from you. I don't know.
is this
So I said it more jokingly. Sorry.
what was the thing we were
This is not with
this is not the 107.
So you're missing 107, which is not in the list of dev diaries because they bunged it up. I don't know why they haven't bothered to fix this yet. I can send you the link.
I'm there.
Okay.
Weird.
Actually, have you guys heard the EU5 roadmap yet?
That's what I was just looking
That
at,
is
but
the-
not what we want to talk
We have the
about.
penultimate one.
So, yeah, finally, this one was last Wednesday. Crazy. We're caught up, sort of.
They,
Wow, that's a lot of
they
disease.
stole my idea.
What health traits idea?
Yes.
Cabinet traits, but also added health traits, which represents traits that afflict a character's physical well-being, and a character can become saddled with any number of them. Unfortunate children may become born with some health traits, like sickly, which reduces ability growth and increases the chance of death. But
This is how we are implementing magic, by the way, probably.
Wait, so a child can't. So a child could be born sickly or with magic. Magical sickly. You're born with
I wonder if you can make it positive and like not disappear, but I think this is the solution because we need like a more general trait which has more impact. We've already talking about children getting like if they're magically gifted that they already get some abilities growth bonus in addition to being prodigy or whatever.
So you take
so
the
this makes
trigger.
sense.
You take the trigger for like detecting their is like are they born sickly? You take that trigger and then you add to it the chance of it being like I assume you can only have one trait, one health trait, but we can take a look at that.
I'm not sure. I probably you can have more because no, you can read through it.
Okay. Generals and animals can receive health traits after battle. Okay, so bloodier battles, it can get more likely. That's an eye patch. Okay. Yeah, so inflictions like one-eyed with a model and scarred. So you can be scarred and one-eyed, so you can have more than one health trait. Therefore, someone can in fact be both sickly and get the childhood health trait. Wait,
No, not childhood.
not even childhood, just
the magic.
health. Just health,
Magic.
just a health trait
Just
that is
magic.
magic.
Yeah, and maybe even mages live longer. That's like a common theme normally.
Yeah.
They just have some like. What is the guy what was the guy called in Elder Scrolls? He is like in his tower. Divafir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking 2,000-year-old
Look at
bugger.
Raikumi, who is magical. It's like their lifespan is like something from late 20s, early 30s, maybe. I don't know. But like whatever we end up finalizing it on. It's like they have like no lifespan base, but then it's like is magical plus like 15 or 20 years or something. It's like they live ancient Raikumi. The
They might also just
venerable year of 50 years old.
We,
Yeah.
we might. This is a good point because we probably can't do a modifier on lifespan. We might need to do like a elf versus a human mage trait, so that we can adjust the lifespan modifier as like a percentage rather than a fixed value.
Could be.
But this is like the same for all the health traits basically, because a elf that loses like a human loses 5 years, an elf needs to lose like 50.
Also, yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, there's another reason elves' population is bad because it's like they're just born sickly more often. They just die from health traits more.
You could
perfect.
make this tied some lore thing. Like, do they have like a elven? They had like parents, right? So the elves in the west, isn't their parent dead or something? The god.
Oh yeah, because
Wasn't
like the
there,
elves split into two groups, yeah, and the ones
Yes.
the ones that followed a leader to the west, he died. He was killed in
Yeah.
the same incident that caused the Theocarpans to vanish.
Yeah, so that makes those elves a bit more,
But he wasn't a god.
bit less.
That's
he wasn't?
That's not,
Oh,
that's
okay.
not why.
Oh, he was like he was a son of the goddess. Something like
He
that,
was
right?
he was one of the very like the two elves that led the two elves into the groups into different directions were among the first elves, but they weren't, and they had longer lifespans as a result of that because they didn't get tortured. Like elves were designed to live for like 1,000 years or something. It's like they have genetic damage that makes them only like 500. But the first
I
the
see.
first elves were supposed to live for like yes amount of time.
Okay, then that. Yeah.
Pirate
Different.
presidents should always have eye patches. Yes. You're elected
Yeah,
the
this-
ruler
this-
of a pirate republic. You must wear the patch.
It's talking about this. I distracted you from continuing to read it. I'm sorry.
Yep, sickly. So traits. Yep. Traits. Some traits can upgrade. So receiving one-eyed trait twice can become blind. So you lose one eye. Lost an eye, and the other one too. Conquest of Elysium style. Receiving 2 facial scars can make you disfigured. Ooh. Traits can also impact succession. For example, in Fate of the Phoenix, the Byzantine succession expects a pure ruler who reflects the physical perfection of God. Yeah, it's the whole you give the snip to someone in Greece in CK3 and they can't be the heir.
Yeah. Well, that's not even like succession. It's just because they can't produce male heirs. But it's
Yeah,
also
but that's
being
specifically
blinded.
a Greek thing, though.
Yes.
Traits can also impact succession. Yep. Prior brethren countries support differently abled characters as their rulers, as it indicates battle experience and personal perseverance. So having traits like one-eyed or maimed actually increases the chances of being elected slightly.
Yar.
Yar. I do. That's actually fun. I like that. It's whatever the amount
Yeah.
is. That's a flavorful way to make it a little more likely that people that are actually a little fucked up will lead. Which, honestly, this is very that's like that is 100% like a Raikumi / elf succession thing. That you're disfigured a bit. They'd be like respect on your name.
I was just thinking about this actually. You can use their like trait upgrade or like because if you get one-eyed multiple times, you can become blind. Which means there's some kind of code for like upgrading or some technically downgrading a trait. You could probably use that for like magic, for example.
Yes.
The thought did come to mind that you could have a character who rolls the dice, is born with magic, and then as childhood goes on, there could be like a chance of them rolling it again somehow. I don't know, but there could be.
I was thinking at adulthood, there should be some sort of event that potentially modifies the trait into a few different versions. Essentially, like
Yeah.
different ways of maybe depending on what the education was. They can be like a war mage.
And now that we know that certain traits will impact people's like combat, easily tie that to different magic traits, where people's different magical traits would make.
I think
See,
we
I
need
wasn't
to see
thinking
how
about it
it
like
works.
that. The way I was thinking about it was more latent magical power, not so much the skill of magic.
Well, that's the point where Nemcraft, you like a character is born with latent magic, and then when they grow up, their latent magic becomes their actual skill, and you change the trait.
Oh, it's like an education trait, is what you're saying. Okay.
So it's an education trait, but it's in the health trait category.
No, so like that's the thing. I think if they are like a war mage, they would probably be getting a general trait instead. But if they are like a
I don't know if
they're like a magocrat, then they might get a ruler trait. I don't know.
So the thing with it being a general trait is that the interplay of general/admiral traits is important.
Oh,
like
that's
tiny stuff.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
Mags,
I don't know if we can make combat
but,
advantages on health traits.
Mags,
what Nura is saying? What Nura is saying about like a chivalric order, schools of magic. That is brilliant. A character that has magic as a trait. Like they've got the magic trait. Like you can check. Like check does have one of these traits, magic. Then you can send them to a chivalric order, quote unquote, that is a mage school.
I was about to say this. Something like this.
See, that could be pretty cool. You could also limit it to people who. Oh yeah.
Children shouldn't automatically get a mage education trait. This could be a thing that they get after they are adults. They actually need to get their education. They're educated. They're a child. They got a reasonably decent stats, and then they go to school for magic. They go to university, you know, after being 16, to actually get a degree in illusionary or something. Then we can like have some other like gameplay cycle.
What I was going to say, but I was going to say is more so the idea that you have a generic like magic education trait for like if you didn't go to some kind of special school, but then for people who have the ability to actually like have organized magic schools, that could give them an upgraded version of the trait.
You see, there is a mechanic. See, there's the chivalric order thing, for one, but something I thought of that's even better than that. That gives you something that's like even better than that as a baseline is actually the Sin to the Prussian Crusade.
But that doesn't give you a trait either, does it?
Well, it just changed what it does.
Yeah,
it
sure.
Gives you
okay, so
it gives you a modifier,
as a mechanic,
so make
you send them to school.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So you just do the interaction send. Yeah.
They need to be like at least latently potent.
It
would probably be like the potency would be like tiered, and they need to be like at least the level 1 tier so that you can send them depending on how good they are. The better the outcome is.
And among other things, we could do things like because Litherati are supposed to be very bad at getting it. Like it's rare that Litherati are like ever have magical potency. So and theoretically,
be check
is race, you know, because if elf, then like yes, you're a mutant if you don't as an elf. You are an anomaly if you don't. So like 98% chance
of at least being latent. Yeah. I wasn't sure if there was an on birth. There's an on character birth. Yeah. This didn't catch all characters, so I will need to reconsider this because I was doing the race trigger. But there's an on character birth, so we can just have an effect happen when a character is born.
Which is the more important thing, because like random characters don't always need to just have magic.
Yes. And even this is good because it doesn't always work, you know, them getting a thing, the effect applied on it doesn't catch all characters. But it's fine because these characters are just not magically potent, and then instead of concerning ourselves with it doesn't catch like the last 5%, we can just be like, these are just the guys that are not magically talented. We'll have to see though.
Yeah.
There's an on-character created as well, so if like a advisor gets created, we can make sure that he also has magic traits potentially. So
there could also, worst case scenario, it could also just be an is elf.
Well, no, but it needs to be on like the thing is, in his elf doesn't. Oh, you mean as like a culture thing?
Yeah, like
Because these on
like
actions are like on action. We need to. I need to hook into an on action so that I can, when the character appears, make the character a certain thing. Otherwise,
Yeah.
if I don't get them when they get created, they won't automatically have it.
because that is preferable, but there's also the worst case scenario of saying for anything that's like, do you have latent magic? Just be like, oh, or is one of these culture groups.
But that doesn't work. That's what I'm saying. Because I still need to get the character when it gets created. I always need to do on character, and at that point, I just make an effect which is like, if you're a human, you have a 50% chance of having some level of potency.
You're
If
misunderstanding
you're an
what
elf,
I'm
you have a 90%.
saying.
Okay, yeah, maybe I am.
For elves specifically, because that's when it becomes a problem where you don't catch all of the randomly generated characters.
Oh,
They
Yes.
could just like they could just have a modifier that's like you could have an account for like any check where it's like, is the person latently magic? Like, do they have one of these
Oh, so
traits,
yes.
or is this culture group?
sure. We could make it so that elves don't get a potency trait, or they are inherently level 1 potency in our system, and as such, we need to explain this to the player somehow. But this could be a way to do it, where elves are inherently level 1, and so there is a chance for them to be negative for like the few odd cases that we want to make it, but they are level 2 or 3 or 4, they can still get randomly. Yeah, sure. There's a way to make a system. I dread trying to make it already, but there's a way.
No one thinks that we're gonna get it perfect the first time. That's the important
Yes,
thing.
this is just. It's.
I know you want to.
Sort of.
I
No,
know
no,
you-
yes.
Wait. Called him out a bit there. Alright. Byzantine players can choose to blind characters for the cost of legitimacy and state satisfaction, which will remove characters from the line of succession. And you can castrate adult males, which obviously prevents them from having kids and continuing their treasonous lineage. And if a character is castrated before they become an adult, they're a eunuch.
Meaning they don't get puberty. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And born in the purple, that being born when your father's the emperor, will give a character legitimacy bonus once they ascend the throne. How do they keep track of that is my question, but we'll see.
It's only father's emperor. It's not being born in the city. It's only for the father. So if your mother is the empress, you don't get it, which is. So it's literally, it's very simple. It's literally just checking father was emperor. Oh,
So-
wait, while your father was emperor. Wait, yeah. So if your son gets a grandson for you, they don't get born in the purple.
Yeah.
This is creating an interesting succession type where the firstborn of your son is not going to inherit because he's too old. Because he inherited, like he was born while the grandfather emperor was still alive.
Yeah. A later son that was born while the emperor, yeah,
Yeah,
they might be more
good
attractive,
preference. Yes.
which is intriguing. Because it's just the prestige of being born in the palace or something. I don't know. There must be like it must have come
But
from
the-
like a specific that there must have been like a specific place that it means that you were born. That makes it
Normally, born in the
prestigious.
purple means being born in Constantinople. That's the, like. Oh no, it is okay. It's specifically during the regency of their father. That is the idea of born in the purple. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. So
The more
this
gruesome
is what it is.
The more gruesome looking health traits can be disabled visually from the settings. Okay. But yes, the DLC Mediterranean cultures get a new building set based on the Byzantines. So Southern Europe will look distinct. Woohoo! That will be lovely.
They did clarify on this that all Mediterranean, if you have the DLC, everyone in the Mediterranean area, west and east, gets it. If the Iberian DLC comes out, then it will split if you have both. Or if you only have the Iberian one, it will be all the Mediterranean with the Iberian stuff, so on.
Yeah, makes sense. That's a pretty simple check.
Oh god, imagine the Byzantines looking Iberian.
Well, it's
I don't know if the Byzantines are counting as. I guess
It's
they
the other
do,
way
technically.
around. It's the Iberians look Byzantine right now. Or
Yes,
they will.
but
No, they're
once the
missing out
Iberian
on Max
DLC
Set.
comes out, from what I understand, once the Iberian DLC comes out, if you don't have the Byzantine DLCs, the Byzantines are going to potentially look Iberian. Yes.
Oh!
That's why I'm saying that's kind of insane. Yes, because you can have the Iberian, but not the Byzantine once the Iberian comes out.
Yeah. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. That's fun.
I don't know if they are part of the Mediterranean set, but yeah, it's if you have the Fate of the Phoenix, Bisbalance with the Mediterranean set, it's the Mediterranean set specifically that are being replaced by the DLC ones. I'm not sure if they are currently in the Mediterranean set, but probably. Yeah. They did not clarify on how it's going to be for future DLCs.
These are some. I like this. This is very pretty. These forts are gorgeous. And then Constantinople itself. Okay, the monastery. I always forget the Meteora. This thing. This is a beautiful looking place. I've seen. I've got relatives who have visited that place. Lovely stuff.
Yes.
Anno 1644. We look at that. That's probably. I'm sure we've looked at that one at some point. Surely we've looked at that mod. Maybe not though. If it's in the year 1644, then no. I guess not. Now that I think about it. But yeah. You get the spires when the Turks take it, of course. Eastern Mediterranean cultures from Serbia to the Caucasus are getting a unique set of character clothing. Woo-hoo. And then yes, we can add these to the to cultures triggers, I imagine, is what this will be. They're like because you get
It's
like
part of GFX stuff.
yeah, cultures because they just get it's just the tags of like this GFX tag in the culture file.
Not quite, because that if you in the culture file set a GFX tag that also sets the ethnicity. There's there might be some issues with that.
Some of them do both.
It depends. Yes, but these ones will likely do this because it's going to be Greek GFX that has this stuff, Serbian GFX and so on.
Sometimes there's like in the Indian ones, for example, like the elves, for now just to like make them look different. Like I gave them one of the Indian GFXs because one of the Indian GFXs makes them look Indian because it's specifically tied to the ethnicity, and another one is for the clothes.
Yeah, it could be that they added just for the clothes for compatibility reasons.
I would imagine so because
so that's
you need to toggle them off
sense.
somehow.
Yeah,
I'm sure that there will be
there's still
somewhere
a way,
in their
like,
files. Somewhere in the
there's still
files it'll be like if DLC enabled.
There's still a way, because for the Marbrites, it takes a certain priority for certain ethnicities. For Marbrites, they have European ethnicity, but it's overwritten by the Marbrite one, so there might be a way. Although now in hindsight, this could also be a part of the issue why some of the Marbrites are looking wrong. I'm not sure.
Byzantine footman. I wonder if these are tied specifically to the tag, or if this is just Greek. Because they're saying that these are the Byzantine levies, but I'm imagining that's probably just the Greek culture group, or culture specifically. Crossbows.
It's also interesting that the footmen are still footmen. They don't get a special type of this. Like in CK3, they have the Acropolis or whatever they're called.
Well, they do have specific. There is a unique Byzantine footman in H1. They just call. So what they're doing here is because like you get Byzantine spearmen, it's different from the footman because this is just the generic just stuff they can have. However, when they're more when you have a high discipline, then they get regimented more in their
I see.
equipment. So that's probably what's going on here. Is they're trying to show that if you have a high discipline, then they look like that.
Yep.
Musketeers.
And cataphracts.
Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love my lamellar. The hell? What? Oh, this is their unique cannon thing. The city taker thing. Oh.
Yes.
So it's a siege tower that has a bunch of cannons on it. I did not know that that's what the modernized Heliopolis thing was. Wow.
Is it cannons or is it Greek fire?
Cannons.
It looks.
Cannons.
Yeah, it looks cannony enough. It looks so close quarter on the fire.
That's just
Like
because you're looking
the
at
fire
the
effect.
the flamethrowers that we got spoiled on ahead of time. Look at these goobers. What the heck? But yeah, these oh God, these three are just wild.
Are these realistic?
Handheld flamethrower things? Probably not. Probably not. Well, I mean, okay, realistic from the perspective of making a smaller version of what they put on the.
Oh, handheld projectors.
Yeah.
I have a good picture for you. This is. It's not unrealistic. Let's put it this way. This was probably still used on a boat.
Oh, like a swivel gun.
This is not attached in the picture.
It's just,
In the picture, it's just a peasant holding it while being on a ship.
it does make
But
sense.
so I
though.
assume they took that idea.
It does.
They are mentioned, especially for use against siege towers. Nikephoros Phokas II, an emperor apparently, I don't know if you know him, also advises the use in field armies. So this is not fully unrealistic.
So,
I guess.
Starsky, the fact that it's Byzantine only is fairly obviously to me because of the fact that they're the only people who ever figured out how to do it, and they even forgot.
Yeah.
Like at this point in time, they'd forgotten. I think already.
This is 10th century stuff.
Yeah.
So this is a rediscovery of old technology.
Which is like I'm fine
part
with
of
the
the
idea.
episode.
Like I'm fine with the idea of them rediscovering it. Like no one could figure out how exactly they did it after the empire fell, but if the idea is like the empire's still alive, they can rediscover how they did it. That's not too ridiculous to me. But interesting, they're not telling us how you get these in here, but they're saying that the legionary is earned from Latin culture. And its look is based on the real Italian armors designed during the Italian Renaissance period that were nostalgic for the old times. Of course, some artistic license was taken with the shield. Yes, of course. But the idea of the shield is very obviously because you've literally recreated Latin culture, so
this is not fully.
So
you get legionnaires, any amount of ticking to Latineas. You need to have less than zero, or more than zero Romanois. Less than zero Romanois? Like you have, as long as you're ticking Latineas positively, you get legionnaires, like the reformed legionnaires, not the Latin. These ones are like the end tier, I would assume. But you start getting legionnaires as soon as you start taking Latinias. Is the idea.
So you don't even need to actually be Latin culture.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You get them if you go for it. You get them quite early
Huh.
comparatively. Yes, like the video has like a part of that. The idea is probably that you like either you go legions or you get the wacky fire guys stuff and cataphracts, right? That's kind of the vibe. You focus on heavy infantry legionnaires or you go cataphracts and
But it says it's
fire
earned from
stuff.
Latin culture. I don't, but you see this in like
Yeah,
the
yeah. So
comments, right?
the Latin legionnaires. So like this is the end game. Like this is the upgraded. So you keep upgrading them with the ages, right? They don't. From what I could see, I can see if I can find the.
But you're saying
the
late game they're gonna be looking like this? That doesn't sound likely.
When do you think they would be looking like this?
That's a guy with a sword and shield.
Yeah, I guess they can't like, huh? Maybe they changed it, but like this is in the video. I'm trying to see if I can find the spot. I think it's in the end.
Shielded gun units. Yeah, we're going Skaven tactics with this one. Or block Jezzails.
Oh yeah, reformed legionnaires. Let me to research it. Oh wait. Oh, I see. I think
Is that
no,
H-
but this
that-
is
that's an H3 one, isn't it? Then
it's an H3 one. It's next to the reformed cataphracts.
I finally
says we
reformed
have less-
cataphracts. Jesus Christ.
It says we have less than 0 Romanoids, but it is culturally limited. And in this example, it could be that you need to be Latin culture for this, but I think it's still Roman culture, like Greek culture. Sorry. These are reformed legionnaires, and they have an upgrade path, so you can see they have upgrades up until age 6. Age they get a new one.
The legionaries stay throughout the whole game?
Unless I misinterpret, but let me send you another. Or like, there might be a point of view looking into the video, just like, this is the time code to the end. Where it's talking about it. If we keep it paused, it's showing an upgrade path, and specifically up until from age 3 until age 4, it has a different shape around. Like it looks like it's not just a normal infantry. Mind you, Nuro, these are heavy units, so they would be grenadiers in the late game. They wouldn't be musketeers. I'm pretty sure, at least. I think that's what the heavy units in the late game are.
Also, colorblind map modes. There's probably some people that will make very happy. But there's also probably been mods working on that. I imagine it's probably a case of they didn't think about it, and then mods were working on it, and they're like, "Oh shit, we need to do that." But yeah. There's also a bunch of new music. I assume that's probably.
Yes.
What the hell is Tritanopia? Oh, it's different types of color blindness. Oh, Protanopia and
Yes.
Deuteranopia.
Tritanopia is it's also called blue blindness.
You can't see.
It makes it hard to distinguish between blue and green and yellow and pink.
Yellow and pink.
That's what the fucking AI. Well, let me look at the actual.
That's weird. I don't believe it.
Doesn't have an English.
They added in the end just a little bit, just like sliding it in at the end. They're just like, oh yeah, by the way, the Bulgarian Empire is a thing now too. You can take Tsarograd as Bulgaria and form.
Carigrad is Constantinople, right?
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah, so you can
You-
take it. Okay.
You could theoretically have the Bulgarian Empire and the Serbian Empire, I imagine, because they probably don't need the same land.
Doesn't the Serbian Empire doesn't need Carigrad?
No, the Serbian Empire just needs like Macedonia. Really, is the area essentially, the provinces around
Nah.
old
Yeah,
Macedonia.
this is interesting. This is truly like this. Yeah.
Biz late units will be interesting since they didn't exist RRL. We won't be getting anything like this till maybe Scotland. Well, yeah, yeah, because you get the Scottish Highlander levies is a unique late game thing, and you get the England. Britain gets experimental riflemen. And those are some of the only late game unique stuff for troops. Holy Flush is a great name for an achievement for restoring the Pentarchy. That's I hate that so much.
That should be doable.
Give me back my legions for having 10 legion units in an army. Mare Nostrum for having 100 Latinas and being Rome with all of the Mediterranean.
So you need to have all of the Mediterranean before you form Rome.
Form Rome while having all the... Okay, maybe. That's probably what that means there, yeah.
This is a different one. But you still need to do this the biz, meaning it's kind of weird. The requirements for this are probably lesser than what it says. Because as biz, you can form, as we discussed, the Roman Empire with like 75 Italian locations. So no, surely they wouldn't make you wait.
You can restore Justinian's border and amend the schism, of course, as an achievement.
Yeah.
And
I like the next one.
yeah, nut allergy. Nut allergy. Have 6 cabinet members with the trait eunuch. So presumably this is a health trait. Presumably eunuch's a health trait. I wonder if it helps someone be a cabinet member. Like if that's a trait that helps you in the cabinet, that would be so cool. You gotta, dude, nut allergy. You gotta lop it off. You gotta lop it off of the kids you don't want to inherit, and then put them in the cabinet.
Yep.
It's brilliant. Yeah, we're still going.
Stefan's-
We're still going at it, but we're pretty much done here, I think.
Yep. That's like the roadmap to quickly look at, but
Yeah.
I don't think there's good stuff to talk about, but we don't need to.
But
I need to go to bed.
Yes.
I've been sitting like half, like falling asleep, you know, like this nodding awake in the sleep state for like 10 minutes or something.
Well, I wish you a good sleep then, my friend.
Yeah, I slept
I'm
2
impressed.
hours last night.
I'm impressed at you having stuck around. Well,
Yes,
that was the
indeed.
case. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I will see you guys around.
See ya.
Yeah, bye bye.
I just realized I set a calendar entry for the thing tomorrow, but I set it on next week, so I wouldn't have remembered tomorrow. Anyways,
Board
Yeah.
the wait, what's next? What's tomorrow?
I have an appointment, which is why I need to go to bed in
Oh.
like
Oh.
maximum 2 hours.
The board the platypus thing. The platypus inside joke is that's Paradox's symbol. This thing up here. That's a
I think
platypus
it's-
skeleton.
Is that the?
That's what the joke is.
I thought it was just specifically Tinto's mascot.
No, it's Paradox. Yeah. That's why like
Paradox the platypus.
like EU4 during like at the end of EU4's lifespan, they were
Yeah, there was that plush.
plushes, yeah.
But I thought that was specifically because it's nobody. I guess there's other games have a platypus as well.
I can see the Great Wall at the bottom, but I'm just staring at the Empire Strikes Back form of the Latin Empire as any Franco-Croatia state. They have not been talking about the Franco-Croatia at all, but they're subtly talking about like the fact that it exists and that it's like an IO or something. And that
they mentioned it in like one of the dev diaries, but didn't elaborate.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an IO. I think it's just talking about all of the like states without saying Crusader states or something.
Yeah. And maybe it's a thing where you if you have that reform, you can't declare war on other people that have that reform. That might be what it's about. Because you couldn't. It said
Which
something,
would be
but you can't.
Kind of bad.
Yeah, it would, because you want to kill the other weak shitters,
Yeah.
so that you can become stronger.
But maybe it also makes people defend you. I don't know.
But those weak shitters will be less weak once they, because you can actually accept the local culture, finally.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Great Wall have cities with city walls and all locations where the Great Wall is present. Okay, that's fun. That's fun. I like this. Yeah, every single location that has the Great Wall is a city with a city wall.
The Great Wall in the game is not represented as continuous, is it?
I don't know. I mean, it's not continuous in real life, but
Yes, that's why what I'm referring to. That it shouldn't be. Where is it? It's not like Shanghai height.
there can only be one.
Korea height, yeah. This.
Either as the HRE destroy Byzantium, or as Byzantium dismantle the HRE. And megalopolis. Create a megalopolis from a rural location. So presumably that means a place that starts as a rural location at game start becomes a megalopolis eventually. And then Tale of Two Cities. Have 2 cities in the same province with all unique town rights enabled. That's kind of fun.
This means so 2 cities are able to cover all of them.
Two cities.
Another question here: does a megalopolis count as a city? Like,
for the sake of this achievement, I don't know. Yeah, and what does it mean with all unique town rights? So 2 different cities they need to have. Does that mean that every town right needs to be enabled across them both, or they need to have none of the same ones?
I don't think you could. I think you can probably just fit both of the. You can probably just about fit all of the unique town rights into 2 cities. That's probably the point of it being 2 cities. That you can't fit it all in one, so you need a second one. So otherwise it would be like achievement, like gotta catch them all or something. To get all.
That's the sort of thing
rights.
You have to look at the code to understand exactly what it means.
Also, unique city rights, meaning town rights, meaning you need to get like all of the different cultures. Or does it only talk about like the generic unique ones?
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah. And yeah, only a couple days left. It's close, very close at hand. This is so much for an immersion pack. There's so much stuff
literally
getting updated with this. This is crazy.
This is bigger. I mean, there's lots of stuff in the free stuff which they need to do anyways. This is not. But like, also the immersion pack is the middle tier, because the Iberia one is gonna be like a. I don't know what they call it.
Okay, well, let's go to the roadmap thing.
I don't think. Yeah, I'm looking at that, and it doesn't specifically talk about this. So, but the store page will.
Spring. Echinides free update. Balkans content, trade, gay personalities, HRE overhaul, papal authority, logistics and troops, bureaucracies. Love me bureaucracies. And then in summer we get Pavia with great powers, rework, quality of life, and automation, Italy flavor. Okay. Chivalric orders. So changes to chivalric orders, I guess.
Yeah.
Credit worthiness.
The text there provides a lot more detail.
Okay.
If we were wanting to look into it. The next ones are Chronicle packs, so they are smaller in scope than the Immersion pack of Fate of the Phoenix, I'm pretty sure. Which is also why they're doing two quite close together. Wait, but the old one is coming in 2027. The cutoff between fall of winter. Do you see this in the graphic? The new year starts in between fall and winter, rather than in the middle of winter. Wouldn't
Well,
it
I
start
guess
in the
that means-
middle of winter?
That probably just means January. Because something is coming in fall,
Yeah.
but nothing is coming in winter before 2027.
That's fair.
So like
It just-
January.
For me, winter is always at the end of the year, and then a bit in the beginning of the year, so it feels weird. But
I assume
yeah.
if something was coming out in November, December, then they would have just said winter 26. Vassal
Yeah, and
contracts?
it's not coming out, yeah.
Yo, we see K3 up in this motherfucker.
This is good. You can like give privileges to a vassal to make them more loyal, but they get some like they have like their own little privilege system. That would be great.
The flaw of 4 seasons. You're the
I think-
flaw.
I think we don't need to read the 1.2 update stuff because
Yeah.
that's what we just went through.
Uh,
It's, rehashing that.
Pavia is giving a sweeping set of changes to EU5 across systems. Like every update, they're just like,
Why do they name? Sorry, why do they name the update after like a developer?
yeah, that's kind
Kind
of.
of self-aggrandizing.
They do this. I mean, Pavia deserves it, but still.
We're gonna have update 1.7 Johan.
Whereas Johan and Saint Dave.
Saint Dave.
We're Saint Dave update. All hail Saint Dave update. Okay, but great power systems redesigned around area dominance rather than score formula. Oh, area dominance with a regional power tier sitting between being a minor nation and a full great power status. Estates have their own culture and religion independent of the crown.
Yes. Hey, culture swap. We need to make your estates culture swap as well.
What? What does?
I mean, it makes
what?
sense.
What?
If the nobility is primarily like if you have a French nobility, but your peasants are Greek. This is honestly like this is the Crusader states.
Yeah.
The crown might like decide to flip Greek, but the nobility is still gonna stay French.
So,
And I would assume that like especially the like richer ones are less interested in converting if you ask them to.
think of Egypt. I don't know if I think of Egypt because I don't think that the Copts would be the peasants. I don't
in
think
Egypt
there's
you have
enough
the
Copts for that.
crown being Mamluks, which are like potentially not Egyptians, but the country of Egypt would still have Egypt culture.
I think that I think that like the state. God, this game is so crazy because you got the culture of the state. There's the culture
Yeah.
of the character who is the ruler.
Yes.
You've got then you're gonna in the summer gonna have the culture of the estates. So each estate can potentially
Yes.
have its own culture and religion.
But then members of the estate also have their own separate cultures and religions.
So how do they track that? What does that mean? We'll find out next time.
Yeah, tune on. When does the DLC come out? Late summer, probably. Tune on in late summer when we're catching up on all the other DLCs that we have missed, and the other Tinter Talks that we have missed.
If there's so much potential like amazingness that this could have for mods with having different races depending on how this works. I don't want to get my hopes up, but it's potentially
Oh,
very good.
Marbright Estate, that is Marbright culture.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the thing. It depending on how this works, they just.
I didn't consider.
I don't want to get too excited about it, but the idea that it says estates have their own culture and religion, does that mean that the estate has a definitive culture? Is it a case of, well, the nobility in England is French? All of them. The estate is a French estate. Therefore, it's trying to convert the nobles to be French.
Is that the case at GameStart?
Well, they speak the court language. No, because The characters are English, but they speak French at court.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just
Is there an example where it's like German,
well, China.
yeah, but yes, the peasants are not one culture. That's the problem.
Everyone in China is not Mongolian. Every estate would be
Oh.
something other than Mongolian. That's the point.
Yes. But then that's what the problem that I have is in a country like China, you would have not the peasants, you would have the Han peasants, the moist peasants, the Wu peasants.
So
These would
that's
all need to be like separated.
and that's why I think that because Neuro Starsky saying it has to be that because each pop already has a culture. So that's why it feels like this probably means that a state has the nobles of that state having a culture and religion, where it's like, oh, this is the culture of the nobility.
And that is probably just governed by dominant culture and the fact that like how many like the majority of them.
With that's what I am expecting it to be. I don't know what that would do. And I would still
play style.
I would
It's
like
gonna be
I'd like to
horrendous.
think that there is a way that with like the estates having their own culture, that there would be like ways of interacting with them differently. But that would just create too much modularity.
Yeah, I was just thinking like if you're a small country and you conquer significant other lands, then your nobility is just gonna be like people that hate you.
Yeah.
Gonna be interesting. Historically, probably. And then there's probably ways you can deal with the nobility. I mean, if you're conquering them already, you know.
If it's a plurality, gives some modifiers, and a majority gives a larger modifier, some kind of related to culture. Yeah, I suspect it's probably a situation where if your estate's culture is not the same as your culture, your state, if the estate's culture is different from the culture of the state, same with religion, then you get problems. And this is where you deal with situations like, because right now you can, actually no. I was thinking about like Muslims, but if Muslims have lots of Christians, they'll just go into the dhimmi.
Yeah. What I'm thinking is, at the very least, it's going to be a limit on culture conversion as a country, because you can't just flip. Like you're gonna have all the estates, so that you need to make them flip as well, and it's gonna be a limit on conquering too much from other lands, because then your nobles are gonna flip potentially, and allows the interplay of disowning foreign nobles potentially, if you want to. I hope there's more than that, but yes.
What is our favorite thing in 1.2?
Flamethrowers, of course.
Favorite thing. Well, like there's so many small fixes. There's so many things where it's like, well, they fixed this, they changed that. Lots of like little things where it's like, oh, that's nice. But Hellenism being an actually functioning religion is up there because it's really good. But that's also the thing with that is it's a singular religion that is a altist path. So even though I really appreciate it being functioning, that's not my favorite. My favorite thing has to be the megalopolis. I think it's got to be that, just because that is this new level above everything else that we've been doing, where suddenly going forward, that there's going to be this new apex of development you can try and aim for, where I mean, if you're one of the countries that starts with one already, it's not the same, but it's this like impossible to integrate just structure of development that isn't like anything else, to the point where it's like you have less combat width in a place that one is located in, because it's just so hard to field troops there, and the sheer amount of the building levels you'll be able to make there. I'm so excited to get my hands on that. I don't know who in the next MP, whether it's going to end up me being poked into playing the Byzantines again, because no one else is going to want to deal with their bullshit in the next MP, or if I'll end up playing like Kiev. But regardless, I'm looking forward to experimenting with it. If I'm playing Kiev, you can bet your ass I'm turning Kiev from that. I'm going to turn it around from how it was raised into a mere town into a megalopolis. Yes, that would be the goal.
But we were doing the Muslim world one. I don't know. My favorite would be probably the urban rights, because that's, I think, having more impact than the megalopolises, because it's a more early game thing.
True.
In most games, you're gonna use that a lot more.
I think that is a much bigger.
But I like the megalopolises too, but yeah.
I think okay. The way I feel about it is that the urban rights are a much more impactful thing that was added, and I'm very thankful for it. But from a liking standpoint of like what's a feature that grabs you, it's the megalopolis for me, because it's this one singular thing I can focus on. It's harder for me to get invested in all like the minutia of the different types of the rights, because it's such a big deal. It changes the game, but it's also
That's
lot
fair.
of stuff across the board. Where the megalopolis, where I'm getting, like I said, it's just you can like sit your ass down playing as anyone that doesn't have one already and be like, one day, that's gonna be me one day.
Potentially, yeah. The struggle would be the market, but obviously, if
you
you're
need
a player
you need
with
to get
AI, you can get in the market.
also getting pops. You gotta acquire enough people to make that happen.
That is actually a good point. 400,000, that's not a usual occurrence for me. I have done similar numbers, but like with like massive focus. But yeah, I mean, another thing, I like that the fact that there's Roman culture. Like people might not, but I like that the fact that you can reform a Roman culture.
Yeah.
I missed this kinda in CK3. Like, I mean, obviously you can do custom ruler, but like
I don't
the way
know
the
why
game
you
is set
couldn't
up.
do it. It feels so weird that you can't do it in CK3. I always just assumed that when you form Rome, you become Roman or get the option to do it, but you just don't.
Yeah, you become Hellenistic.
Yeah, you get the option to
I
become
mean, the
Hellenist,
reason
which is
why
like-
is because your culture is going to be so much better. The problem with the Roman
Yeah.
culture is it exists in CK3 at game start, but it is inoptimal to stay Roman culture the entire game. But if you hybridize, you lose the Palatini, which is the good thing about it, the like best heavy infantry. So you can't hybridize. You can only reform it, which makes it bad.
Starsky's making some very good points. That's for what he likes the personalities. First of all, the AI personalities, so they'll actually expand in interesting ways. So there's the expansionist ones, they'll actually like try and blob more, and the estate having its own pops, so that the pops actually grow of those different estate types. Yeah, it is a fantastic feature. I don't. Mags, you and I have gushed about it a few times. Just the fact that pop promotion is going to be so much more important for developing a location.
I'm making a weird face. I'm not sure if I will like it, but that's because it's probably not fitting into my playstyle.
It fits your playstyle more than mine.
Yes, because I'm free subjecting, but like
Yes.
the point of like burger maxing is gonna be harder because if you don't already have burgers. I like playing Italy, so that's not the problem, and I like playing Holland. But in Holstein, there's not many burgers. There's no burgers, as a matter of fact. As Holstein Rendsburg, you start with 0 burgers. How am I supposed to burger max if there's no burgers?
Acquire some. I don't know.
I ate them all.
Book more. Build a market village. Conquer Hamburg from the.
Yes, there's lots of hamburgers around.
This is such a stupid tangent.
Yeah, it's probably good for the game. It is.
So
we'll see.
You like to burger max and do peasant republic stuff like Ditmarsh, being a peasant republic and being so free subjects already. They'll promote those burgers into existence really easily, all things considered.
Probably.
And then
yes.
don't forget as well, like there is the completely underused, which finally will have a use, cabinet action of promote urbanization for pop promotion
Yes,
speed.
which you unlock. You need to unlock that though.
Yeah, yes, you do.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm gonna actually have to make use of that.
Yeah.
Because I've never used it before. I've just been like, well, keep like 15 stability. I'll be max serfdom. It won't even matter though. It'll be fine. Because I'll just create lots of jobs and then people will promote faster anyway. But now it's like, no, it's just not really gonna happen. Yeah. I'm still gonna be serfdom though. I'm still gonna do it. You can't stop me. I want those raw goods. I want those raw
The promote
goods.
urbanization is the admin one as well, right?
What is?
The promote urbanization cabinet action.
No, that's not
So
one that you have to choose. That this is a Renaissance.
No,
type.
no. I'm saying it uses admin skill.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Which is also interesting because I very rarely use any admin abilities.
Admin is my favorite.
I know you.
we're the opposite now.
I know you do deving all the time,
Yeah,
but
I'm always doing
always
that
find something more useful.
I am literally I anytime I'm not converting culture, I'm almost like okay, there will be like I basically never use military ones. It's so weird. We don't play the game like all the same, and yet we still both are convinced that our way is good. And
I stabilize and strengthen my government
Yeah.
too much.
Mag stabilizes and strengthens government with military skill. Meanwhile, I have like encouraged migration on my capital and development at the same time on my capital, both at the same time.
Do you know?
And I try to do them
Do you
both
know
forever.
why I'm convinced that mine is better?
Because you save so
Because
much money.
What do you need? Need that? But that's not even the thing. I do it even as a I don't do it as a republic. But the point is, what else can these stabilizing and strengthening guys do? Good, that's very important for me as a centralizing player. They can
They can
integrate
integrate
land.
stuff because you are. Oh, it all comes together. You have your guys on integrate location, integrate province or stabilizing and stuff. Yeah, and then especially
And so,
since
like,
you like
because-
playing like country, you like playing Milan, so you get lots of cultural influence, and so you don't need to worry as much about the slower integration speed based on other people's tradition once you get like into the mid Renaissance.
Oh, I mean, yes, I like. Yes. I mean, also I like playing the wealthy countries so they
Yeah.
can afford universities. As a haggard country, deving is also more important, because you don't have dev.
He's saying that I play haggard countries.
Yes, I know that you do. You don't deny it.
You
I
know,
like doing it.
it really is telling when me talking about playing Kiev would be the strongest country I've ever played.
No, you've played Byzant. I think the Byzantines are
Byzantines
strong. Island.
start
They're-
in the shitter.
They have more potential in Kiev, right?
More potential. Yes,
Because
they have more
they
potential.
have higher dev land. They have better pops.
And there's
Oh,
more people of their
I didn't mean to
culture.
say it like that.
They're better pumps. Better pumps.
They also are uniquely situated for a good naval play.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. The Aegean, Constantinople, all that. It's fantastic. With Kiev, my game would be honestly. I probably would try. I would try doing centralized. I'd try to get on your level a little bit. I wanted to figure it out. I want to figure out the centralized play. So I think centralized, aristocratic, serfdom monarchy.
Yeah. I am going to try if I get the Byzantine start down, and if it's possible, I will throw. If I can get it done, I will throw my head in the ring for it.
We shall see. We shall see.
Surely, as Kiev, you're not gonna have any issues with me.
I am sure that
Morning.
Kiev has never and will never have any issues with the Byzantines. Their relations have only been
mean-
good.
We have the Danube as a border, and we're good, right?
Cross fingers. They fought a few wars, if you didn't know.
I mean, probably, but like,
Oh.
I don't know why in this game you would want to fight a war with me. Like,
If you
what-
wanted
what-
to take
what
back
do I-
Crimea,
Oh,
that's what
you
they
know
fought
I'm
over
easy to
most
make
of the time.
concessions. Okay, that's fair. You know I'm easy to make concessions like that.
Yeah. He's such a Mags is such a little pushover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I probably would make. But I'm not allowed to because it's too expensive. I was gonna say I would probably move my capital as biz, to Smyrna or something.
Yeah, but you got to leave the megalopolis then. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So
what that's the
it costs,
point.
like,
The
everything.
reason that's the reason it will cost a lot. But the reason why I would want to do it is because then I can build another one in
Yeah.
Smyrna.
I could see that.
And I haven't tried it yet, but from an optimal market setup, Smyrna is better, and then you make one in Tarnovo. It's like the more optimal setup supposedly. Constantinople is not ideal as the way the game mechanics work.
Production.
But yeah,
On the economic
When-
side,
when I look-
production.
yes.
buildings.
I don't know if I,
don't
like
know
that.
what production. But what is production building? That means just like up.
Profit margins on production buildings, on like buildings that produce stuff.
I guess like
The economy is giving you less money.
making them genuine
So I
investments
understand
rather
this.
than passive money printers. A new establishment mechanic means newly built production buildings ramp up slowly based on literacy, disadvantaged by late arrivals against historically rooted industries. Price elasticity has been introduced so that expensive goods genuinely suppress demand, allowing regional trade imbalances to persist and giving trade routes lasting purpose.
Yeah, and then they're giving historical regions static production bonuses. Isn't that what the urban rights are already meant to?
Where 10 historical regions have gained static production bonuses reflecting the real world legacy. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I don't. I am very skeptic. That is one of all the things I've ever heard about EU5's like future plans. That is the most terrified I've ever been of seeing something, because this is the exact reason I loathe farmland, for the fact that it's like, well, before games start, people farmed here a lot, so for the rest
Well,
of
it's
time, it's just
production.
going to be better.
Production. It's
Yeah,
production.
but this is the same thing, but for production of goods, where it says,
Well, the idea there is that there's technology and knowledge already there, so that's why they have that bonus. But I don't know why that's like a region that has that bonus. I mean, I guess if you conquer Flanders, the Flemish cloth makers are still there. So I think that's the kind of the idea. But static bonuses, no, I'm not. But like I'm worried about the significant cut of profit margins. It's like reworking the entire economy and price and everything.
with any luck, they'll
I don't-
sufficiently test this. This is the
Surely
sort
they
of
will,
thing.
but
This is the sort of thing that makes me like, I should totally reach out to them and try to ask for early access to test some of this stuff. But then the problem
could have
is,
joined the beta.
I don't
Right.
have time usually. I have my own stuff I
Well-
want to do, and I'm not even employed right now, and I don't feel like I have time.
That's fair. Yeah.
And I couldn't even talk about it. So if I had early access, what am I going to do? I'll just test it and just.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to talk about it.
And that's the problem with the beta. You know, theoretically, if somebody here on the server was in it and written in, what is it called, signed an NDA, they couldn't even talk about being in a beta.
Yep.
I mean, I had the plan. I wasn't invited. I had the plan that if I get an invite to the NDA, that I will tell you people before I sign the NDA.
Well, yeah. I mean, that. Yeah. Yeah. You tell people that you signed an NDA. Well,
No,
the thing.
I'll say, oh, I got an invite, and then I'm
Yeah.
shut up.
When people get early access to stuff like that from Paradox, they don't. It's not like they don't ask them to keep it a secret that they know stuff. They just can't explain it. Like people talk, they
That's
think
fair.
they explain that they know stuff, that they have early access to things, but And
Well,
look,
the way they phrase it, it's,
I started a farmland, an anti-farmland
yes.
thing in the chat. Yeah, but yeah,
Oh,
not changing
Did you
terrain.
see the terrain changer mod? I was gonna say, talk about this.
No,
Did you see the mod from Zorange? He
No.
made like a mod that allows you to do it, but it's haggard by making like giving it the province a modifier to cancel out the terrain modifier, and then he makes a separate terrain map mode
that's
that
what I
includes the
figured.
terrain changes.
That's
But what I
figured it
hope
to be.
is that his mod makes Paradox realize how desperately needed it is to have terrain changes possible.
But if it's an engine limitation, then
Then they should fix the engine. It's their engine.
they won't do it. They won't do that. That's just.
I don't know how that can be an engine limit. I'm not sure.
So here's the thing, Nuru. Here's the thing. You're saying that in your mind, farmland is not land made to farm, but it's just the best land for farming. That is an interesting point. So if that is the case, then why is it that there is no farmland northeast of Kiev outside of Novgorod, the city itself, which is surrounded by forest? The vegetation all around Novgorod is... But why is Novgorod a farmland then? Cold, you say. Everything around it is forest. But the city of Novgorod itself is a farmland.
It's not forest, it's woods, actually.
Torches. I don't like
I do
either of
agree
you
with
right
you.
now. I don't like either.
The better argument is, why is there no farmland in Argentina?
Or the New World at
something.
all, yeah. The Mississippi Valley
Yeah.
has zero. Yeah. I can.
Guess who's back?
He's back again.
Back again.
Yeah, those are the two things I always prefer to bring up is the fact that Novgorod is completely surrounded by woods, but then the city itself is a farmland, which is like, well, that's obviously just because it was exploited for farming in the past, and now it just always is going to be good for it. And then you have the Mississippi Valley, where it's like, well, even Cahokia isn't considered farmland. Sorry, none in the New World
Okay.
at all. Yes, we're having this argument
You should
again,
be
and
able-
I need to move on from it before we get sidetracked.
You should
further with
be
it.
able to you should be able to turn like forest into plain, like you should be able to deforestate areas into farmlands if there isn't going to be farmlands in an area. Like you should actually be able to deforestate things, because there are like a lot of North America even still is forest, but like almost like even the more developed places, especially in like Canada, are or would be forests in the game, but have at this point been cut down to the point that they can't really be considered forests anymore.
We're not on the modern times. This is still a
Well, what I'm
high
saying is that it would-
medieval Napoleonic times game.
Well, what I'm saying is that those turned from a woods into like a more like plains type area.
See,
Over the
like,
course,
no was mentioning terraforming for Vic.
Yeah.
Vic doesn't need it because terrain type in Vic, there's topography really, but like if it's wood or farmland, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It has arable land, but that's less. I mean, it's still an issue because it doesn't change. But
getting back to the rest of what's in Pavia, there's something about
Yes.
military orders, because they're making ships that aren't galleys worse in enclosed spaces, and galleys are going to be better.
yeah,
I always thought they were a good choice. I picked them.
Oh.
I used them in inland seas, but
I know. Once you have the money for heavies, it's not worth it. I've learned this in my first Milan game when Naples had 100 heavies and I couldn't beat them.
Well, if they had 100 heavies, then I mean, no wonder you'd
Or
need
like 50
you need,
heavies, and like a full stack
you-
of heavies
You
doesn't
would need
beats a full stack of galleys.
you would need 200 galleys to equivalent 50 heavies.
yes, which is the problem.
But it's the cost. That's a cheaper. That is genuinely cheap. 200 galleys is cheaper than 50 heavies.
I am
And
not convinced.
Also, they take up a quarter of the frontage. And they get combat bonuses in inland seas and
They take a
narrows.
quarter. But that's the point. They take up the quarter of the frontage, but you can't fit them all in the front. Like 200 garrison and armies, way over. Like you're way overfilled. About 30 heavies are like one front line. So if I'm got this correct, yeah, it's like 10. Oh no, it's double. It's 15 now on front line. Huh. I don't know. It's whatever. It's a moot point. The point is the area bonus apart from Nerus didn't really matter for Gillies.
Eric, you can
no.
rewind the stream. You can rewind it now. I did it this time. I did it. I turned on the thing so you can rewind. You can roll back the stream.
We are about close to the end. So.
Yes, we're also close to the end of it though. Yeah. If he hasn't
So
already,
there's
he's
no
probably
point
already
in-
at the beginning again. He's probably gone back to the beginning now. He's not here. I don't know. We'll see.
Wow.
Well,
But
see you in 2 hours,
Yeah.
Eric. 3 hours.
But I really wanted to. I was trying to read this about military orders. Military orders have been capped on sponsors and tightened on passive income to prevent them from outgrowing their patron kingdoms. Roughly 30 cost modifiers have been converted to efficiency modifiers, with diminishing returns to curb runaway min-maxing. Several new automation tools have been added, including split cabinet controls per building. Split cabinet controls per building. Auto expand flags. So tell the game you want to automatically make more of these buildings instead of just buildings flat.
I think also per location in this would imply, I think.
And fine-grained
It's-
auto
I want-
diplomacy toggles.
I think it's like I want this stack and this location to be auto upgraded when it's profitable and I have money. I think that's what it is. But maybe it's only just building in general.
No, I think that they talk about it in the past tense, as in they've already started doing this stuff.
Yes, they're developing. They were talking about that they were developing this and 1.1 parallel.
Yeah.
So then this would make sense that they're developing, or they should be done at this point with 1.2, and they're developing 1.3 already.
It's just how much effort you put on which thing. So they put most of their effort on 1.2, while like a smaller group of people is like plinking away at the foundations of 1.3 ahead of time. And then
They were
1.4 is
also talking
probably
about-
all theory crafting.
They were talking about like the custodian team that they have like 3 teams. One is like hot fixing, one is like in the next big patch fixing, and one is like thinking about like the next big update after. Which the numbers vary, yeah, but those are the 3 teams that they were having.
One
We will
point
say.
four. Okay. Yeah.
I really like how they are doing a lot of changes and a lot of fixes in these updates that aren't just a DLC. Like it feels like they're both independently good.
Oh, also for Pavia, their scope is a lot less than 1.2. They were talking about this already. I just remember this. In some dev comment, they mentioned that it's not as big as a scope.
Yeah. I mean, they don't look that big in comparison. Yeah, like at all.
Yeah.
That's okay. They're working on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, across the pillars chronicle pack. So you get ambitions, which is a system for articulating your nation's long-term goals to the world, creating dynamic rivalries and diplomatic tension as the powers react and contest your path to greatness. With expeditions, we're adding immersive narrative depth, allowing named characters to undertake monumental journeys, complete with unique event chains and consequential outcomes that will shape your nation's history.
You can send Columbus to explore,
I
I would assume. Ibn
do you send someone to
Battuta?
go? Yeah. I was thinking Ibn Battuta. Like, you going to visit China or something?
When was Marco Polo? Was this earlier?
That was a long time.
I think this was a bit
ago.
earlier.
Yeah.
No,
But
he
Ibn
was born
Battuta is like
1240.
now.
He was born 1254. He died in like 10 years before game start.
Oh. Rip.
Immunitator was born in 1304, so he's still alive and doing during the early game.
The dynastic
But yeah.
experience will be receiving a significant injection of depth, providing new tools for securing alliances, arranging successions, and managing shared power arrangements that will enrich the political landscape. We also plan to introduce more surgical options for economic warfare, giving players fine-grained control to pressure rivals or strengthen allies through focused trade policy. What?
Camels? What?
Camels?
Why?
See, I saw camels and I didn't even register it because my brain was still trying to catch up with what I just finished reading about economic warfare. Huh?
How will the dwarves get these? How will the dwarves get the camels?
How will the
This is
dwarves
the
get
real
the camels?
question. You
This
need
is
to-
this
How
This
are
is
they
gonna get Charlie
implementing
to play the
camels
game.
without?
Charlie's gonna suddenly want to play this game because camels will be in it. She loves camels.
Sure.
I'm
How are they implementing them without it being like a thing where people are desiring them to? I guess the only people that need camels are people that are in the desert and they can probably build camellaries so they can just fulfill their own demand.
But do you what like who demands them though? Who demands them?
Berbers. I'm
And what do they
I'm
do?
Zerg. I would assume that it's similar to horses, but just for Muslims. But the Muslims probably have it in addition to horses. They have like a small,
Oh, yeah.
peasants, tribesmen in the Arabian and North African areas. Probably West Africa as well, to be honest.
You get
You just made me
camelry levies.
Just made
Yeah.
me think of the most cooked things where if you were Muslim, you cannot use cavalry, you can only use camels.
No,
It's
I
the
think
most,
you can. I think it's going to be a matter of both.
Yeah.
For levies,
It will
it's going to
probably be
different,
both. You probably don't have to be Muslim to use camels, but it would be pretty funny. That is pretty funny. That
Does-
is like a wholesome, funny haha moment right there.
It does make me think about how funny it would be to make some specific like a type of trade good where like you get a unique type of levy from it. I don't know why, like it's just an interesting idea.
Would the nobles? I don't think the nobles would be camel riders.
No,
This would be
I
like
would-
probably a military, like a soldier.
If it's something that just like pops demand in general, it would probably be a nobles thing. Because nobles definitely, yeah, liked and still
from
do
like
like camels.
From like a vibes perspective, without being a historian in that area and having much knowledge at all, it feels like horses would be more of a luxury good, which nobles would be using, while camels would be like something that's readily available, which is why it's used by lesser people. But you still get some cavalry, so you would get
Well, they have
cavalry from
both.
something that's not nobles.
They had both,
Maybe
but
it's
I
like
can
tri-
imagine when you say it like that, I suppose horses probably were the more prestigious good.
Horses were like faster.
Yeah,
Well,
notably
camels
so.
are like probably. Well, camels are more like enduring and stuff.
Yeah.
Camels are more work animals, and so if you maybe it's even like a tribal levy.
So here's the thing, Nuru. The other thing with elephants. See, elephants are both a good that nobles in like India will demand, and you can use them for military units, but
Oh.
also you can turn elephants into ivory. So they have
Yes.
some sort of output. Like you can still make use of them, worst case scenario. Other than pop demand. You can do something else with them. But what are you doing with camels? Like what are you doing with them?
The problem we are always
You're not eating
considering is
them.
because we're thinking about adding new stuff in our
Circus.
mod, and so whenever the idea comes up, it's always like, how do we do this without screwing over the world economy by creating demand
Yeah.
in other places for it,
So that's why this is
Um,
confusing.
and like making it so that the people that actually have a demand also can fulfill that demand wherever they are. Well, I mean, not wherever they are, but like if you're going into the Arctic, you're gonna not fulfill your camel demand
Yep.
other than trade.
That's the funny thing because
Woolly,
like
woolly camels.
we keep talking with like Rye like what about the mushroom trade good? And you know what? If there's gonna be an underground trade good we make, mushrooms are pretty much as S tier as it gets for things on that list.
Yes.
Especially since they're so easy to like, you can have that like anywhere. You can even make that on the surface in some rare cases. Like it's easy. They're mushrooms. They're all over the fucking place.
I stand corrected. Arctic camels did exist.
Will Greenland get camels? This is the thing we need to ask.
They existed in North America.
I'm dying.
That's it. We're getting Greenland to camels.
And they crossed the Beringian land bridge into Eurasia during the late mid, like some 6 millions ago.
I was
they're like
I was
horses.
getting Charlie to make an like her Age of Wonders character, and she was looking at all the different mounts that you could potentially have. And when I showed her camels, and you could make them white, Arctic camels, she was like, she didn't even take it seriously. It's like, what? It's a thing.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. They're very furry. They can handle it. It's an underappreciated aspect of them. But anyway, camels.
I
It's
just
gonna be
wonder,
weird.
won't the water freeze?
I'd hope not.
Wait, this is not camel. This is dromedaries, right? Is it? That the one with the water like hilt?
Camels have the
Wait,
the,
Eric,
The bumps.
the humps.
Camels
have
have
the
one
humps.
bump. Camels have
Aren't
one
they in
bump, right?
Canada?
And dromedaries have like 2 bumps. I think.
Fuck, I need to move on from this.
Okay. Yes. I'm sorry. But the dromedaries have. Whatever. It's
But the dromedaries, Joffrey.
Oh, also technically alpaca and llamas count in the same like family.
Still going.
I have
Honestly,
closed
I'd like
the
to have an
Wikipedia
Arctic
page.
camel.
Don't worry.
I wish they still existed.
Nah, but to get back to the point of like goods, like camels, I think can work because it's a local. But there's a reason that they made dates just fruit,
Yeah.
because
Isn't it-
dates would potentially then be desired by Italy, and then how does that work?
Well,
Because they don't have substitute goods for demands. It
Yeah.
doesn't. They have no system for this.
so most of the time, when it comes to things like, because Italy's problem with sturdy grains specifically is in the Po Valley, like the Genoa, the Genoa market, because there's sturdy grains in the Alps. So that means that there's sturdy grains present, and then that means that the pops in the Po Valley want it because it's in their market, it's present. So
Yeah.
theoretically, people they'd have to decide whether dates are just like fruit, it's a local good, do you want it or not, kind of thing, or is it a luxury good that's just, if it's in the market at all, people want it now, like where it's like
Yeah.
a spice essentially, where it's like, well, you whoops-a-daisy, you just accidentally imported pepper from India, now everyone's gonna go screaming for it.
This is why I was thinking the way to do it would be creating a system where pops have types of demands which can be fulfilled in multiple ways. The problem is that it's the dynamicity, whatever you call it. Like, how do you make it so that, like, there would need to be a system to make it so that you can't fulfill it with just one type, because otherwise, then you can do like just everybody eats only grain. That wouldn't work. And like for luxury good, everybody just gets salt, nothing else. And like this is the problem. Is it would be there's too many goods and it would be very complex. But if they were to make a system like this, it would be the superior way, because then you can have substitute goods. You could say, oh,
Which
they
is
need
what
some
Vic
sort
has.
of type of building material, so they have not fully think. The Vic just has it that they generally the end good that people need are like produced goods, groceries, and so then you just have production methods that use different things to make their end good.
People in Vicky have different depending on their standard of living, they'll have different like things that they'll want, they'll have different demands that they'll
Yes.
gain, and
That's the
lower
same in
tier-
EU5.
Yes, but and that's a really cool thing. Especially, it also means like development also increases demands, and that's very interesting stuff. But in Vicky specifically, the lower demands for necessities, lower necessity demands are like replaceable. They're interchangeable, like fish. Fish and like
Yes.
grain are interchangeable, as opposed to like
Yes, so
like finished like groceries. You can't
Yeah, so
replace
something
just like
similar-
fish with groceries, kind of thing.
Yeah. This is the thing. Something similar like this. I think making it broad and then just having it so that you need variety, so that like there's some. I don't know if that would work.
It
So
just
you need like
Yeah.
food, and then it just wants a mix of certain foods.
it just feels strange that it feels strange that all the pops want specifically like it's like okay
Yeah.
what like you're gonna go to the store modern day. You're not someone who's going to the store modern day and you're like, well, the store is sold out of raspberries. I really wanted raspberries. Apples. Bloody apples. You wanted apples. They don't have any apples. Now I'm going to go on a rampage and become angry at the government because they didn't find a way to import enough apples for me.
Well,
Instead, you go
say
and buy
this.
oranges.
Some people just want a certain thing. This is a modern globalism issue. This is not something that historically happened. In modern days, you might have people. They go to the store to buy the normal groceries, and then they are like, "Oh, I want a raspberry," and then they don't find raspberries. They don't buy strawberries instead. They might just not buy it. But that's a globalism issue. That's because they're used to having it readily available.
Wasn't this an issue in East Germany? Like I swear I heard like something about.
I
Like,
mean,
bananas.
they just didn't have much variety. They didn't have like global market economies for some
Yeah.
way. So they were limited in stuff. They had like one product per category or something. Like it's a bit over exaggerated, but there was just scarcity in that sense.
So even
And
more,
so they were
even
just
more
managed.
towards the point that in a traditional economy, which most of the game is built around, you don't just because
They don't
like
have a choice.
you don't necessarily have a bloody choice. These people are eating flatbread most of their lives.
Yeah.
Most of this
I-
timeline is still like the first third of this
Of-
game is peasants eating flatbread.
I think the simplest way is to think about it in food terms. If there was food, there probably should be like a fiber food and I don't know what types of, but like ballast food, like fiber ballast food, like grain, something like potatoes as well. I don't know if there's other types, other than like the different types of grain, and then like some protein-rich food, which could be legumes, because I think beans got protein,
Yeah.
and fish and meat from livestock and horses and camels and elephants.
We outlasted you, Nuru. We're literally in the last like paragraphs of this, and you failed. Starsky,
Well-
you have failed.
Yeah.
You didn't make it to
But
the
it's-
end. Also, good night, though.
Yeah, but like a system like that where you categorize them in a way and then they can substitute each other, what there being an incentive to variety. If something is not very, this is probably the way to do it. If something is rare, it becomes more desirable and it creates more demand for it. So like if you're eating sturdy grain all day and then some wheat pours in, people are gonna be like, oh, I want to try this.
I think that's the biggest issue, isn't it? It really is the biggest issue of because most of the demands make sense. Because usually the weird demands are like the burgers, the clergy, the nobility.
I
It's
do
only
think
when it
this
comes
would
to
then
the
be
peasants-
expanded. But this should be expanded to the burghers and the clergy, because like then like there should be luxury demands. There should be a category of certain luxury demands, and then these are fulfilled in a way. Obviously, cloth is one thing that they would fulfill with just cloth, you know. But
Yes,
for like
this is near the end,
specific
Church.
types of luxury stuff.
This is near
Yes,
the
it
end,
is.
Church. We're literally this is the last screen. We're just looking at the roadmap. Once we've done rambling about pop demands and like discussing these things, then we're done. But you can rewind the stream now.
Yeah.
I fixed that thanks to Mags poking me till I got it right. So
Yeah,
Everybody say thank you, Mags.
thank you, Mags.
I thank you, Max.
Wow. Wow. I wonder who this guy thanking Mags is. I wonder.
You said everybody.
He is.
Yeah,
I was,
mean,
I
you
was
gotta
just following
thank
what
yourself,
you're trying to do. What you say?
I think it is a healthy activity to thank oneself every day for being your best self.
Thank you.
I can't do that. I would be lying to myself.
Dear God.
Guys, I died in a video game. RIP.
Okay. Yeah, but anyway, like,
The
there's
last thing
improvement.
about
Let's cap it off as there's room for improvement. Yeah.
And the thing that really is like the reason that keeps getting us to talk about the pop demands thing and how weird it is really just sturdy grains. The other stuff is more believable. The sturdy grains is really weird.
Fish.
Okay, fine. Fish. The basic
Okay.
peasant foods are the things that are really strange and confusing. Moving on.
I mean, I
Update
don't
1.
like the pepper thing. I don't like the pepper thing either, you know. But like, it's a big thing, so they figured out a way to make it not as annoying. But like, but sure. But like, it's these luxury goods from the New World are a thing too. Yeah, we can go.
1.54 lanes. This one's going to be about France and Western Europe.
That reminds
The
me.
15th and 16th century? Okay. Oh, I guess
Oh,
they're actually
Sorry,
going to deal with some...
sorry. I have to go back. I have figured out. I had an idea. I had an epiphany.
Oh,
You know how I figured out they already do. They already allow us to substitute goods for something.
How do they do
That's why he's not happy.
How do they do that?
Bullion laws.
oh.
Different types of goods for minting. Maybe we just need to do this for Kirangul, where we make a law section where they can choose to create like a certain demand for something. So they can say, oh, we want to use primarily fish. And then they get extra demand for fish.
Oh,
So that,
that already
law-
exists in the base game.
That
Like,
law-
not as a law.
no, not for minting, I mean, but like as a yes?
No, like I think it's like Bogomil and Caffire have the ability to go Episcopalian, which
yes.
means that you don't consume as much meat and you consume more fish.
So then something like this, where you like, I guess this wouldn't be dynamic. That's the problem. It would be player choice, and then they would min max the shit out of it.
Honestly,
Anyways,
Bogomil.
It's a bad idea.
Greenland.
I realized
Big
this as
crack.
much as I talked about it.
It's so
Sorry,
funny.
1.5 Orleans.
It's just funny to imagine, like, listening to you talk about it, I'm just imagining the king being like, all peasants must
Onion?
now consume fish.
Have you heard the story about why Germans eat a lot of potatoes?
Yes, actually, I do. They just started to import a ton of them, and then eventually they had to gaslight their people into thinking they were the most amazing thing ever with propaganda because they had so many of them.
What kind of propaganda?
Convincing them
There's a
that it was the nobles
Yes.
and the crown were eating them all the time. So it wasn't even like health benefits. It was like it was like look at like
But
what the
the way they
celebrities are
did it-
doing. The celebrities are eating the
Specific-
potatoes.
yes. The king grew potatoes in his personal garden and left it purposefully unguarded so that peasants would come and steal the potatoes from him, and then he would have his gardeners replant them so that they could steal it again, so that it would create a demand for potatoes. Because they're thinking it's the king's food, and then they learn because it's regrowable, then they start growing it themselves.
What we're
how it's
discussing,
spread.
Board, is the absolutely stupid notion of there being a law that is like the court food, where you have like the food that the court eats, and it increases the demand for that good in your country. Because the peasants see what the court is
subsequently
eating.
decreases demand for other things. And
Yes.
it's an idea to like have it so that you can more dynamically. So it's probably not a worthwhile idea. They just need to fix the
What do
fucking
you
demands
mean?
and markets.
It's
or
an
whatever.
amazing idea. You need to you have Norway. Norway has the fish fish
I
court.
was gonna say
Oh,
you can make you know how there's a royal garden building. If you have a royal garden building, you can plant potatoes in it, and then
As
suddenly
someone
people-
who lives in a fish RGO, I think the fish should be the fish should be the fish. Yeah.
I mean, as somebody who lives in a wild game RGO, I mean, I think that should just be a lot more desirable.
I
Free
think
food.
as someone who lives in Alberta, the entirety of which is wild game,
Okay.
deer is
I
honestly
I
pretty
saw-
tasty.
I think
Do you truly live in a wild game RGO?
Yes, the entirety of Alberta is a wild game.
There's some lumber.
Well, you can't beat Nova Scotia. It has one medicament tile.
Oh, based pink RGO herbs. Crazy. So
Anyways,
while this DLC is planned around France, yeah, we're gonna do some stuff for building-based countries like trade companies and state banks. Pop needs will be split into life needs, everyday needs.
Oh, it was on the screen all day long. Yes. I don't think this is exactly what I want, but it is funny that we were yapping about this and it was on the screen all along. Joffrey has left the building.
I don't want to live anymore.
Mind you, we were having this rant without even reading that line. We were like coming up
What?
with our own way to rant about it.
That is the most classic thing for us to do. Oh my god, that's perfect. We spent like half an hour at least ranting about that.
It is not what I want, and it's gonna be worse because they split it into life needs, everyday needs, and luxury needs. And where do you think sturdy grain is gonna be, and then what consequences it's gonna have?
It's
This is
gonna be
worse.
life needs.
Probably every day, but yes. So it's gonna be like one of the more important ones, and it's gonna be punishing us for having something, even though we substituted with like plenty of grain and rice.
I don't think so. I think it means that you will wait. No, how would that work? Because my immediate
I could
thought
see a
was
simple version. I could see a simple version of it. You need to fulfill life needs, but you can overfulfill on some categories, and so if you then lack some other categories, it doesn't punish you as much.
Pop needs will be split into life needs, everyday needs, luxury needs. So yeah, it probably will be more like what you're fearing of like sturdy grains are the most crucial thing to ever exist. Therefore, billions must be revolt because they don't have enough sturdy grains. Never mind that they have enough food.
Unless they make it so that because it's in the category and you fulfill enough of the other ones that they are nicer to you.
See, my thinking while sitting here silently thinking, the thought is luxury goods. Are the nobles going to be happy because you've given them enough jewelry if you've given them no carpentry? You've given them no cloth. You've no luxury cloth.
I mean,
but you've given them
depending
so
on where they
much
are,
jewelry.
Let's say the Norwegian nobility is not going to be happy, but the Malian nobility might just survive on only gold.
I doubt
That
it.
is actually very true.
I don't think that's
To be
the
honest,
case.
the hot Mali sun is probably very hot, and gold is not going to be like it's going to conduct the heat and burn without cloth. So you're correct. This is the problem why like these three categories you can't really make it so that substitution happens with this. You need to be more granular with the categories. There's an argument that they should just make fruit a category and have like all manner of different fruits, but then they need to like do the markets for all of this and be
Yeah, I
performance
want more
heavy.
fruits.
The reason why they haven't done very granular market stuff like this, where you have apples, oranges, and bananas, is because it is performance heavy and you would combine it anyways in the needs.
States will generate self-serving spending requests that give them a distinct economic identity, and the states under occupation during wartime will become significantly harder to manage. Peacemaking is something we plan to rework into a more bilateral agreements, where both sides put demands on the table funded by their own war score. Oh no.
I like that.
So wars end with both parties gaining something rather than one side simply dictating terms.
Well, the one side gains that I will no longer occupy them, and the other side will gain that I shall get some land.
What this usually ends up meaning, because it's what it meant for a while in Vic E3, and I haven't played since, what it meant in Vic 3 is I give you something meaningless, that has too much weight, and or like, hey, we're in war. I'm gonna give you. So we're at war. I'm beating you, but you don't want to give me something that I want. So I'm gonna now give you just a ton of money, or let you humiliate me, and then I will take that thing now that you weren't gonna give me.
Did Wiki 3 have bilateral peace treaties?
Yep.
Certainly not in the
Well,
modern age.
not peace ones,
Oh,
but
they have- but they
bilateral
have the-
treaties. Just treaties,
Yes,
period.
but these were fine. They were not exploitable as much. They like
It was really
there was
bad.
some no, it wasn't. It wasn't really bad. It was a magnificent addition to the game because it made it so much nicer that you don't just need to do war. There was some issues, but it wasn't as bad as you think. There was some like it was more in the other direction that you couldn't do things that you should have realistically been able to do.
Fair.
For peace, it's a different issue. To be honest, the one thing that I will do is that you are no longer going to max money, max war reps every war enemy that you're fighting. Because you're probably not gonna get that from them. It's more likely that you're paying them war reps for them giving you land or something.
It's a fair point.
Which I think that's a fair argument because I mean, if you're getting attacked, max money, max war repping people does make kind of sense, but it's yeah.
I think the AI just needs to be adapted to the system. It's a good idea. Just like you need to actually like change the AI to
yeah.
think that way.
Also, I wonder what they would want that you would be willing to give up. Because surely, if you're declaring a war to win against AI, you're not willing to give them anything. Other than
I think what they need to
prestige,
do
legitimacy, a royal marriage, maybe.
is like
'Cause that
if
is
you
a
are
type of
winning like above if you are winning above a certain amount of war score, you can just enforce demands. So you can like go back to sort of the old system where you can just get what you want if you're winning hard enough. Because if you're let's just be honest, if you hold all of the cards, what are they going to do?
That's the thing. They already kind of make this, because they made like you need to only occupy 50% of the enemy country to get 99% war score, and we are assuming not counting ticking war score and stuff like that. So like they already made it so that you like don't occupy everything. You occupy like 33% of the country and can get everything you want from the piece. So how are they going to make it so that you are willing to give up something? Either they revert these changes, or they make stuff that you're easily willing to give up, which can't be much. Could be like currency, basically.
They
Probably not
have to
gold.
they have to make it so there is like a certain degree where yes, the country will peace out because the cost of staying in war, even though they're not going to get what they want, is just so much higher.
I'm not agreeing with you. I'm like, there will be a point where you can like get your one-sided peace deal. But if they want to make it so that you do the bilateral ones, then like how do they incentivize this? Like what is the incentive for you? Like what is there for you to be willing to give up?
I think it just like it's only going to be if you're losing realistically. Like a player would only do them realistically. I think if they're either losing a war or they are or things are in a dicey situation and the player wants to get something, and if they give up something, then they'll get what they want.
The way this peacemaking, like that they're funded by their own war score, sounds is like each side generates war score on their own, so I can get 99% war score, but they can also get 50% war score on me.
It makes it sound like they have separate war score. Yeah, it's like it's not like a balance beam.
But so then I would need to play very defensively if I don't want them to get any war score on me.
It sounds almost like the Hearts of Iron like peace treaty at the end of a war where everyone
I have not understood that yet.
I don't know how that works either, but I think it's a case of all that I know about it is that I think that war somehow people have a certain amount of points to spend when one side defeats the other. But it feels like it's like a mutual
one
thing.
side.
Yeah, this feels like it's a mutual thing where somehow both sides have points to spend.
I think it's participation based. Like you just get more. The more participation you have, the more points you get. and then if you pass the first few turns, you get like they kind of increase or something. I don't know, but that's mutual, like one-sided. This is like opposite-sided. And again, like if they have their own war score, and if I can't get rid of their war score, then this is gonna make wars really annoying. I don't know. We can't say much more really until we see it. But either this is something you are going to ignore, or it's going to be toothless, and I think finding the balance where it's actually something that's worthwhile is hard.
The next thing is that, what we saw above that subject relationships are going to get a contract layer, as they put it, where overlords and subjects can negotiate individual clauses covering loyalty, building rights, and war obligations, making vassal management feel more like genuine statecraft. So you can do various things that'll make them either more or less loyal to you. And I suppose the building rights is whether or not the overlord is able to build in their land.
No. The other way around.
Why would you want to build
Do
in
you
your
see?
overlord's land?
Trade companies and state banks. You're giving them like certain monopoly rights.
It's like your estates, yeah, they'll build shit for
This
you.
is the same, yeah. You could give the Hudson's Bay Company the rights to build offices
Yes, you
in
personally.
England.
They're already changing that you can personally hold some land more. So like you can hold it a bit more, and you can probably give other subjects rights to build in other subjects as well. This is another thing that's probably going to be a thing. But yeah, this is like for the building-based countries, probably partially. That I'm sure that other vessels can
It's
also build
coming
in
at
your
the
country.
same time, so
Yeah, it would make sense that that is what it's for.
I
And
also have a brain
this makes
too.
state banks more interesting because you can be the state bank of somebody and then build in their country. You build like financial stuff. I don't know if they add more buildings or whatever, but
I think the Pope should be able to become a building-based country in Rome if someone takes over Rome or Avignon.
this would make
But-
sense.
that's the
And
weird
then
thing.
I think
with
it's
the
just-
option to pop out if he wanted to.
He
I
feels
think.
like he should be a building-based country, not like the whole, like him being kicked out to different theocracies. Because
Yeah.
the Sikh head of faith is a building-based country, for example.
Like
Well,
technically,
luckily, Christianity will also get as a whole, will also get a rework, allowing for more natural schisms and mendings along the theological
I
lines.
think
Whatever
I think the
that
Pope
means.
should be able to just migrate
this
into
is-
separate.
This
Sorry.
is around the time of the CK3 update, isn't it? Or even like just shortly after.
I don't know when the
Are you gonna-
CK3 update's coming. I haven't been keeping track of that. Obviously, if
But
I'm
it must be
behind on
like
EU5.
fall. Must be like fall,
I
or late summer.
think what was I going to say? It makes sense for the Pope to spit out in different theocracies if the person owning Rome or Avignon is just like no.
The thing is,
But
it doesn't make sense because he like pops out as an OPM or like a Ulm. It would make sense if he
Yeah.
would if the Bishop of Cologne would become the Pope or like would let the Pope rule in this like bishopric. Because then the Pope
Yeah.
actually would be powerful and had a chance to reconquer Rome potentially. But like because he pops up as a Ulm, then he's like he has his money, but this is still kind of toothless.
But
what I'm
realistically,
I'm just thinking of Vatican City.
yeah,
Yeah.
because the Pope to this day still just like he rules Vatican City, and it just feels like he should have like a building for the Vatican or the Sistine Chapel. Sistine Chapel,
Yeah.
is that right? No, so
Isn't
Yeah,
Peter's
like,
Basilica or
I
something.
think there should be
that's the
Like-
one of them? Yes, that one is a special holy site. No, it's a new
I think
update.
if you let the Pope just exist in the Vatican, you will get like a large increase in like people won't hate you, but if you don't let him do it, then like people will hate you a lot more because there's so many Catholics, especially at GameStart. It doesn't make sense that Naples just goes up into Rome, takes like one of the most important cities. Nobody really cares.
I agree with this. I also think that there could be like a potential like free choice option. As a Catholic, you take it and you either kick him out You let him persist, or you make him a vassal. The two options other than just letting him live would be
Yeah.
big mad for the Catholics. But like
I-
making him a vassal in the sense of a puppet, because if you have Rome and the Pope is there and you control it, you have a control over him. So that's what I'm saying. Like he would be the papal puppet, and then passes on some tithes onto you potentially or something, and you have more control over the like papal authorities. But the question is, what happens if you conquer Rome, but the Pope still has land elsewhere? That's the problem. Does he keep his capital?
I think he
in
either
Rome?
just moves his capital, or like if you don't make the compromise, he will just be a building based country that owns land, which I think would be really interesting.
That,
Like, if
that,
you
that does
actually just-
exist technically, right? With the
Yeah.
no, those are army-based countries. Building-based countries that own land.
I think it'd be really interesting if it were to be done that way. I don't know how
Yeah.
control would be done, but like if the Pope just owns little random lands still in Italy and France, like he'd probably still want to be in Rome, but like
Yeah, this is
It
like
would
he would probably still own it.
yeah.
Or does
But
asking
have his
our
capital in Rome.
view on historical versus historical railroading? I'm not entirely
So
sure.
they
I don't. I
they
don't
were
really
talking
like
about
railroading.
they were talking about the ambitions regarding railroading. I think these ambitions, they were mentioning that with ambitions and the DHE viewer, it's basically going to be a mission system.
With
Not the same way it works, but from the like railroading it gives to the player. And I would assume that the ambitions would also have historical options for AI, and then depending on your game rule, you can choose. The way the game currently is, it's not historical, and I'm fine. If it had like super historical way, I never liked Hoi historical option because it's all the same. Like it's you can calculate what happens basically, which I don't like. I like the randomness of alt history, but I also like certain things to happen. You know, if there's content for something, if the AI doesn't manage to use their content, it's bad.
I personally don't, because I don't like the mission trees because of how they try to make the game and fail terribly to try and make the game go down a historical path. The only
Yeah.
time I ever see EU4 go historically is Anbanar, where it sometimes goes historically in some ways specifically. But mission tree, the AI doesn't know how to do mission trees. But these like ambitions don't sound like they're trying to do something historical, and I don't mind that the game is like going to do like the personalities for countries where they make certain countries more aggressive if they historically became powerful. But even so, that doesn't mean that it's going to actually turn out that way. And I like that.
So with ambitions, let me find that quote, but I think Johanna Briagi or Pavia, one of those, or Saint Dave, one of those, basically said that with like people were complaining about the lack of railroading, like or direction, that like the lack of mission trees gives a lack of direction for the player and what to do, and they were saying that these ambitions would provide this. So I would assume that these would be country specific, giving you a goal to do. As Byzantine Empire, restore the Roman Empire.
I suspect more likely it is going to be like the way EU4 missions were in the olden days, where it was a thing there was a tab you would open up and you would have a choice of 3 different missions that you could take, and they would usually be very simple with a simple reward. It was just do this thing and then get a small bonus for it. And it was always dynamic stuff related to your current situation.
I doubt that it will be dynamic.
You think it would be pre-decided? There's nothing in there that indicates it was specific for countries.
Sorry. I'm trying to find the quote where they said it. Just a problem.
It says, a new system for ambitions will allow you to articulate your nation's long-term goals to the world, creating dynamic rivalries and diplomatic tensions as other powers react and contest your path to greatness.
So I think there might be like there will be the generic ones, of course, because not every country is going to have content. But what I'm trying to get at is I think that these ambitions are going to provide the tool to give specific countries a goal to strive for. Like they give like even ahistorical stuff, but give you as the player an option to press a button, say I want to do this, and then it provides you with some guidance and most notably with a goal of what to do. And this can't just be generic because then it's boring and nobody will engage with this.
I want it to guide you, never be as railroaded as like EU4 missions. One of my favorite differences from EU4 to EU5 is just how much more freeform EU5 is.
If this update if we start getting dev diaries for 1.4 and it starts showing us, well, as England, you can take the beat France's ass ambition, and then when you complete that, by owning all of this land in France, then you get the 15 shekels bonus, where for the rest of the game, your army is now an extra 10% infantry combat because you did a good job. On to the next mission.
I don't think it will give you bonuses. That will be the job of the dynamic historic events. But like, in combination with dynamic historic events, this will be like fulfilling the job. So the mission is the ambition is the goal, while the dynamic historical event provides you with like step-by-step rewards for like going somewhere.
If that's how it works,
not step-by-step, but like
I would not be unhappy at all if that's how it worked.
Yeah.
If it was just guidelines.
And like,
I have no faith that that's how it would be if it's as you suggest.
Yeah, I sent the screenshot. This is like was on Steam where I saw it. A lot of us here in the office believe that ambitions will fill a similar role, replying to not seeing anything related to mission trees or country missions. So like, I assume this will be part of the design idea that it's giving you something to do that's like, it can't be generic. Again, like I said, it can't be generic. If it's generic, it's boring and people are not going to engage with it, and it won't fulfill the mission tree thing. It needs to be something that they can give to countries.
Did you ever play Imperator Rome?
I did.
Did you not use those missions?
I did. But these were semi-generic, no? I think this would be similar like that, yes. Because they were generic ones, and then like special countries, and special countries had special missions that would be special for them. No? There were certain countries that had unique mission trees, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I recall correctly. So I think something more like Imperator would be good. Like I
could
don't know. Like I still want like the freeformness. I want to be able to do cooked shit. I want to have the. I don't want to feel railroaded.
I don't think it will railroad you. I mean, as much as the DHE event viewer will not railroad you, because I am a meta player. No, I'm not a sweat, but I am feeling worse if I'm not doing the optimal thing. And so if I look at the DHEs and see I need to take this, and this DHE event off, and the only way to do it is in this order, this is kind of like a mission tree, you know? So like that's my playstyle.
They
like
don't require you to do stuff you wouldn't already be doing. Is the thing, and they don't stop you from doing weird stuff. You don't you can just play the game. And
lots of them are like probably religion locked. No.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. If you do something like that, but it's we're not dealing with a situation where if you're playing as England and you don't conquer France, you aren't like just terrible.
Out from all your content.
You haven't now ruined yourself because now you poor fool, you didn't conquer France, so now you don't get the unique ship of the line unit that will instantly roast anything else on the water. Ha. And also this government reform that breaks the game.
That's because that DHE doesn't exist. But who's to say that they wouldn't make a DHA like this in the future? And then with the DHA event viewer, you would see that and be like, I need to conquer France because I want this special ship.
Because they haven't
They
done stuff
want to
like
add
that
flagships,
before.
but they're gonna add flagships. That's gonna be like a thing sometime in the next 10 years.
Yeah, that's not the thing I'm talking about. A flagship is
Yeah, but like so.
a flagship is something
Sorry?
in EU4 that's just you
Oh,
make.
I thought
a
Ship of the Line
strong
was a
ship.
flagship, like
The-
that you would get a special
the
flagship.
Exactly how confusing it was. The ship of the line was a unique ship that the British would get when they went down their mission tree, and the Dutch could ape it if the Dutch, who had a mission tree that was made later, conquered Britain, they could make this like twin crowns tag that would get like an even better ship. The power creeping was ridiculous. It came to a point where
Okay,
people
yeah.
were like, you should play the Dutch instead of Britain, because if you conquer Britain as the Dutch and form this new tag that has power crept Britain, you'll get everything that's good about Britain except better, because now you also get this different ship called the Flute and the British ship. And
Yeah. I see
Yeah,
there's like are you talking about the Men of War?
Yep, it was the
That's
Man of War. That's what
yeah.
the ship was. The British had a ship called the Man of War, and the Dutch had this unique trade/transport ship called the Flute, and you would get both of those, as well as all.
You mean
know,
trade? You mean the Vok India men? They're like special Dutch
Yeah.
one.
They had both,
The
I think.
okay.
No, the Flute was.
Because the Vok
yeah,
India
that's
man
right,
is the
Flute-
one. The Vok
the-
India man is a transport light.
It's a transport. It's a light ship that transports. So you use it for trade, but it also
Yes.
transports your troops. So you don't need transport ships.
Transport.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
The Flute is just the generic ship, the generic transport
Yeah.
ship for a TI for Gore. But you would get both of
Yes,
those, so you
but
wouldn't
yeah,
need
so they
any
both
you
of us
wouldn't need any
Britain,
transport
that's
ships, and they were just
Dutch.
better. And anyway, that sort of thing is like they became just the people. It's like you have to play these people. The Turks they have some similar vibes to it, which I don't like.
You mean in current game? Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that I as Greek wanna become Turk. That's what I'm saying. Like thinking, this is just what is likely going to happen in the game, because as the Dutch forming like doing Dutch content and then forming Great Britain, especially since that's natural borders, kinda, would actually be like a thing that is potentially regularly happening, you know? And would be like a thing that people would want to do and would reasonably do. And it would be strong because you get both benefits. That's the way that if you form a country and then like it's the game, the way it works, you want to form as many countries as you can,
You're not
right?
wrong.
Because you get advances from all countries. And so if they add a Man of War,
that's why Astros
then you want to do
was Brabant, and then he formed the Netherlands, and then he was going to form Celtica.
yeah. The Celtica doesn't give him anything. That's just the flair and game tag, right? If you wanted to, he would
it has
become
unique text.
Oh, it does? Okay. I was gonna say if you wanted to, you would have become Great Britain, right? Which is essentially what I was saying. Like you have the Netherlands becoming Great Britain. In the Fisher game, I didn't do this, but I could have potentially done it if you had more time and I had more, and I had thought of this, to be honest. I didn't really think of it. I could have flipped English, you know.
I wish that there was less. Like there is one thing that I don't like is how rigid a lot of formables are with culture.
Yes.
Great Britain makes a little bit of sense, I will say, unless you want to like have some really cooked shit, like you know.
This is the way to
have
limit
double-
this. This is necessary, because
Yeah.
otherwise, if you could, as Dutch culture, form Great Britain and other associated like other tags like it, then it would be even worse. The fact that you as Dutch,
I mean more colonial nations, like there
that
should.
too, sure. Colonial nations are a different thing because they don't really give you that much, and that's more like a fun goal. That's not a meta goal. Geoffrey was complaining about is like he was complaining about something which I can see is going to happen. It was already the thing. Did you ever see or hear about the proximity like world conquest meta chaining of tags?
No.
That like the way people were doing one tag world conquest is that they were chaining former builds that would give them proximity cost reductions, so that it would get to minus 100 and get control proximity everywhere.
Oh,
One of them is, among others, is Rome. I think the India was one, the HRE, and then they could use the Turkey mechanic to reset their formable level because it resets you back to tier 3. So they were like they were forming like all manner of big empires all over the world, which was hard. I'm not saying it was like easy going, but that was the way they were doing their world conquest stuff, so that they could get control everywhere.
and that's
That's
like
also part of the reason
even like
why they removed.
yeah, before the efficiency thing. Yeah, they've started making everything
Yeah.
efficiency.
This is the result of a lemon cake video where he was showcasing this. I mean, I think so. Or maybe there was other people in the community who were also bringing it up, but he made a video and afterwards, like a month after, they were changing it to efficiency costs because lemon cake pointed out and they realized that cost reductions just mean that stuff like this is going to happen where people are chaining tags. And now, if you do it, if you get the bonus once, it's still impactful. But if you do it 10 times, it's less impactful. So there's no. I mean, still probably they will still do it, but it's not like game breaking in that sense. So yeah.
Now I'm kind of sad.
You said that EU5 is not gonna. I don't know how to fix this because either they hard lock content and so that people can't do funny stuff like that, but then people are gonna not like this. Or they give everybody good stuff. This is probably the reason why they had this thing in the game where if you form a new tag, you would lose the advances. They didn't have the has or had tag. They have had is tag before, right?
Yeah. Now
And then they changed it because they realized people were not liking it.
Yeah. Now it's has yeah. Is or
now
was.
it has or had tag.
Is or was, has or had.
Yeah. Before they
and now I'm thinking back on the fact that I keep talking about all the I want in Kyungol all the most of the advances to be tied to culture with specific ones that you get when you form bigger tags, and I'm like, oh, that's gonna make some people really unhappy. But maybe not.
This is also the part of the reason why it is fun for people to do is because it gives you an edge over the AI. Because the AI would not be doing it. So, like the fact that you can combine the bonuses of two countries gives you another edge over the AI, which, depending on what you want to do, you might need.
Bored.
I don't think
Mags was talking about how he saw a statement. There was a sentence that he thought looked kind of AI in the way it waffled
did
on
not
a bit.
want. I did not want to mention this on stream, but because it's brought up, I will. This overview, especially in the things where it's talking about the future stuff, like 1.5, 1.4. When I was first reading this, I got the heavily AI vibes. And I'm glad if I'm not the only one. And then because I got those vibes, when Joffrey... Yeah.
I mean, I sort of got it as well. I'm not as engaged because I'm playing a game in the background. Just didn't really, just sort of know. There's just some like patterns of speech that AI has where like once you know what it is, like it's not, you pick up on it and like it makes it.
Yeah.
It's
It's a good point. It doesn't feel like any of the people that we've read previously. Doesn't have their manner
I mean,
of speech.
this was probably done by Ryagi, and I can imagine why. I mean, I would be doing the same if I was being paid for this shit. But he gets the Cliff Notes. He makes a really informed Cliff Notes thing, and then he just puts it into AI rather than trying to write his own 2,000 word text. Obviously, there's problems with this. So which is a problem. But also, I mean, he is being paid for it. So it's a question of it's company policy or if it's some rogue employee. And I don't think there's any good relation from this.
Crowwolf, what's your Discord name? Crowwolf, what's your Discord? Who are you? If you know about two ports and their government reform that's nation specific. Is this Svexim?
Can't be. He's asleep. It's
He said he was
3
going to
a.m.
sleep. Who the heck?
It's almost 3
who the heck
a.m.
is
There's
that?
no way that it's him.
Who the heck is this then? He's talking about Prax with 3 or 4 contenders and stuff. Who the heck is this? It's not Nito. Is this Justin?
No. Could be.
Oh, Blaze!
Blaze? I was gonna say.
Oh, I was thinking of somebody's ult. I know Nito has a shit ton of ults.
Oh,
I was gonna say, if somebody knows about the reforms, it's gotta be Blaze, and it
I
would
guess.
make sense.
Yeah.
He's on
Blaze
Asian
would be the
time
one,
zone, so
yeah.
he would be. This would be perfect for him.
Because Nito was the one who made that specific reform, the 241, but still, yeah. Oh, that's funny. There's so many times that people will type in YouTube, and I will have no clue who it is, and they'll talk oh hi, and I'll refer to them by they'll eventually after a while I'll be mention who they are. And it's oh my god, it's you. What?
Be more like me and have the exact same username on every single platform. And profile picture. I've had the exact same name and profile picture. I've had the same name since 2019, I think.
I tried, but my first name was literally Max Redstone. I did not want to keep that for the rest of my life. And
Understandable.
I've not found a good alternative.
But to address what you were saying, Blaze, about the mod not having country-specific stuff, I do want to make some country-specific stuff. But most of the time, I would prefer bonuses to be region-specific, culture-specific, religion, and then you get stuff for forming some countries where you will have these region things. It's you want to form this region or this some specific thing with dynamic names based on the culture, religion, race, that sort of thing. The only thing that stops me from that is the thought that when it comes to if we end up doing stuff like that where you have okay, you form Prax, congratulations. Then what do? Do you form the Shattered Sea? Because then it's you form the Shattered Sea. Well, then does that mean everyone's going to do that? And then if you form the tag of the Shattered Sea, and it's every game the Shattered Sea gets formed, and it's just its name is different. That seems kind of boring.
I feel like realistically that the Shattered Sea would probably be more of a player type thing.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't form, yeah. That area would not unite normally, usually, I'm sure. Then again, Arteria does get some funny notions sometimes, though. That island is very bloodthirsty. I don't know why.
I will say,
Isn't that bloodthirsty?
They conquer
Just
everyone,
kiss the
Megs.
ring.
Megs, if we had tags
That's what you
for
mean.
the-
Yeah, that's because
if
that's
we had
because
tags
that
for
is
the lower
strongest.
half, if we had tags for the lower half of
Yes.
of the shields today, they would and tomorrow I loaded up an observer game, they would kill all of them.
Yes, it is It is correct. It's they are just a strong country. To be fair, when I play them, I always get attacked first. So it's not something that they are doing wrong, but
Yeah.
it's because I play passive. Yeah.
But wrapping this up,
Yes.
yeah,
I think we are done.
the old alliance thing, yeah, and then the other plans they do they have plans for new bookmarks, so that's where this confirmation was that people were talking about, like the idea of new start dates, that bookmarks mean start dates. Yeah,
There's more start dates now.
there's gonna be eventually, is what they're saying. They're saying they have plans for future start dates, which is crazy. Ooh.
I don't. Everybody's gonna hate me when I say this, but I really hope they don't do 1444. I think it's like they need to do like one that's closer to. I think like Discovery of the New World would be better because that's close enough to Age of Reformation.
Yeah, I'd do
That, like-
1492. 1494.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
but the point is, like 1492 would be really cool. Colonialism is just kicking off. A lot of powers have become formed, but thing like Mags has said before. I know what you're gonna say, Mags. You're gonna be like just after the Black Death. Problem is, these bookmarks need to be updated constantly. Like anytime the
Yeah,
game gets
maybe
updated.
is the surely in between like 1400, like there's surely a significant date, some like 70 odd years, 50 odd years after the start date that they could use. The problem with, like you say, 1492. The thing that I always think back is when have you last played 1187 in CK3?
I
Joffrey.
think 1492 is good because people actually have a reason to go to it. Like 1492.
I
you
have a
get-
further
you
point
get-
off this. I have something to go off of this. It is I will say you have not played it much.
I don't.
Part of the reason is
think
because the economy is bad, like bad, and I have my doubts that they will be able to get a nice mid-game economy going at such a later date. That's why I am kind of hoping that if they do something, it's closer to the start date, so that it's easier to maintain, as you were saying.
that's fair.
Because getting a mid-game economy that actually is competent, I mean, it is a lot of work because they will do more work than they are doing right now, where they give every country their unique historic kind of like economy, but then they also need to make sure that it works and it's a balance, and some people are rich, some are like scraping by. It is a lot of work. In 1392, you could get away with it being like just fine. Like just some extra buildings, like 5 buildings extra, and it's dead.
The problem is that no one's going to really want to play 50 years after the start date. That barely makes a difference in actual gameplay. Like, I think the thing
It
you have
does
to
make a big
sacrifice-
difference because of the Black Death.
In
That's the whole point.
EU5,
It makes a
Like,
difference,
let-
but
let
I'm gonna
me
be
say-
honest.
I
Let
would
me say,
start after the Black Death
Anbanar,
every time.
Anbanar, for example, is literally only gonna be in 1444 as of now.
Yes, and
That's their plan. They're gonna
the
start in
quest-
1444. That's the date it
the
starts.
question is how they are doing the economy. This is going to be an interesting question.
Yeah.
I'm not if they do 1444, that's going to be the brainer, and I feel like they probably are going to do it, and it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, but it's like if they do it, that's the one that I know they will commit to.
I
But
know.
that also runs the risk of people
I-
preferring that, and then
I hope
nobody will
that's
play the
what
other
they
one
do.
anymore.
I hope that they do. Like, I hope they do 1444 for Anbanar and commit to it, because that's what their game is all built around. It would be weird and different from the vanilla game, but I'm sure they can find a way to make it work. And I want them to do that and commit to it. But as for vanilla, with multiple start dates, stuff's gonna get forgotten about. as you were saying, Max,
Yes.
this is going to be the Realms in Exile thing, where it's like you make all these different start dates. There's a favorite.
For some reason, and then the Exile, the later one is because it's the closer one, but that's
Yeah.
I would love that the Realms of Exile is cursed with that, because I would love an earlier start date, but it's like I know nothing about the world at that point, so I know most of the characters I know are. I mean, actually, most of them are still already alive, but like,
The axe that walks is there in earlier start dates.
also,
He's just like 20.
I want to start it after the Black Death, so I'm not gonna pick the last winter start date.
Yeah, that's true.
Although CK3 plagues are like toothless, and like you can avoid them if you like. At least
Isn't
you can have
that
them
crazy
have
to
no
think that
personal consequences.
in Crusader Kings, diseases are less bad than they are in EU5? I get more annoyed by a random smallpox in EU5 than I do by like the Black Death in CK.
It will it will change. CK3 is becoming EU5 towards the end of the year.
And then EU5 is
They
becoming
will have-
CK5.
They won't have pops, but they will have population.
Oh yeah, I did hear that was going to be a thing.
So this population will die if you get plagued.
I will. All I have to say is that I don't think Crusader Kings is the game that I've. It's not a econ game, really. I don't think
They're
anybody
trying to
plays
change
the
that. They
Why
make
would
this.
you-
I'm happy. They're making because of the aforementioned. The big problem is that the economy scaled so hard. After one generation, I mean they changed stewardship, so I'm giga nerfed. But after one generation, I was making 100 ducats every time. I know that's a bit exaggeration, but like I was making boatloads of money, so much that I would have my domains like upgraded up to the tech cap, and then I was just waiting for tech and conquering stuff.
But this is gonna be like,
Yeah.
Can you imagine CK3 with population and development both being featured, and then the Black
it's not
Death hits
pops.
it? Population, not pops. Population.
Yeah. It's just
I'm
how
saying,
many
I know.
like how dense it is. Yeah.
I know, but that's all you need. That's all you need. That's all I want. That's all you need. But then you take that, and the Black Death hits it, and it all dies. And then you do a mega campaign. So you take those population and development and move it into EU5.
Oh, then the Black Death comes again. But you will have immunity. You will have immunity. Surely the game's gonna track that. You will have already been exposed to the Black Death.
You either have to have it in. You have to have it in one of the games. Like it just depends.
I would probably just
Also, CK. I think part of the reason why
It would just
they
be in
gave
EU4. I'm
CK3
just kidding
pops-
around.
yeah.
You wouldn't actually have it in CK3.
Yeah, we last time we played till like 18 something, and it just can show up at like 1250. So unless we change the setting, but we're not playing that long.
Realistically, you just turn it off. The Black Death for CK3 second
That's fair.
campaign.
This
You
makes
still have
sense.
normal diseases that would affect population anyway.
To be honest, I did realize that we are saying that like the Black Death is not comparable to normal diseases. EU5 has normal diseases like smallpox and chaff, and that doesn't really impact me either.
I don't like it.
I noticed that they're there, but it's not like I'm like, oh please no, not more. I just ignore it and move on. It's not like I can do anything about it
I get
other than spending loads of money on hospitals.
well,
I don't
that's
really
more
have
than
a,
you
like,
can do.
I don't need to.
That's more than you
I
can
don't need
do
to
in
save my
CK.
ruler. No, in CK3, when the plague comes, I move my ruler into isolation and like close the capital.
Oh yeah, you
That's
can.
more like in EU5. I don't do that.
Yeah.
Also, I don't
True.
care if my ruler dies in EU5 and EU4 and CK3. It's bad. Well, now like I have not played on a new patch. I'm skeptical.
I don't know if EU5 is heading in a necessarily better direction, but I will say I like what they're trying to do. I mean, it makes it. I feel like mostly they're trying to make the game feel more polished. There's definitely some things that I want to see I want to see them elaborate on or like have better AI for.
Yeah.
Because like with the like, we're gonna like there's so many like already this is a lot and this isn't even scratching the surface of all the patches that are going to come to the game. So I just really hope they make they don't remake mission trees again.
I mean, Johannes said this under this post. There will not be mission trees, but there will be other ways to guide you.
I
The
have
problem
faith.
is that I think it. The problem I think is that like you're gonna like it's very tempting to make something like missions because just how many people like missions. They already have a mission system in the game that is completely separate, and there's like a lot of people joking about the dynamic historical events and whatnot being. It's like, oh, imagine they were all in a list and they're going down this tree, like like a mission tree, and it's like
It depends on how they design future DLGs. If they start designing them too branching, because now there's an editor and now people can actually see them, so now they are allowed to design them very branching and very not branching, more chainy, where you have like a lot of them in a row. Then it's just mission trees where you can't store the benefits. Which honestly, that was bad about mission trees, wasn't it? Did you
The
store the
things
rewards
that
by not
are
pressing the button?
terrible about them, the thing that makes them so bad, is the fact that they are not a guideline for someone like yourself, especially. You are the target audience that is hit the worst by it, Max, because what the mission trees mean is that there is one way you are allowed to play the country. People will tell you you don't have to, but you know that mission tree says if I do these things, I'm going to get this bonus and it's going to last for the rest of the game. Doesn't matter what the bonus is. That bonus can be 5% tax efficiency in London itself. You're going to do that every time, always, without fail, because you want that. That's the problem.
was really
and
that way.
They're never that weak. They are never that weak. When it first came out, they were already stronger than that. And it was always permanent bonuses. And they kept on getting stronger and stronger. And while I love Anbanar, they took that to the extreme. And it's really fun on its own. Because that's the point of that mod. I come to Anbanar because I want to play those mission trees. And it's a guilty pleasure. It's very fun. I love it. But that is not what I want EU5 to be based on, because it's dirty and it's like that's the thing.
Yeah.
You're following that story. In Anbanar it makes sense because it's a RPG style D&D world with like a fantastical story going on. But in EU5, it ain't a storybook. That is a historical sandbox fiction.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying like I see ways where it can develop into something like this.
Yeah, I'm just explaining my thoughts. I don't think you disagree with me either.
Yeah.
I know we share very similar
opinions. I do like I don't have this hatred against mission trees, but I also never liked playing EU5 for much. So like it's not I could have developed a hatred for it. I enjoyed playing with missions, but that's probably the same way I like DLGs. Like I like Silverforge with the fucking digging up the earth. That's a fun way to play a country, and then like. How else would you do this other than a mission tree where you have something you want to do, you have a recommend, and you do the next thing? Obviously, the problem is that the fact that you need to know this mission tree and then need to figure out ways how to like prepare for this preemptively, which you do have this with DHEs. Like the AIR that I send you, the guy Habibi in this video, he was preparing for stuff he was gonna do in the like mid game, in the early game, because he knew he was gonna do this. He was pushing belligerent because he needed like something from it. And because he knew this, like he could play this more optimally. So this like technically this thing exists. I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. Like the current state is not as bad.
Yeah,
it has obviously a fear.
I don't think it's bad in that implementation either. I'll have to watch his video. but I don't consider it a bad thing to be like, well, in the mid game, sometime in the Age of Reformation, I'm gonna want to have belligerence pushed because then I will get this event that will be nice.
Yeah, it was even like less than that. It was like he needed belligerence score so he can take most of a something, or like some other bonus that it gives you. I don't know. But yeah,
Johan is
he also
very
prepared, like-
reluctant to give permanent bonuses, and that's the thing I really appreciate. Even if he's very reluctant to give permanent bonuses for things like that. There are DHEs that give permanent bonuses sometimes.
oh,
but
you mean
they're
but
rare.
most DHEs that give permanents, like yeah, you're right. Like most of the DHEs that like are super strong, you get automatically by playing a country.
Yeah, and they'll just always happen. So it can be like it
Yes.
feels like it's just like that's part of the experience of playing them. It just
And
happens, and it's good.
I
but it's
guess-
like, you know,
From your point of view, if you're very like, because like when I was saying, oh, but like DHEs and missions are just gonna be mission trees, and you were like, oof, and like this country swapping is gonna be a part. You were like, oof, because like I felt it that it was like, oh, what, like I want to do this run. The way I think the way DHEs are a great way because these you can't get them separate like at the same time. You have to come like either you're a Briton or you're
Yeah.
the Dutch. You could still chain it if you like
if you really
get
nickel
the
and
Dutch
dimed
stuff.
it, as we say in
Yeah.
Canada, you would
Like-
you
like-
would be like, well, these are the ones that I want from the Dutch before I swap to Britain, which is like
Yeah,
I do not
but,
care
like,
at that
the-
point. You earned it at that point, my guy.
Yes. So that's like one way, and then the other way is that like country-specific stuff should be stuff that is exclusive with other countries potentially. So like major reforms, you can only have one, and you can
Yeah.
stack them. Laws where you can only have like one specific council law. So like if you chain, the problem is that there's so many laws that you can still chain like to get an optimal setup, but. And then the other option with like these laws is that you give enough laws that it is actually like there's so many laws that you can't.
Yeah,
Then
you're-
you can meta game it.
You're giving me some ideas now, Mags. Yeah, for how to contain that sort of thing. Yeah.
It
It's
won't work because if you give everyone a unique law, then there's going to be better ones and worse ones, and then people are still going to combine it to get like the best ones.
You're not wrong.
Although I think for example, like an example is Denmark. I was in my Holstein game considering forming Denmark because it has some of the like strong laws. But then I reconsidered because I realized I probably used a Danish culture for that, and it was not a sacrifice I'm willing to make. This is another thing that you could have like, either was this
Please
tag,
change
but
the
also
name.
this culture. I think this is probably a different account because this is the account I think we've seen before. I'm pretty sure we've seen
I
this
think
account
you're
before.
right. Yeah, I think you're right. There was a major,
but-
in quotes, tag for unique laws. It's on the wiki. You can code certain laws to be exclusive. Yeah. That does exist.
So wait, so I can have like a council law that's exclusive with a administrative law?
Yeah. The same like.
Surely not.
That's, yeah. Well, yes. That's how you have the laws for like religion, like ruler. It's like heir law. Same faith only is
Yeah.
exclusive with like the force slave,
Y-
like allow
yeah,
slave
you-
religion thing.
Yeah, you can make stuff that is exclusive with each other, but that's like specific interactions. So then you would need to account, either block everything to work with each other, which people would hate, or you would like need to account for specific situations that wouldn't make sense, which we will do probably. Where like if a neighboring country, like if you could do both and they have opposite policies, then you would probably prevent them. But like if somebody forms
So
Laventia and then the Banneric Empire, you wouldn't like make sure that they can't have the same
I wouldn't.
like,
Yeah, I
different
mean,
laws.
at that point, why would we give a shit? That feels like a weird thing to do, but it's also
Okay.
like I can see
Let's say
the logic.
Banarax.
There,
Let's say Laventia and Banarax.
well, there you go. That's something. That's something.
Or
wow.
Braxcania.
Yeah, whatever whatever the
Yeah.
hybrid like. Realistically, Braxtownia, whatever the fuck we call that, would just be a localized name for Prax, and it would be an empire, but it would be like you when forming it would become an empire tier is the difference. It would be like if you form it, you would instantly become an empire instead of normal Prax, which is a kingdom, and you would have a localized name and flag whenever we get fucking fired. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't. Most of the time, I like the idea when it comes to Kiongol of like most starting tags don't have most starting tags not having like unique to the tag bonuses, it being culture and religion, region, that sort of thing. But then you can form a regional tag if you manage to unite a big old region. And that's where the whole multiplayer angle comes in, where I like the idea of making it a mod that's like, you can play this in MP and it will feel good, quote unquote. There won't be anything that's like, this is just too strong kind of thing. Once all the penalties and stuff come out. That's what my end objective is, my hope. And as a result, you would have things like, this is the formable for this region, so that you can play in basically any area and it will feel like, well, this is a harder start in this area, but you can get to that bonus at the end. You'll get that formable. And as a result, you also get to be like, well, okay, there is this player for this region, so no one else can play in that region now. That's their dedicated space to start in. And it makes it easy because we typically try and make rules like that when it comes to MP.
It does need to be less generic. Otherwise, there's one best start for every region, and you just play that every time. But you sure we will do this? I will make sure that we will have unique stuff for unique countries. Like we're not gonna have like one tag for every region.
I love.
But like,
so I will say, I will say I really like the Dutch and the vibe of it, where you have these several different tags in there, all with like their 3 bonuses, and it's like, well, they each have these these like 3 starting bonuses unique to them. So then it's like, well, where do you start from? What do you feel like? What's the thing?
Sure, that's fair, because there's not a best solution. Yeah. I mean, it is Frisia, but yeah.
But even with Frisia, you can be like, well, start with like Holland and then swap to Frisian culture.
No, you can't bonus. Because I don't think you get the Frisian freedom one. And without the Frisian freedom, you don't really get the ability to switch to a peasant republic, which is the only reason you play Frisia. Also, it was a troll because Frisia is horrendously bad economically, and the only way. The only way you can play Frisia is because I was lucky that I did it is because piracy. Luckily, because I was going decentralized, I picked the one like the Diplo focus, which allowed me to do piracy, and then the piracy like gave me like plus 20 income, which was like more than the like plus 1 I had before.
Wait.
And then I finally could build up my country. It's the only reason.
I will say, you actually like going colonial, like getting Florida as the Netherlands is actually, it seems weird, but it's something that you kind of want to do, because you can build the Dutch polders on all swampland.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter because you don't own it personally. With the new update it will matter maybe, but like, I guess you could do the exploit, technically. You could like move your capital to like Bermuda and then put a naval governor in Florida.
Making your
I wonder if they're fixing this
for you too. I've considered, but
yeah. Then if you make a vessel anyways, then the whole polder thing, like, why do you care about making a polder? Your vessel is gonna mismanage the land anyways. Sorry,
it's good for an exodus. It's good for an exodus kind of idea.
Sure, that could work. Yes, if you want to exodus. Although I personally would exodus into New York because you get a free city there. You can still go into Florida afterwards.
Is that like what the new Amsterdam event does?
There's plenty of
makes
swamps.
it
yes.
into the city?
It makes it into
wow.
city.
Sheesh.
Pretty correct.
That's
it might give
nice.
you some other bonus as well, but the city one is the one that I remember.
Okay,
It's a bit annoying because you kind of want to like make it it's the first thing you want to colonize so that you can make the CN in that city as well. Otherwise, but now you can move the capital of the CN, so then now it doesn't matter anymore.
I do really like that you can move vassals' capitals. Yeah, that is good. But I have been. I want to end this now because I want to go get something. I have some. Yeah, I sort of want to eat. I have not eaten at all today, and it is already evening, and I've been going so long without eating today that my hunger is starting to go away, which is not usually a good thing. So I'm gonna go get something to eat, but I'm gonna come back and eat it on my computer probably because I'm such a loser. But I'll end the stream. Oh, what the fuck I'm gonna do afterwards? I'll see what people are doing.
Don't leave immediately. Okay, but
Okay, fine. Thank you all for watching. And I hope to see you next time, which will either I'll end up doing some random Age of Wonder stream or some shit tomorrow, or I'll make an edited video, or the DLC will come out and I'll be covering that. We'll see. Bye bye.